Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Was Reborn as the Raven. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description.
Hermione tied the scarf that Ron gave her around the trunk of a tree near the loch where they'd spent the night, both of them hoping and dreading that Ron would return. If he did, the scarf would give him a cue for where they planned to go next. Hermione walked up the hill and stopped at his side. She turned and faced the tree, just as he was. His hand reached blindly for hers, clutching at it almost desperately. Then there was that familiar and hated pull, right behind the navel. Suddenly they were somewhere else. Harry had no idea just where that somewhere was, and right now, he really didn't care. He moved around, placing the wards that both he and Hermione had become so skilled at, staying outside and giving her time alone. Time she seemed to need, gave him time to think. He felt so angry at Ron. Over the last few weeks, it had got harder and harder to tolerate the redhead's jealousy. Jealousy over the closeness that Harry and Hermione shared. Jealousy over Harry's finances. Jealousy over the ease that Harry and Hermione had with magic. Jealousy at Hermione's mental brilliance. Jealousy over Harry's fame. Jealousy that so many people wanted to help Harry. Jealousy that people saw Harry before they saw him. But his absence left a huge hole in the tent. Harry would turn, expecting Ron to be there, only to remember that he'd left. Now it was just the two of them. Yes, things were quieter, but quiet wasn't always good. Now there was no Ron filling the silence. With snoring or with inane chatter, it didn't matter. Ron had been the noise in their world of silence. He startled when he heard music. The radio. Hermione had turned the radio on. Harry made his way, carefully, across the broken rocks of the escarpment towards the tent. He entered and crossed the bare tent to a deck chair, sitting for a bit to listen, his mind miles away. He watched his friend, as she hugged her knees to her chest. Eventually it was too much and he stood. Walking to stand in front of her, he extended a hand. Taking her hand in his, he pulled Hermione to her feet and began to move. He dragged her into motion, the closest he would ever get to dancing, voluntarily. For a bit it seemed to work. A smile graced her face and her limbs lost that heaviness that had been present all day. But only for a bit. They gradually slowed to a halt, their eyes meeting and leaving. Hermione turned from Harry and took a single step, before coming to a halt. "Harry?" she asked, her back still turned. "Yes, Hermione? There's something you should know. I'm not sure. I don't think Ron knows, but..." "But what, Hermione?" Harry asked. "It's about Ginny and Mrs. Weasley." Hermione paused and took another breath. They're planning on drugging you. From here on," it was said quickly, like she had to get it all out, in one go. "They're going to put a potion in your food, a love potion. They're going to force you to marry Ginny. I don't know why. I don't understand why. What they get? They know you're gay. What can they possibly gain from forcing you into a marriage?" It made sense to Harry, though. A sad, sick kind of sense. "Money, Hermione. It's got to be. If I marry Ginny and then she divorces me, or if there's an accident," Harry was thinking out loud. "They know that Sirius left me everything, and when you add all the Potter stuff to that..." "How could they?" she whispered, turning to face him. "Do you really think Ron didn't know?" Harry wondered. "He couldn't have, or he wouldn't have stormed off, thinking that you and I..." She couldn't even say it. "Ew," Harry grimaced. "That's just wrong, I know. Beside the fact that you're a girl, with the wrong appendages, you're like my sister." "Yeah?" Hermione brightened up on hearing that. "Well, yeah. First year, you became my friend, but second year? Standing up to the rest of Gryffindor, that made you my sister. I thought you knew? I knew you saw me as family, but..." she smirked. "I kinda thought maybe you saw me as the strange nerdy cousin." Harry threw his head back and laughed. After a few seconds Hermione joined him. It took the pair some minutes to laugh the stress of the last few weeks away. "Now, what?" Harry asked. "What do you mean? I don't want to marry Ginny. Never have. Not since I figured out I like boys. But, when we go back..." "They're going." What? If we go back," Hermione stated. If. But, we have to. I mean Voldemort's not dead, we have to go back. Let me think for a minute, Harry. I may have a solution. Hermione began to pace back and forth across the tent's main room. Harry watched her for a few minutes, before he got bored and hungry. He raided the box that they kept their food in and made sandwiches for both of them. Placing the second plate on the table, Harry sat quietly and ate his meal, keeping his eyes firmly fixed on Hermione. Finally, Hermione came to a stop. She turned, looking for Harry, finding him sitting on a bench at the table, watching her. Sighing, she climbed the few steps to sit opposite him. I have an idea, but it's mad. Hermione, you're brilliant, mental but brilliant. Any plan you come up with is going to be brilliant, probably mad, but definitely brilliant, Harry assured her. Right, well, I need you to hear me out. Let me finish, before you argue, please? Harry studied her, whatever she'd come up with was going to be mad, he just knew it. All right, then. He folded his arms and leant back on one of the tent beams. Tell me. Harry Potter has to die, she began. What? Harry screamed, rising to his feet. Listen. She held up her hands. You said you'd listen. He dropped back onto the bench and waved a hand. Go on, then, he snarled. Harry Potter dies, but you don't. Wait, we know that Sirius left you everything. Harry, what if other people did, too? You're famous, you defeated Voldemort when you were a baby. Yes, I know, you were a baby, you couldn't do anything. But the public, the wizarding public think you did. You know, now, that people sent you birthday gifts and Christmas presents. Right. What if some of them, some that had no family, some that lost family to the war, what if some of them left inheritances for you? We could take some obscure family, and if you've inherited the title, the head of house title, you can use the Familia Sanguine potion to adopt yourself into the bloodline. Then we have Harry Potter declared dead, because you won't be Harry Potter anymore. We make a will for Harry Potter and leave things where it's pretty much expected you'd leave them, but we can plan it, Harry. Take 5 minutes and think about it. Please. You and me, we can make this work, Harry. We can, I know we can. With that, Hermione got to her feet and stumbled back outside, only to return within a few minutes, shaking her wet hands. She sat down and, just as quietly as Harry had, began to eat the meal Harry had left her. Harry, meanwhile, was deep in thought. He hated being the boy who lived. It made no sense. How could a 15-month-old baby defeat a highly trained, very powerful wizard and emerge from the incident with only a small scar? Then there was the fame. He hated it. Being the center of attention made him feel almost ill, but no one, other than Hermione and sometimes the twins, seemed to either notice or care. And the Weasleys? Mrs. Weasley and Ginny. He trusted them. How could they do it? They knew he was gay. He'd told Ginny way back in 3rd year, while everyone else was freaking out about Sirius escaping from Azkaban. He told Ginny and Hermione, together. When he found out that Sirius was innocent, both girls encouraged him to tell his godfather, and both girls were present, at the end of the summer before 5th year when he finally plucked up the courage and did just that. But the downside? He was the last Potter. The Black family bloodline would continue, but the Potter line would die with him. Unless, Harry spun about on the bench and looked Hermione. The girl nearly gasped at the force of it. To be the sole focus of those green eyes was almost scary. There's more to it than just Harry Potter dying, Hermione, you know that. I'm the last Potter. If I die, then the bloodline, the House of Potter dies. I know. She sighed. She knew that he was going to reject the idea. If you take a blood adoption potion to be my sister, I'll do it. Wah, she gaped. Harry, Hermione, I hate being the boy who lived. I hate it. I'll happily walk away from that. But, to me, you are a sister. You take the potion, you'll be my sister, and as an added bonus, the Potter bloodline won't die out. Whether anybody else knows I'm alive or not, you will. My sister will. But, take it or leave, Hermione. Harry folded his arms and smirked. Hermione's mouth opened and closed a few times, before she leapt across the table and enveloped him in a tight hug. Brother, she squealed. I've always wanted a brother. As your new brother, can I ask, please, don't choose Ron. We both know he's not smart enough to keep up with you. You'd get bored of him in a month. If you have to choose a Weasley, pick Fred or George. No, not George. Fred. George has his eye on Angelina. He may come up with the ideas, but it's Fred that makes them work. Hermione just blinked. She'd never even given a thought to a romance with one of the twins. But now? Now that Harry had put the thought in her head? Damn it. Fred. Huh? Fred. Harry tightened his arms and with a jerk pulled a squawking Hermione all the way across the table and deposited her on the bench beside him. He turned and lifted a leg and straddled the bench, one elbow resting on the table. But, if you're serious about this, we have a dragon load of work in front of us. We can't do this alone, Hermione. We don't have enough information. Gringotts. We need to go to Gringotts. The witch rose to her feet, only to be pulled back down again. Yes, but we need a rough plan first. We have to convince Gringotts and the goblins to help us. That's not going to be easy. With a flick of her wand, Hermione conjured a piece of parchment and a pencil. Where do we start? She asked. With inheritances, vaults, titles, etc. We need to know what I've been left. Aside from the Black and Potter estates, that is. And then there's the will. Harry paused for a moment. Hermione, I told you that Snape killed Dumbledore, right? But the more I think about it, the more it's not adding up. What do you mean? That night, Dumbledore knew that Snape was there, before he appeared. He told me that he trusted Snape, trusted him above all others. He begged me to trust him. Begged me. Then Draco turned up. Oh, Hermione, the pain on Draco's face. He didn't want to do whatever it was he was there for. While he might have disarmed Dumbledore, Draco lowered his wand. He wasn't going to kill him. I could see the pain, the reluctance, the fear. Then Bellatrix and the others were there. They were taunting Draco, but he still wasn't doing it. And Snape saw me. He was there, with me on the floor below them. He held a finger to his lips and whispered. I almost didn't hear him. What did he say? Harry, I don't want to do this, but the headmaster insisted and better me than a child. Oh, God. She whispered. I think that Dumbledore planned it. His hand was cursed, remember? I wonder, now, if it was killing him and he used that. Snape killing him would cement Snape back in Voldemort's favor. But that means, neither Draco nor Snape are really as bad as we thought. Yeah, I think so. What does that have to do with Harry Potter dying? Hermione frowned. Well, Harry Potter has to leave a will, right? What if that will has a letter for the Wizengamot that says that both of them were spies for the light? That Harry knew that Snape was working for Dumbledore and that Draco was working for Harry? Snape? If I'm right, he's been a spy since the First War, feeding information to the Order for years. And Draco? Well, Draco has let slip a few things at Hogwarts. I can say that he gave me information, but was obliviated for his safety, before Bill and Fleur's wedding. And if I worded right, just right, none of it will be a lie. None of it? But you just said, obliviated, yes, but I don't have to say who obliviated him. That's very Slytherin of you, Harry. Hermione was startled. Well, the hat did say I would do well there. Oh, God. A Slytherin, Harry. Hermione started to laugh. Hogwarts would never have survived. Harry just grinned. All right. Enough of that. Back to work. Hermione slapped at Harry's leg. Where will you go? Will you stay in London? Scotland? I think it would be best to get out of the country, so? I don't know, yet. Well, we can work that out later. Let me make some notes. First, inheritances. Second, will. Third, familia sanguine. Fourth, a new name. Fifth, sorting out the finances. Sixth, relocation. Hermione hummed. Anything else you can think of? Letters, maybe? I'd be expected to write letters for my mates, wouldn't I? Harry wondered out loud. Yeah, you would. Okay, seventh, letters. We might want to change the order a bit. How? Well, first. Yes, inheritances. Second, sorting out the finances. Third, the will. Fourth, should be working out a new identity and decide on a location. Fifth, letters, not sure who yet, not everyone, though. Sixth, familia sanguine. That may not happen until later, but we need to plan it. Seventh, certification from the ministry. I have to have owls, newts, apparition license, etc. and muggle paperwork, too. Hermione just looked at Harry. This wasn't the Harry she'd been in Gryffindor with. This was the Slytherin Harry could have been. I have an idea about how to convince the goblins to help, too. He continued, without knowing that Hermione was on the verge of an apoplexy. The two options I came up with are, 1. We buy their help. That may not work, but until we ask, we won't know, for certain. 2. The Black and Potter vaults have a lot of crap in them. If we offered the goblins most, maybe not all, of the goblin-made stuff, in exchange? Yeah, Hermione thought, this is definitely a Slytherin Harry. That might work better. An exchange is something goblins understand. That and details. Right. We go with that first, and if it fails, we try to pay for it, and we work out as much as we can, ourselves, before we go to them. Okay. So, inheritances? We can't do anything about that here. Same for finances. Identity, too, but, location? I wonder if Charlie hasn't been here for any of this and he's always treated me like any other kid, and he's out of the country, in Romania. He works with dragons. After the tournament, well, after the first task was over, I went back down to the forest. I wanted to make sure the dragons were okay. Charlie and a couple of the other dragon keepers talked to me for a bit. I told Charlie I was a Parselmouth. He convinced the head keeper to test if I could understand the dragons and if they could understand me. I did, and they did. I spent the next week down there, before the keepers took them back home. After that I kept writing to him. Remember that charm you helped me with? The one that, if I dictated a letter, the charm would write what I said on parchment, then when Charlie said the incantation it would read him my letter. Yes, well, I was trying to teach him Parseltongue. It wasn't working real well, but he was trying. Him and the reserve's head keeper. The head keeper offered me a place there. He said that a Parselmouth would be a great benefit to the reserve. But I'm thinking that I could use that. I've been writing to him using the name Raven, sending it via a postal serviced vanishing box. So, I could be Raven. Raven. Okay. But Raven who? Won't know that until we get the inheritances. And seeing as we can't hack the records at Hogwarts, I'd have to have been home-schooled. That needs a reason. Hermione bounced on the bench. Ooh. I know, keeping with the Raven, Charlie, Parselmouth theme. We find a family that withdrew a child from Hogwarts, sometime in the 4 to 10 years before we started there. A child that was withdrawn due to illness, but is now dead. We could say that while that child was ill, the family realized that you and the child both speak Parseltongue. We need to go a bit further, though. It needs to be a light family. The parents or the sibling, the last head of house, has to have died in the last few weeks. But because they were a light family, they didn't want it known that their children were Parselmouths, so decided to keep both of us home and schooled us privately. Harry added. If we have a choice, we need a family that's a dead bloodline, no extended family that can take the title. It would be best for a slightly isolated family, preferably not an ancient and noble house, but not completely obscure either. Something that no one would hesitate to say, light, something upper middle class or lower upper class. Lower upper class, maybe even middle upper class. Not as high as the Potters or the Blacks, but maybe just below the Longbottoms or the Abbotts. Hermione clarified. All right, we can hash that out further when we have more information from Gringotts. Fourth was the will. Yeah. She pulled a new piece of parchment out and wrote, will, on the top. Divide it into 2. Potter estate and Black estate. Alphabetically we start with the Blacks. He waited while she drew a line down the middle of the page. Who's connected to the Black family? Tonks, Remus, Teddy, Draco, Narcissa. Any more you can think of? He asked. If you're adding Narcissa Malfoy you should put something in for Tonks' mother. She is Narcissa's sister, Andromeda. Right, I keep forgetting that. Obviously, she grinned. So, sticking with alphabetical, Andromeda first. What should I leave her? Other than, Sirius did mention something about bringing her back into the family? Hermione sat and thought through what she knew of pureblood traditions and was dismayed to realize she didn't know very much at all. Maybe we should leave her until we know if Sirius did that, already, she frowned. Yeah. Next, Draco. God, Hermione, this isn't as easy as it sounds, is it? No, I think Gringotts is the best shot. We can find out the inheritances, get some advice on what to leave people, until we know what I have. I don't know what I can leave them. Harry groaned. Well, the upside is that while the goblins hunt everything up, you can write some letters. They don't have to be long ones, just something. Hermione hesitated for a moment. Harry, do you think you can fool Charlie? Or should we tell him? I'm not sure, for a while probably, but long-term, I doubt it. Him or the twins. Oh, maybe tell Charlie once we have everything planned and ready, but leave the twins until later. They're likely to want to rip their mother apart. They're very protective of you since the tournament. Yeah, might be a good idea. So, Gringotts, then? Yeah. When? We could go now. They're open 24 hours a day, and no one would be expecting you to just walk in the door at midnight. No, they wouldn't. He grinned. But let's wear glamours, anyway. Harry, glamours don't work in Gringotts, remember? Damn. What about transfiguring? Just slightly changes, and incantatem finite would cancel it, too. It would. All right, let's pack up and go, before I change my mind, the witch muttered. Walking into Gringotts in the middle of the night was a strange feeling. Even at that hour of the night, Diagon Alley was busy, with witches and wizards creeping about. The only real difference was that at night, the dark families ruled. Seeing Death Eaters walking about brazenly was disconcerting, but Harry forced his attention back to Hermione and the bank. Inside they approached the teller at the far end of the room. Yes, the goblin grunted. Harry decided a bit of tact was called for, and so he dragged out the charm that only ever got used on Madame Pomfrey. Good evening, Goblin of Gringotts, he said respectfully. My companion and I require assistance with an inheritance-related issue. The goblin raised its head and looked at the couple. Inheritance-related? It said. Yes, Master Teller, and if possible, we would prefer to discuss the matter further in a more private situation. Private, the goblin stated. Yes, we have been traveling and find ourselves surrounded by witches and wizards we do not know. We would prefer to resolve the issue without an audience, Harry added. The goblin looked at them, again. It could see through the charms used to alter their appearance, even if another witch or wizard could not. To see Harry Potter enter Gringotts, when he'd been declared undesirable number 1, by the humans' Ministry of Magic, was amusing. But goblins had never concerned themselves with the affairs of humans before. Gesturing with a hand, the goblin called a younger goblin over. Rickbert, take these humans to Gornuk's office. A younger goblin approached them and gestured. This way, please, the young goblin said and walked off, heading for a door that led to an elegant hallway. 3 turns later and Harry wasn't all that sure he knew how to get back to the main foyer anymore. But it didn't seem to matter, as Rickbert came to a halt in front of a door marked, Gornuk, Inheritances. The goblin told them to sit on chairs beside the door, and after watching them do so, it knocked on the door and disappeared through it, when called. A few seconds later and it emerged. Gornuk will see you, now. It said. Go on in. Thank you, Harry said as he stood. The young goblin nodded its acknowledgement and left. Harry? Hermione asked. Can't hurt to be polite, can it? No, she shook her head. With a slightly mocking bow, Harry gestured for her to enter the room first. At her heels, he followed and gently guided her to a chair opposite the goblin, who Harry hoped was Gornuk. Please remove your glamours. Such things are not permitted within Gringotts Bank, the goblin stated. Certainly, Goblin Gornuk. Harry looked at Hermione. Ready? He asked. Yes. Incantatem finite. He waved his wand, firstly towards Hermione and then at himself. It only took a few seconds for the charms to be broken, letting them both revert to their normal appearance. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Now, Rickbert mentioned inheritances? Yes, Goblin Gornuk. Harry paused. He looked at Hermione and she smiled encouragingly. Inheritances are a part of it, but only a part of it. Master Goblin, I want Harry Potter to die. The goblin's eyes widened slightly. This wasn't what he anticipated. Why do you want to die, Mr. Potter? No, I don't want to die. I just want Harry Potter to die. Once the savior, the boy who lived is dead, I can live a life without people wanting to kill me for something I didn't do. Something you didn't do? Whatever do you mean, Master Goblin? How is a baby supposed to defeat a highly trained and very powerful adult wizard? At 15 months, I may have been walking and perhaps talking, but I certainly wasn't capable of the most basic of deliberate magic, let alone any offensive charms or curses. The goblin sat back and hummed in thought. Why had no one considered this before? Why had everyone just assumed that because the child lived it must be the one to defeat the aggressor? So, you want Harry Potter to die, and you want Gringotts to do it? Oh, no, Hermione said. We only want Gringotts to help us do it. Help? In what way? Hermione reached into her little beaded bag and pulled out the roll of parchment that they'd made their notes on. We've broken it down like this, she began. 3 hours and 4 goblins later, Harry and Hermione laid out their rough plan for the director of Gringotts' London branch, Ragnarok II, in his office. Such a plan will take a great deal of work to bring to fruition, Miss Granger. But, I agree. Gringotts will assist you, but only assist you. You, the two of you, will work this out. We will provide advice and assistance only when it pertains to titles, vaults and assets being held in trust by Gringotts, in exchange for 2/3 of the goblin-made items found in the Black and Potter vaults. Harry sighed. Thank you, Director. That's exactly what we were hoping for. As we told Gornook, we don't want you to do it for us, only to help us. Good, because help's all you're going to get. Now, as you said, first step is knowing what you have to work with. For that, I agree, you must have an inheritance test done. Bogred, I want the required ingredients and implements for both identification and inheritance tests brought to me. The director spoke to a smaller goblin who stood near the door, that goblin bowing and leaving the room. I can tell you that Sirius Black's will has not changed since he was made your godfather. That will stated that he left everything he owned or inherited, to you. This includes items and titles that he did not claim for himself and did not intend to claim. Due to his lack of trial, Sirius Black was still considered the heir of House Black at the time of his death. That means, Mr. Potter, that you can claim the title of Lord Black. This would give you rights over all Black family members and control over the vaults of those who have been convicted of crimes. Ragnarok paused and studied the two humans. Mr. Potter, I am going to assume that you are aware of the fact that you carry 2 items of extremely dark magic on your person. 2. No, only 1. Harry corrected. 2, Mr. Potter. If I may, I would have one of our healers scan you. I hope I am wrong, but I believe that one of these items is currently, either masquerading as, or is infecting your, very famous scar. What? Harry gasped. Harry, Hermione inhaled sharply, before turning to Ragnarok. Would that create a link between Harry and volume? Stop. Ragnarok cut in sharply. His name is taboo. His followers are able to use it to track those that say it. And yes, Miss Granger, it would. And removing it? Complicated but not difficult. And yes, it would cut the link. Ragnarok answered the question before Hermione could ask it. What about Parseltongue? Is there any way to know if I got that from him, or whether I was always going to have it? Yes and no. Yes, if we encapsulate the scar and its contents, this will allow you to know if you will continue to be a Parselmouth after the removal. But no, it will not tell us if he gave you the ability or whether it was already there. An inheritance test may indicate that you come from a bloodline that carries the ability. Okay, if I keep the ability to speak Parseltongue and adopt myself into another bloodline, what are the chances of that deleting the ability? 0. Adopting into another bloodline does not remove from what you were and have now, instead it adds to it. Right, Harry thought for a few seconds. Can we try blocking it? I want to know if I'll still be a Parselmouth, as that could change lots of things we were planning. Of course, Mr. Potter. Blordak, call for healer Metlov. Ragnarok ordered. Back to Harry Potter and his will. I have a fair idea of the Potter and Black estates, so we can move ahead on those and finalize the details as we progress. Agreed? Very well. Sirius Black did not, at the time of his death, return Andromeda or Nymphadora Tonks to the House of Black. I would advise doing so, both for Andromeda and her daughter, Nymphadora. Agreed, said Harry. Also, Andromeda, she was cut out of the family when she married Mr. Tonks, so she never got her dowry. I want to give that back to her. And set aside one for Tonks, I mean, Nymphadora. Plus a small gift, maybe some aliens, jewelry, both. Certainly. Once we have more details on the contents of the Black Vaults, you can inspect the jewelry and decide on items. Ragnarok make notes as he spoke. You did say you were working in alphabetical order? So, Draco Malfoy would be next? Yes, Draco. First I want to have a letter for the Wizengamot, Something that implies a lot without saying much. I want them to think that Draco and Severus Snape were spying for Dumbledore and I, but that's to be separate from the will. I want to leave him a vault and a home. Somewhere he can get away from his parents, his father in particular. Ragnuk hummed. There are currently only 2 Black family properties, all others have been disposed of. They're Black Manor, East Lothian, Scotland and Grimmauld Place, Wandsworth, London. As you stated that you plan to leave one to Draco and the other to Remus Lupin, husband of Knife Medora, I suggest that as Andromeda has a house in eastern Wales, you leave Lupin the house in London. So, Black Manor for Draco? So I suggest, yes, Ragnuk reaffirmed. Right. A vault and Black Manor, but I want him to have to live there for 2 years? At least 1. Can I do that? Harry asked. Of course. How large a vault, Mr. Potter? Hermione. Help. It depends on how much liquid assets the Black Estate has access to, Director. The witch put forward. The available sum is over 1 million Aliens, Miss Granger. Both Harry and Hermione blinked in shock. 1 million Aliens? Harry gasped. Available Aliens, this does not include vacant land, commercial buildings or shares in existing businesses. Oh, hell. Harry groaned. We're going to be here for days. I would think so, Mr. Potter, but not all of it will be used on the Black and Potter estates. I would say that most of your time here will be spent, physically, in the vaults. Oh, Harry. Don't worry about it. One step at a time. Okay. Hermione took his hand and squeezed gently. Harry smiled in response. Right. So we have plenty of cash to play with. So, Draco gets Black Manor and a vault. Ragnuk, does Harry have to state in the will how much is in the vault? No, Miss Granger, he doesn't. He is only required to give the vault number. Right. Harry cut in. Draco's vault will have 100,000. He will also get a copy of a statement that Hermione and I will write that goes to the Wizengamot. The original does, I mean. Gringotts will see that copies are sent where you require. Ragnuk reminded them. Next is Nymphadora Tonks. Yes. For Tonks, I want to return her to House Black, provide a dowry vault, a personal vault and 2 pieces of jewelry, of her choice. Quite acceptable, Mr. Potter. Will you be nominating an amount? Yes, but not yet, not for most of them, just yet. As you wish. Next would be Remus Lupin. Harry thought quietly, he wanted Remus to have something from Sirius, too. Remus is to get Grimmauld Place and a vault. He started. Then there's Teddy, Theodore. Teddy gets a trust vault and the head of house title. The child? Not Lupin Sr. No, Remus has no black blood, Teddy does. Of course, he's Nymphadora's son and Andromeda's grandson. My apologies, that slipped my mind for a moment. Ragnuk dipped his head. No problems. Now before the vaults are allocated, I want all the Marauder or prank-related items, trunks and books removed, from all vaults, Black and Potter alike. I will want all items, furniture and portraits included, removed from Grimmauld Place and Black Manor and assessed. All items, regardless of the vault or building, that are cursed, are to be removed and held separate. If the curse can be lifted or broken, the item can be returned to the appropriate vault, once the curse is dealt with. If it can't, then it's to be destroyed. All Black family portraits are to be gathered into a single vault, the same with the jewelry, with books, with furniture and with artifacts. Wands are to be included in the artifact vault. Harry frowned briefly. I want this to happen to the Potter estate, too. And when we finally get around to the non-Potter, non-Black estates, the same will happen there. Harry? Yes. Hermione? The books? Can I? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, I forgot. All books in the Black and Potter estates are to be copied and held for Hermione. The goblin blinked. Very well, Mr. Potter. Here is Bogrid back. Ragnuk waved Bogrid in and pointed him at the second desk in the room. Bogrid, set it up over there and alert me when you're ready for Mr. Potter. He turned back to Harry. By the time Bogrid is finished, Healer Metlov should be here. Thank you, Ragnuk. The director just nodded. To the Potter estate? Yes, please. First are the Weasleys. Now while I don't particularly want to leave anything to some of them, no one outside this room is aware of that, so. So you leave them enough to satisfy their grasping nature without leaving them what they could have had, if they hadn't threatened you? Ragnuk commented. Precisely. Hermione grinned. Very well, let's begin. Ah, no, we shall not. Bogrid is ready. Ragnuk corrected himself. Harry stood and joined Bogrid at the second desk. Please cut a finger and allow 7 drops of blood to fall in each bowl. The young goblin said as he continued to mix powders in 2 different-sized mortars. Harry cut his left thumb, letting blood drop into both bowls. When the requisite number were completed, he popped his thumb into his mouth and sucked to ease the sting, before tapping the cut with his wand. Bogrid carefully tipped the contents of 1 mortar into each bowl, setting a rod to stir as he went. When each bowl was thoroughly mixed, Bogrid added the paste to a phial of black liquid, that Harry assumed was ink. Then each phial was shaken before being emptied out into a flat tray, holding a piece of parchment. The parchment began to soak up the liquid, going dark gray initially before fading back to its original creamy color. Thank you, Mr. Potter. It will take approximately 45 minutes for the parchment to be complete. I'm sure that Director Ragnuk can assist you at that point. Bogrid bowed to the director and left, again. As he began to close the door, he paused. Sir, Healer Metlov is here. Good. Send her in. A dainty she-goblin entered the room and bowed to the director. Director Ragnuk. You sent for me? Her voice was silky smooth. Yes, Healer Metlov. I have reason to suspect that Mr. Potter here has a dark item, either embedded in, or infecting his scar. I would like you to scan it and confirm or deny my suspicions. Of course, Director. Mr. Potter, if I may. She held up what looked like a long-tongue depressor. I need to touch this to the scar. All right. Harry reached out a hand to Hermione, as the goblin approached. The goblin's actions were slow and clear. She was letting him see everything she was doing, before she actually made contact. The depressor itself touched his forehead as well as his scar. Metlov stepped back and sat beside Ragnuk. Well? He asked. The healer studied the depressor and sighed. Well, you were right, but it's not just a dark item, Ragnuk. It's the darkest of items, a Horcrux. Oh, God, Harry. Hermione gasped. Yeah, I kinda been wondering about that. I'd begun to think it might be, Harry said, quietly. Do you know whose it is? The healer asked. Yeah, Harry sighed. And, the healer asked. Well, it's his, isn't it? Who else's could it possibly be? Both goblins sagged. Right, then, does he know? Ragnuk asked. Given how many times he's tried to kill me, in the last 6 years, I seriously doubt it, Harry muttered. Hermione smothered a nearly hysterical giggle. Right, of course not. The director sighed. Mr. Potter? You are turning out to be one very complicated customer. Metlov, what can we do about this? Well, the most obvious solution is to destroy it. And how do you propose to do that? Hermione asked. A Horcrux is dependent on its container. It cannot maintain itself without its container. Destroy the container. Destroy the Horcrux. I will grant you that they do try to fight back, but if held within a containment shield, they cannot affect anything outside that containment. Basilisk venom is the most effective substance, followed closely by fiendfire. So if we have a second item? Or if there was one in a Gringotts vault? Pour basilisk venom on it? And it's destroyed? Hermione asked, thinking hard. Gringotts? Are you accusing us of housing one of those foul things in a Gringotts vault? The director rose to his feet. We believe so, Director Ragnuk. Our research indicated that Bellatrix Lestrange was given one to put in her vault. Harry answered. Blordak. Ragnuk screamed. When the young goblin flung the door open, Ragnuk continued. Go to Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, search it, top to bottom. He paused and turned to Harry. Do you know what it is? We believe it to be a cup belonging to Helga Hufflepuff, sir. You heard him. Find it, bring it here. Go. Ragnuk yelled. He fell back into his seat and groaned. Potter, I don't know whether to thank you or curse you. Thank me, Director. If it had stayed there, Voldy would not die, and you know as well as I that eventually he would turn his attentions to Gringotts. You don't want that, do you? No. Do you have any idea how many of the things he made? Hermione sat up and pulled another piece of parchment from her bag. Yes, sir. We believed there were 5, all up. Harry destroyed 1, a diary. Professor Dumbledore destroyed a 2nd, a ring. We have a 3rd, a locket. You have a 4th, the cup. We think there's another at Hogwarts, but there is a way to tell, Director. The healer cut in. What? How? Hermione asked, ever curious. There's a potion, if poured over a Horcrux, that is in turn over a piece of parchment, it will show other items that carry shards from the same shared soul. I can make it you like, Director. It will take a few hours to brew, though. Do it, please. Ragnuk sighed. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. Well, Director, you're getting a first-hand look at what life is like for the boy who lived and a clear example of why I want out, Harry said resignedly. Mr. Potter, this changes things, doesn't it? Director Ragnuk mused. In what way, Director? Harry wondered if Ragnuk had changed his mind, if he'd decided that Gringotts wasn't going to help Harry and Hermione. Gringotts are impartial in affairs in the wizarding world. But, the Dark Lord has decided to involve us, without our knowledge or consent, I might add. He has made a grievous mistake. Gringotts are now a part of this war. Ragnuk stood and stepped back behind his chair. He reached for a tassel hanging from a wire. Pulling it, he returned to his seat. We will help you, Mr. Potter, he said quietly, in all ways that we can. Harry slumped in relief, his shoulders falling and his head dropping forward. He stayed like that as Ragnuk waved to a guard and led goblin after goblin into the room. Each goblin entered and stood at attention near the door. Goblins of Gringotts, we are at war. The so-called Dark Lord has involved us in his war, without our consent, so we shall enter this war. Taking into consideration those that lead the opposing forces, it is the will of Gringotts that we shall support, Mr. Potter. This does not mean we will actively support the light contingent, but rather that we shall do all that we, the goblins of Gringotts, can to aid Mr. Potter and the young lady at his side. Spread the word. Do the absolute bare minimum for the Dark Lord and his followers. Ragnuk slammed his fist down on the desk and all the attending goblins slammed theirs to their chests. One by one, the goblins left the room, each bowed to Ragnuk, then to Harry and Hermione, but not one of them spoke a word. When it was just the 4 of them left in the room, Healer Metlov spoke. Mr. Potter, do you still want me to block the Horcrux in your scar? Or would you prefer we remove it, completely? Not yet, Healer Metlov. Ragnuk said that blocking the Horcrux would tell us if I will still be a Parselmouth, once it is removed. I need to know, as it could change some of our plans, Harry explained. Certainly, Mr. Potter. Leaving it there for a few more hours is not likely to cause any more damage than it's already done. But blocking it, that will take only a matter of seconds for the appropriate cursebreaker, the healer replied. On your way to make the Horcrux identifying potion, would you have one of the goblin cursebreakers assigned? I'd prefer to keep the humans out of this, Metlov. Tell them to come an hour before midday. Ragnuk requested. Gernrub is working on a commission from the ICW, he should be finished soon, but he will need some rest, sir, so an hour before midday is ideal. Not that it is important, but the only human curse breaker we have capable of this level of containment is Weasley and he won't be in until morning, and Weasley is not to know the Mr. Potter was here at all. Ragonk cut the healer off. As of now, he's on restricted information. He is not to work on the Potter or Black estates, better yet, he is to work only on commercial accounts. Until I say otherwise. If he requests leave, give it to him. As say, Director. If you'll excuse me, I'll pass that along and get to work. Metlov bowed and left. Well, Mr. Potter, shall we continue? Ragnuk asked. Yes, please. But, if I may, would you call me Harry? Mr. Potter makes me feel like I'm back at school with Dumbledore calling the shots. Thank you, Harry. Where were we up to? We were just starting the Potter estate, Director, Hermione replied. Ah, yes. Thank you, Miss Granger. Hermione, please, Director. We're going to be working on this for hours. I would hope that we would be past such formalities. Hermione spoke politely but calmly. Very well. Hermione. The Weasleys. Harry took a deep breath. Starting at the beginning. Arthur and Molly. Pay out their mortgage. 50,000 towards rebuilding the Burrow. And I'll write them a letter. Very good, Harry. Ragnuk mused. That's reasonable amount, given that they won't know exactly how lucrative your accounts are. Who's next? Bill and Fleur. Hermione and I have speculated that it's only Ginny and Mrs. Weasley that are involved. And well, I would be expected to leave something to everyone, so I will be mentioning each of the Weasley family. So, yeah, Bill and Fleur. Again, pay out the mortgage, but only $5,000 and a letter. Are you including Charlie, too, Harry? Hermione asked. Yeah, if I don't, it'll stand out. Charlie gets $10,000 and a letter. 10,000? Yeah, if he had a mortgage, that would be paid and he'd only get 5,000. Ah, I see. I think that should be noted, it may quell the possibility of dispute, Ragnuk suggested. That might be a good idea, Harry. Ron, well, you know what he's like, Hermione warned.
Yeah, add it in, please, Ragnuk. Done. Next is Percy. Same for him. Then there are the twins. Fred and George. Between them, they get 10,000, the title to the shop premises in a letter. If between the Black or Potter estates, I don't own the premises, please buy it. Also they get all the Marauder and prank-related items, research and books. Excluding photos, all photos join the copied books waiting for Hermione.
I'll have to check, but I know that there's a number of shops in Diagon Alley in both estates. Ragnuk made a note to check later. Ron, now. Ron gets a vault. How many family properties in the Potter estate? Harry asked. 5. Orchard Cottage, Pembrokeshire, Wales. Clayman's Keep, Ayrshire, Scotland. The rest are in England. Potter Manor, Cumbria. Rose Cottage, Somerset. And of course, Godric's Hollow, West Country.
Harry shared a look with Hermione. Ron gets Potter Manor, a vault, like I said, a letter and 3 of the mid-range premises in Diagon.
Sounds fair. Any idea of how much in the vault? Ragnuk made more notes. He took parchment from a file that Rickbert had placed when the goblin entered the room carrying a box and 2 folders. The young goblin crossed back to the door and sat quietly, waiting for further instructions.
I think 50,000 should be enough to satisfy him. If it's not, Harry grinned. Too bad, so sad. Hermione added. The two shared a vicious grin.
Ginny. They said together. Ginny, Harry said again. She gets, oh, let me see, Rose Cottage. 10,000, 2 pieces of jewelry and a letter. More than fair, I think. Hermione agreed. Yeah, well, it's all she's getting. Harry muttered darkly, before cheering up and adding. The rest are combined estates. Neville, a letter and 5,000. Luna gets the oddest piece of jewelry in the vaults and all the shares in the Daily Prophet. Is there anything else that she could have? Something weird? Odd? Harry asked Ragnuk. Oh, yes. I recall James Potter being completely dumbfounded when his mother, Euphemia Potter, gave him 2 personal journals by Newt Scamander for his 20th birthday, just a few months before she died in July 1979. Ragnuk smirked. Perfect. Harry crowed. Luna would love that. There's also manuscripts for 2 unreleased books by Scamander as well. Oh, Hagrid, that would be perfect for Hagrid. Hermione chirped. Yes, it would. The manuscripts for Hagrid. 10,000 and a letter. He should be told where Buckbeak is.
Oh yes, he should. Harry, do you think McGonagall will let him keep Buckbeak at Hogwarts?
I don't know. I hope so. Talking of McGonagall, are you going to leave her anything?
May I make a suggestion, Harry? Ragnuk cut in. James's grandmother, Drizelda, was an avid collector of anything to do with the founders, not just of Hogwarts, but also of other famous organizations. Perhaps a handwritten Transfiguration book by Gryffindor, and something similar for any other professors. Oh, Harry, yes, but, can I have copies, please? Hermione begged. All right, yes, Hermione cheered. Something on potions for Snape, too, please. Harry added.
Certainly. Anyone else? Only Hermione. But I assumed she would be going with you, Harry. No, I won't be going all that far, but Hermione is. Well, Hermione is going to take a blood adoption potion and become the sister of Harry Potter, after he's dead. She won't be able to take the title, but her children will. As well as Clayman's Keep and a vault. Oh, my apologies, Miss Granger. I assumed the 2 of you were a couple, Ragnuk stammered. No, Harry and I see each other as siblings and have done for a few years, now. But no offense taken. Hermione began. No offense taken, at all, Ragnarok. But this is part of the reason for Harry Potter to die. I am gay, and Mrs. Weasley and Ginny Weasley have decided between them that they will drug me with a love potion and basically force me to marry Ginny. After that, it will either be a divorce, a very public one, portraying her as the victim, or a tragic accident. At least that's all Hermione and I can think of, unless of course, they intend to continue the drugging for life, Harry added. Ragnarok spluttered for a few minutes, until he realized that Harry and Hermione were doing the only thing they could. With all the different pressures that had been placed on Harry and what was surely coming, the only way to avoid being used like a trophy was to die. Harry, I'm sorry. You should never have been placed in this position, Ragnarok said quietly. No, I shouldn't have, but I was, and now I have to deal with it. This is the only way I can see, the only way that the public get their hero. Hogwarts gets her savior and I get a life. I don't really care what happens to the public image of Harry Potter. I won't be him, I will be Raven. As you say. Well, I'll have Rickbert flesh out the rest of the details for this. The only thing I need for the rest of this will is what you plan to do with Godric's Hollow, the other properties and the amounts for the vaults. Godric's Hollow is to be pulled down and made into a park, a muggle-friendly park. The other properties are to be sold and the money held for me as Raven. As for the vaults, do we have a final alien figure yet? Harry asked. Yes. 1,091,000 approximately for the Black Estate and 1,326,000, again approximately, for the Potter Estate. I've rounded down to the nearest 1,000 and have not included sickles or nuts, Ragnarok stated. Right. God, Harry shook his head. 100,000 for Draco. 10,000 for Teddy. 5,000 for Andromeda. Same for Tonks, Nymphadora. 20,000 for Remus. That's 140,000. The Black Family Vault, 750,000 in all vaults for the Black Family, books, portraits, etc. are to be connected to Teddy's title, but held in trust until he claims the title. However, Draco gets first choice of the furniture, whenever he's ready, for Black Manor and a selection of portraits, if he wants them and Remus approves of them. The rest of the money goes into a new vault for me as Raven. Add up the Weasleys and after all the mortgages are paid, 3/4 goes into a vault for Hermione. The other 1/4 is added to my Raven vault. All the portraits, books, artifacts, wands and furniture etc. are to be placed in vaults connected to the Potter title, but Ron gets to pick furniture for Potter Manor and select 10 portraits, with Hermione's approval. Certainly, Harry. Now, what say we break for the night? It's well after midnight. Rickbert will escort you to accommodation here in the bank and we'll pick this up in the morning. Ragnarok didn't really wait for an answer, he just rose to his feet, dipped his head and left. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. I guess, we're staying here then, Harry said. This way, please. Rickbert gestured. Harry's internal clock said it was well after dawn, when he woke. He picked up his glasses and put them on, idly wondering if the Gringotts healers could do anything for his eyesight, as glasses were a pain. He dressed and prodded Hermione as he headed for the connecting bathroom. 10 minutes later, the pair felt awake enough to continue with their plans. Opening the door, Harry was startled to see Rickbert with his hand raised to knock on the now open door. Good morning, Master Raven, Miss Granger. Director Ragnarok sent me to invite you to join him for a morning meal. This way, please. Rickbert blurted out, obviously just as startled as Harry. Thank you, Rickbert. Harry said. Good morning, Rickbert. Hermione added. More halls, more turns and they were back in Ragnarok's office. Harry felt a sense of relief to be in a semi-familiar space. Good morning, Harry, Hermione. Do you mind if we talk business as we eat? Ragnarok said without hesitation. Good morning, Ragnarok. Harry and Hermione spoke together. Not at all. Harry continued. There's so much to do, if we waited to eat, we'd likely never get finished. Oh, it's not that bad. Ragnarok grinned. Rickbert finished the Potter will's details, if you'll just read over it and note any changes needed. If there's no changes, Rickbert can write it up and a little later we'll get you to reread and sign it, as well as doing the reading of the will. Please don't stand on ceremony, serve yourselves whatever you wish. Ragnarok sipped his tea, watching as Harry picked up the piece of parchment and began to read.
Hermione poured Harry tea and placed it at his elbow. Just as Harry pulled the bowl of scrambled eggs closer and dished out a spoonful, his attention still firmly focused on the parchment in his hand. It was enlightening to watch the pair. Hermione dished for Harry and Harry dished for Hermione. They were so comfortable with each other that Ragnarok wondered how he could have not seen it earlier. They moved like twins, almost extensions of the other.
Harry finished reading and handed the parchment to Hermione, who very quickly scanned it. She laid it on the table and nodded to Harry. "That fine, Ragnarok. I happy with that," Harry commented. "Good. Rigbert? I'll get on it right away, Director," the young goblin assured them, picking up the parchment and moving to the second desk. "Sir? The inheritance tests are complete. Would you like me to bring them over before I start on the Potter wheel?" "Yes, please, Rigbert," Ragnarok replied. Rigbert placed a scroll and small piece of parchment beside Ragnarok's elbow and went back the other desk to continue his work.
Ragnarok studied the scroll, his eyes widening as he read.
"Well," he said, finally, "there's quite a bit to work with here." He laid out the scroll, pinning it down, so that Harry and Hermione could see it. "Oh, hell, Harry," Hermione groaned. "That list is huge." Harry grunted. "Maybe we can shorten it? All the purely financial inheritances, add them to my Raven vault." Ragnarok did something and perhaps a third of the list vanished. "Okay. Do what we did with the Black and Potter estates. One vault for jewelry. One for books, with a copy of all books to go to Hermione. Maybe send them straight to Clayman's Keep. Artifacts and wands in a third, portraits in a fourth and furniture in a fifth. All cursed items removed and if possible the curses broken, if not then destroyed." The list shortened significantly. "Right, so what have we got left? Do any of these leave the head of house title? Start a second column for those with head titles." All but 4 moved to the second column. "What are these for, Ragnarok?" "These are leaving a combination of homes, their contents and vaults. So lots of things, but no titles." "Right. Move everything, all the contents, to the itemized vaults. That leaves just the properties and the titles," Ragnarok confirmed. "The properties? Are there any close to Clayman's Keep? Within a few miles?" Harry asked. 2. Cider Orchard and Reaper's Run. But I have to say that the tenant for Cider Orchard has been running the place as a business for the last 5 years and is hoping that the new owner would be prepared to sell. Sell? I'd prefer Reaper's Run, anyway. Given Sirius was a grim and I've been nearly killed so many times, the name doesn't worry me, but it may need some work and that's not something I have any idea how to deal with. And the rest? Quietly, sell them. Maybe not at the same time, but sell them. Even the vacant land, commercial premises and businesses, see if the tenant is interested first, but sell, anyway," Harry ordered. "And the titles? Split them, again. Light, gray and dark. What happens if I don't claim the titles, but do claim the rest of each inheritance? Lady Magic will disperse the magic where she chooses and the title becomes extinct." As Ragnarok spoke the list shifted. The first section, that of just the 4, moved to a second piece of parchment, with notes for each property, one of them being Reaper's Run. The remains split into 3 separate lists, each with a heading. 1 read light, 1 read gray and the third read dark. 3 dark family titles, 7 gray and 28 light. Good heavens, Harry. Hermione was stunned. Of the light titles? Are there any that the bloodline is completely dead, no extended family for 3 generations? Harry asked. The list moved again and a 4th column was created. Good. Now, did any of these have children that started at Hogwarts between 1980 and 1989, but were withdrawn, for whatever reason?
5 titles moved into a new column. There was a sudden twist and the scroll changed orientation, lines running down rather than across. Ragnarok blinked and turned the scroll, so that it lay along the length of the desk.
Of these 5, list them in order of who died last. Sorry, I don't mean to be harsh, but I need to know. Harry added, as he saw the expression on Ragnarok's face. No, I'm not judging. Well, I am, but merely that I wasn't sure of how you planned to do this. I hold no animosity for the method of elimination, just that I am surprised that it's not a more random selection. Ragnarok assured Harry. In that case, I need a family that is completely dead by bloodline, one that I after claiming head of house title, can adopt myself into the bloodline with a Familia Sanguine potion. But it really needs to be a light family. We decided that me being a Parselmouth is part of why I would have been home-schooled. Hermione agreed with me when I said I needed to get out of the country and, well, Charlie Weasley always treated me like I was just another kid hanging around, and if I'm still a Parselmouth, dragons can understand me. Charlie knows. Ragnuk spluttered. No, not yet, he doesn't, but we planned on telling him, later. Hermione informed Ragnuk. Right. Just a moment. Ragnuk tapped the parchment and the names moved. Thanks. Number them 1 to 5 as they are and then list them by how isolated they are from Wizarding Society. The names jumped again, the top 2 staying as they were. Lastly, have any of their homes been destroyed in the war? The top 3 were marked. Thanks. Ragnuk. Neither Hermione or myself are all that knowledgeable about wizarding families. Of these 2, which would most people hear the name and be certain is was a light family. We need a family that it would be assumed to be so light, that they were afraid to let anyone know that there was a Parselmouth in the family. Hermione clarified.
Ah, that would be the Rowan Ashes. A traditionally light family, descended from the Peverells, Muggle-tolerant, but not so tolerant within the family. And not long after Dumbledore battle with Grindelwald there was rumor of a Parselmouth in the family that died inexplicably. As I said, they are descended from the Peverells, as was Salazar Slytherin. That's where the ability was first documented to come from. Canatos Peverell, the father of Antioch, Cadmus and Ignotus.
So, if I adopt myself into a bloodline that's documented to carry the possibility of Parseltongue, that's good, really good. Alright, then. I'll take Rowan Ash title. Very good. So, you're going to claim all the other inheritances, but discard the actual titles? Am I understanding that correctly? Yes, that's about it. Harry confirmed. Good. I'll get Rickbert to see to the details, when he's finished the Potter will. Healer Metlov and Cursebreaker Gurnrib are waiting for us, in the healer's wing. Shall we go there and discuss your scar? Ragnuk stood and gestured to the door. The healer's wing reminded Harry strongly of Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing, just without the windows. Tall arching ceilings, rows of beds with their fabric screens and a certain smell. Part cleaning supplies, part potions and part the scent of blood. As they had been since Ron's leaving, Harry and Hermione walked side by side. Entering the large room and crossing it to join Healer Metlov, the pair made a conscious effort to ignore the stares of the goblins lying on the many beds in use. Master Raven, Miss Granger, welcome to my domain. Please follow me. It would be best to do this without spectators. A few goblins looked away from the humans in acknowledgement of the healer's comment. The she-goblin lead them through the room and into a smaller chamber. Through this and once again they were in a large brightly lit room. Only this room had a single bed in it, exactly in the middle. Benches on both sides of the door were the only other furniture in the room. Master Raven. This is Cursebreaker Gurnrib. It he that will cast the charms that will encapsulate the Horcrux in your scar, and when you're ready, it is he that will destroy it. Metlov informed them, gesturing to a tall, for goblins, male goblin standing beside the bed.
Master Cursebreaker, Harry said politely. Master Raven, I would be honored if you would call me, Gurnrib, sir. The goblin replied. In that case, this is Hermione and I am Raven, Gurnrib. Best to introduce himself as Raven, as that was who he was going to be, eventually.
Thank you, Raven. So, why are we encapsulating the Horcrux, initially? Ah, well, currently I'm a Parselmouth and, we don't know whether that's because of the Horcrux or if it's hereditary. Ragnuk suggested just blocking the Horcrux will let me know if I will still be able to speak Parseltongue after it is removed, later. Ah. That makes sense. I'll ride up on the bed, then. Miss Hermione. If you like, you may stay with Raven, there is no danger from this treatment. Thank you, Gurnrib. Hermione smiled, sitting beside Harry's hip as he lay on the bed. Gurnrib drew a quill from a pocket and began to draw on Harry's forehead, chanting as he did. Harry felt an odd pull on the skin and a heated feeling rushed through his body, fading quickly. There we are, Raven. Sit up and, how do we test this, Director?
I have no idea, Gurnrib. Ragnuk answered. I can cast a Serpensortia charm. Hermione offered, and then vanish the snake once we're done.
The 3 goblins blinked at her. That would work, sir, Metlov commented. Very well, however, Gernrub. Would you create a containment area? And Hermione, if you would cast your spell within that area? I would prefer not to endanger my staff. Certain, Director. Gernrub turned and waving both his hands in time with his chanting, caused a bubble to shimmer blue. So you know where the containment area is, Hermione, he added.
Thank you, Gernrib. Hermione pulled her wand from her sleeve and began to flick it, before stopping. Ragnarok, if this works, will you allow me to use the charm to summon a Cerasus Florus, a cherry blossom dragon, for Harry to keep? A fully grown Cerasus Florus is less than 8 inches long.
If this works, I have no objections, but I suggest waiting until the Horcruxes are destroyed and the Dark Lord is dead, Ragnarok replied. What about a compromise? Harry asked. A compromise. If this works, Hermione summons a Cerasus Florus, but places it under a stasis charm. Once we're done with Voldy, I return here, I take the Familia Sanguine and then remove the stasis charm. And what if you should actually die? Then half of everything that I've claimed goes to Hermione, including the Cerasus Florus, and the other half goes to Gringotts. And if she doesn't live, either, give it to Charlie and tell him everything we've done. And Hermione's share is used as a trust for those who want to go to university but don't have the means. Ragnarok looked at Harry, his expression unreadable. Finally he nodded. Deal. He extended a hand for Harry to shake. Call your snake, Hermione. Sepensortia. Hermione said loudly. In less than a heartbeat a snake appeared, hissing its displeasure at its sudden relocation. Approximately equals SS stop. Approximately equals Harry hissed. Approximately equals what? US speak. How ISS it US speak, mans? Approximately equals my blood, SSCA led 1. My blood lets me understand you. It ISS a gift from Lady Magic herself. Approximately equals why was as I brought here, S speaker. Approximately equals there ISS a dark curse on me. I needed to know that breaking this curse would not SS top me from S speaking the tongue of the SSCA led 1 SS. And now we know I can, it ISS good. Approximately equals. Approximately equals what will happen to me, now, S speaker. Approximately equals we will SSEND you back where you came from. Approximately equals. Approximately equals please do not. I was as trapped there, the mans kept me in a glass box. If you will not keep me with you, SSEND me S somewhere I can hunt, S somewhere mans will not hurt me. Approximately equals the snake requested. Approximately equals 1 moment, while S speak to my friends. Approximately equals Harry turned away from the snake. Okay it works, but, the snake doesn't want to go back where you got it from, it said the man, or men, who had it, kept it in a glass box and heard it, Hermione. Can you send it somewhere else? What about the Forbidden Forest? Would that work? Hermione answered. Yeah, it would. Just a sec, while I tell the snake. Approximately equals my friend has a S solution. SSHE will SSEND you to a forest. There ISS plenty of prey, but at ISS near S school of mans. Unless your life or one of the mans hatchlingus, ISS at risk. You cannot bite the mans and hatchlingus from the S school. There ISS another S speaker that may go there, he ISS not to be trusted, he will hurt the hatchlingus. Approximately equals that ISS not good, hatchlingus are to be protected until they can hunt for them selves. I will guard them. I will not let them know I am there, S speaker. I hope to see you again, S speaker. I am ready. Approximately equals the snake coiled around on itself, its tongue flicking to taste the air. It's ready, Hermione. Send it, now. Harry said. Prohibitos autem ibis ad silvam. Hermione chanted and the snake vanished. So, we know blocking the Horcrux doesn't remove your ability to speak Parseltongue, Gernrub mused. No, Harry. What will you do once the Horcrux is removed? I have to stop Voldy. Kill him. Give me a few minutes, if you would, Director. I've a thought. I'd like to investigate a little more, and Metlov has the Horcrux identifier potion ready. Do that and I might be ready to make a suggestion. Gernrub said absently, as he began to pace. This way. Metlov lead them back into the small chamber and over to a metal workbench. If you'll put the other Horcrux locket in the tray, on top of the parchment, Hermione. Hermione reached into her beaded bag and withdrew a chain and locket. She let the locket rest on the parchment and pulled the chain around it. Thank you. You'd best step back. This potion doesn't mix well with human skin. Medlov warned, as she poured a thick, syrupy potion over the locket. As the potion oozed off the locket, it puddled on the parchment. Slowly it formed shapes. An open book. A circle. The locket. A cup with two handles. A headband or tiara shaped like a bird. A snake. And a silhouette of a human head. Hermione, you want to make a note of them, please? Harry asked.
Doing it. The book, that would have to be the diary. The circle, the ring Dumbledore found. The locket, we knew about. The cup, we suspected. The tiara, no idea. The snake, has to be Nagini. And, you, Hermione wrote as she spoke.
Looks like it. Harry sighed. This one? It's not a tiara. It's Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Reputedly lost, but Ragnarok trailed off. Oh. The images in the potion were changing. The book bled into the shape of a house. The circle bled into the familiar spires of Hogwarts. The locket stayed the same. The cup became the lopsided shape of the entrance to Gringotts. The diadem also became the spires of Hogwarts. The snake oozed until it was the same shape as the book had become. Harry's silhouette became the front of Gringotts.
Well, that's handy, Harry said. Now, we know where they are.
But, Harry, we don't know what the house is. Or where in Hogwarts the diadem is being kept. Hermione corrected. Yeah, I do. Look, the book shows a house, right? I asked Professor Dumbledore if I could give the book back to Mr. Malfoy. Okay, I might have used it to free Dobby, but Malfoy still took it with him. So that means that the house is probably Malfoy's, and as the snake is showing the same house, there's a good chance the snake is at Malfoy's place. And the diadem? It could be anywhere in Hogwarts. Hermione scribbled more notes in her book. No, there's only one place it could be, and that is? The place where all lost things go, the Room of Requirement. And just how are we supposed to find it in the middle of 1,000 years' worth of lost property, Harry Potter? Hermione ranted. Simple. We ask the room for it. What? The room gives you what you ask for, right? So I ask for a room that is empty except for the diadem. Oh, yeah, definitely a Slytherin, Harry, Hermione thought. No one spoke for a few minutes, as each thought quietly about what had happened and what still needed to happen. That means we're going to have to go to Hogwarts. Hermione finally broke the silence. Yes. But we were going to have to anyway. We need a place that we control, and who is headmaster? Snape. Exactly. Harry smirked. Ragnarok? Any chance of you asking Snape to come here? We could do with his expertise? Certainly, Harry. Ragnarok nodded. I'll see to that, immediately. Please excuse me. The director of the bank bowed slightly and left the two humans and the two goblins alone in the room. Raven. I've an idea. Gurnrib stopped pacing and leant against the edge of the workbench. You were the one to kill the basilisk, weren't you? Back in May 1993? That was you, was it not? Yes. Harry drew the answer out into a question. By right of conquest, it's yours. By now it is unlikely that anything but bones remains, but even its bones are still valuable. If you were to trade it to Gringotts, for rendering for potions ingredients, for an appropriate payment, of course. Perhaps the director will place, as part of that payment, a set of battle robes made from the hide of another basilisk. Basilisk hide is impervious to magic. All magic, even the killing curse. Gurnrib explained. Oh. Well, Harry's mouth opened and closed. When Ragnarok gets back, I'll talk to him about it. That might be a wise idea. If you're protected from the killing curse, removing the Horcrux from your scar early is a sound move. Gurnrib added. Indeed it is. Ragnarok said as he rejoined them. What were you suggesting, Gurnrib? Well, he commented that I was the one to kill a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, and so it was mine by right of conquest. He just suggested that maybe I should trade with Gringotts, its remains for a suitable payment. Harry was the one to answer. Oh, now that is interesting. Very interesting, indeed. Ragnarok nearly purred. I would like to follow Gurnrib's suggestion and ask for a set of basilisk hide battle robes. Oh, and fangs made into daggers. Harry gave Ragnarok an innocent grin. And how, Harry, Can I be certain the basilisk you killed is large enough to bring in enough gold to cover the cost of basilisk hide robes? Ragnarok asked. Well, I have grown slightly since then, you understand, but when it died, its lower jaw was as long as I was tall. I have no real comparison, I never saw it stretched out, it was always slightly coiled ready to strike. The jaw was as long as you? Ragnarok gasped. Harry just nodded. Oh sweet Morgana. The last basilisk harvested was over 30 feet long, but its jaw was barely 3 foot long. I wasn't the healthiest of kids, Madame Pomfrey wasn't pleased and probably still isn't, and I was the shortest boy in my year, but I still ended the year standing, roughly, 4'8".
That's a huge basilisk. A set of battle robes, made of basilisk hide, a dagger, made from a fang of that basilisk and soaked in basilisk venom. In exchange for the skeleton and the remaining fangs, Ragnarok offered a set of battle robes, made of basilisk hide, for me. 3 daggers, made from the fangs of the basilisk in question and soaked in basilisk venom. Harry countered, plus 1 ounce of venom, divided between 2 containers. And the rest of the skeleton is yours, including any shed skins.
Ragnarok sat back, studied the young man in front of him. All the information he had on this boy, no, this man, gave no indication that he was anything more than a typical Gryffindor, but what was in front Ragnarok was no Gryffindor, this he would almost say, was a Slytherin. Interesting, very interesting. Agreed. 1 set of battle robes, made of basilisk hide, to fit you. 3 daggers, made from the fangs of your basilisk and soaked in basilisk venom. 1 ounce of untainted venom. In exchange for the skeleton, the remaining fangs and shed skins. Ragnarok grinned. You should have held out for more, Harry. Nah. I'm good with that. Did you send an owl to Snape? Harry just grinned. No, I decided to flow call him instead. He'll be here when classes are done for the day. I did imply there was an issue with his personal accounts, otherwise I am not certain he would have agreed to come. Whatever you said, it's unimportant, as long as he comes. Harry stated. Now, can we remove this from my head and kill it? Please? The locket and the cup? Certainly, Harry. Medlov, of course. Back this way. Medlov lead them back into the large almost empty room. Lie back down on the bed. Would you like me to explain what I'll be doing? Please, Medlov. Harry agreed. Right. The first thing I'll be doing is having Gurnrub narrow the containment area as much as possible. Then I'll swab the area with a combination of antiseptic and a numbing agent. Once that is in place, we will have to wait 5 minutes for the anesthetic to reach peak effectiveness. I'll then use a silver blade to cut as close to the containment area as I can, before removing the body of the scar. Due to the containment charm, it's unlikely that the Horcrux will be able to detect that it's being moved. Once the skin piece is removed, I'll use a stasis charm to hold the wound as is until the Horcrux has been destroyed.
The reasoning behind this is simple. If treated magically before the Horcrux is destroyed, the healing charm will draw the Horcrux back into your skin, exactly as was prior to the removal. Once there's no Horcrux to be drawn, I can use a potion of Dittany mixed with Phoenix Tears to heal the wound. Medlov paused. An incidental side effect of the Dittany Phoenix Tear potion is the regrowth of unblemished skin.
Lovely. Get rid of the Horcrux and the scar all at once, yes, please, Medlov. Harry smiled happily. Once you're done here, Rickbert will take you to the vaults, Harry, Hermione. Is that all right with the 2 of you? When Hermione and Harry exchanged nods, Ragnarok turned to the healer. Medlov, do it. 6 long and tedious hours later, Harry and Hermione entered Ragnarok's office again. 4 hours digging through centuries worth of stuff and both were ready for a break. Potter? The black-haired former potions master turned headmaster gaped at his former student.
Professor, thank you for coming. Potter, what is the meaning of this? Snape glared.
Please read this, sir. Harry handed over a copy of the letter that he and Hermione had written. It stated, roughly, that Snape was a spy for Dumbledore and had provided information and training to Dumbledore, prior to his death, and Harry, during his attendance at Hogwarts.
What? Snape paled. What is this? What do you hope to achieve from this? He rose to his feet, drawing his wand.
It's not blackmail, Snape, settle down. What that is your get out of Azkaban free card. You and I know that Voldy made me into a Horcrux, and there's only one way for this to end. He and I will fight. But that doesn't mean that I can't take steps of my own. This is one. A second. There's a Horcrux in Hogwarts. No, I'm not going to tell you where or what it is. Third. Thanks to the goblins of Gringotts, I have the means to destroy it and the snake. Because, as of right now, they're the only two he's got left. But, I'm not, now. Did you know that a Horcrux in a living host can be forced into a specific part of that host, and that with a containment charm? It cannot tell if the host is living or dead.
What? Snape snapped. Harry didn't say anything, he just pushed his hair back from his, now unblemished, forehead.
Oh, God. Snape whispered, his eyes wide. I still have to fight him, though, but now we stand a chance of him dying, for real. A part of Harry was reluctant to lie to this man, but it was his life and the lives of his friends that were the line, and he was going to do whatever he had to live. If that meant lying to Snape, then so be it. What do you want from me, Potter? I want you to have some of the Hogwarts house elves take a group of goblins into the Chamber of Secrets. They're going to collect the remains of the basilisk I killed in second year. And to lock this conversation behind the strongest occlumency shields you have. That's all. I will, but I suggest that once the goblins have removed the basilisk, that you use a memory charm, so that until the Dark Lord is dead, not even I can access the memory of this meeting. I will teach you this charm, as it is not something you will have been taught at Hogwarts.
Thank you, Professor, Harry replied. Do not thank me, not until he is dead. Snape turned to Ragnarok. Where are the goblins that you want to send?
Outside in the hall. Bring them and their equipment in. Snape waited patiently until the group of 6 goblins stood holding their bags of tools. Mipsy, Snape called. There was a pop and a neat house elf matron stood before them. What is Headmaster wanting from Mipsy? The elf said reluctantly. Mipsy, Mr. Potter wants to send these 6 goblins into the Chamber of Secrets to remove the remains of the basilisk. Any particular elves, Potter? Snape replied, much to the elf's surprise. Mr. Potter, sir. The elf spun around, her eyes lighting up in joy.
Hello, Mipsy. Will you help us? Harry grinned. Mipsy and Hoggy's elves will help Mr. Potter, sir. She began to bounce on her toes in eagerness.
Thank you, Mipsy. Try not to give Headmaster too hard a time. He's got to let the Death Eaters think he's on their side, even though he's not.
Dobby and Creature swore he wasn't, but Mipsy's ears fell. Wheeze wasn't believing them. It's all right, Mipsy, it doesn't matter, now. He's not, but they can't know, no one can know. The elf nodded, frantically.
Potter? Snape asked. I think Longbottom may have figured it out. He's leading the school in your absence. He's causing unrest, disruptions to classes and ignoring teachers. A typical Gryffindor. Snape paused. You should be proud of him, he's doing the right thing by the students, Snape whispered. Go Nev. Harry grinned. Is there anything else, Potter? Snape sighed.
No, sir. See to these goblins, getting them in and out of Hogwarts, as many times as is necessary. Snape waited while Mipsy snapped her fingers and the goblins disappeared. Thank you, Mipsy. Now, Mr. Potter is going to cast a charm on me that will cause me to forget this conversation until after the Dark Lord's death. You must give me no indication that you are aware of this or aware of where my loyalties lay, understand? It is the only way to protect the children.
Yes, Headmaster. The elf nodded. Good. See that Mr. Longbottom is aware that he can ask the elves for food and medical supplies. Off you go, now. Snape directed and the elf nodded, and with another snap of her fingers she, too, disappeared. Now, Mr. Potter. The charm, Snape began. Would you prefer the Obsessa Mens or the Mentum Quotient or the Cogitations Clausa, sir? Harry smirked. Snape blinked at him for few seconds. I would prefer Mentum Quotient, Mr. Potter. Where did you know, Harry began cheekily, that the Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin? And if it hadn't been for Draco's arrogance, I probably would have let it. Snape looked absolutely horrified. A Potter in Slytherin? Never, he swore. No, but almost, Harry ginned. The charm, Mr. Potter. I only have a small amount of time before being away from the school is detrimental for the students.
You'll have roughly 30 seconds from casting it to get out of the room before I become aware of my surroundings. As Harry lifted his wand, Snape raised a hand to halt him. Good luck, Mr. Potter, do Hogwarts proud. He nodded and Harry pointed his wand at Snape and muttered the charm.
Harry watched as a glazed look rose in Snape's eyes. He sighed and gently pushed Hermione out of the room and into the office across the hall. Now what, Harry? She whispered. Now, we just have to wait while the goblins make me some battle robes and us some daggers. Daggers for us? I'll have one. One for me. One for you. One for later. And I need to have a private chat with Ragnarok, too. Wow. Harry, Hermione hesitated. I know, but I'm not saying. A boy has to have some secrets, doesn't he?
Hermione grinned. You and your secrets. Harry sighed and draped an arm over Hermione's shoulders.
We're getting close, now. I can feel it. Another night here and we'll be ready to leave.
We've been through the Black and Potter vaults and worked out who's getting what. You've summoned my Cerasus Florus and she's in stasis, waiting. Metlov is making the potions, for me to blood adopt you and to adopt myself into the Rowan Ash bloodline. Once my battle robes and the daggers are done, we'll leave. I'm thinking maybe the Forest of Dean. I'll ask Ragnarok send a goblin to Confronting Ron and send him there after us.
Why bring Ron back? I don't understand. Hermione frowned.
Because leaving Ron out is not going to go well, for us or anyone else. If Harry Potter left his best mate out of his plans, there'd be questions and I don't want that. But bring him back and Ron's fame as the mate of the boy who lived will be secure, even when Harry Potter tragically dies dueling the Dark Lord. No one will look too hard, it will be too painful for most.
And what will Ron and I be doing? Hermione frowned. You and Ron will deal with the diadem. It has to be destroyed a set amount of time after Voldy reaches Hogwarts. I want Neville and Luna to go after the snake. If he haven't got it by the time the diadem is gone, you two help him? I have to find Draco and warn him, then I have to draw Voldy out. I'll give you a basilisk fang dagger and a phial of venom. Gernrub says, even just pouring the venom on Nagini will kill the Horcrux, but it'll be safer for all of us, if she loses her head. Harry looked at Hermione hard. You think between the four of you, you can do that? We can. What are you going to tell Ron? About the daggers and destroying the Horcruxes? I'm thinking that it needs to have Snape in there somewhere, but stick close to the truth. Maybe say we came to Gringotts for money and Snape came. We talked, got the daggers and Gringotts removed the Horcrux from my scar and told us how to kill the rest and what they were. And that as soon as we were done we went back where Ron could find us. Hermione added. Sound like a plan. Harry grinned. Familia sanguine family bloodline, rough trans. Cerasus Florus equals cherry blossoms prohibitos autumn ibis ad silvam equals to the forbidden forest you go. Harry opened his eye to see the ceiling of a lime-washed room.
What? The last thing he remembered was Dobby. Dobby apparating them out of Malfoy Manor. Dobby with a knife in his tiny body.
Dobby. Harry sat up with shout, his head echoing in pain.
Harry, Hermione cried, where's Dobby? Dobby. Harry tried to get escape Hermione's hands. Dobby.
He's alive, Harry. Bill Weasley's voice cut through his frantic mind. Alive. Just. But, we had to bind him to a witch. Without the extra magic, he would have died. Even Phoenix tears weren't going to be enough, not by themselves.
I did it, Harry. Hermione whispered. He's bound to me. He saved my life and if binding him to me saves his. I'm okay with that.
Harry fell back against the pillows in relief. Alive, he's alive. Thanks, my own, he mumbled. That is enough. Ari moused street. Fleur's heavy accent drifted through the door. You all moused rest. She's right. You all need rest. Luna, Hermione. The two of you are in the room across the hall. Ron? That bed's for you. Mr. Ollivander is upstairs, as is the goblin. Dobby's beside the kitchen. Come on, everybody out. Rest. Bed, now, Bill ordered. Harry closed his eyes and drifted. Slowly memories filtered back into his mind. Had he and Hermione really gone to Godric's Hollow? Why? He vaguely remembers a wreath of flowers in front of a headstone. But there was an old woman. Who was she? And the boy in the photograph? Why did he think that was Gellert Grindelwald? And Ron? Did Ron really pull him out of a frozen pond? Why was he in the pond to start with? How did they end up in Malfoy Manor? Why can't he remember? All right there, Harry. Ron's voice came from the other bed. No, I can't remember. Harry whined. Remember? Remember what? Hermione and I were in Godric's Hollow. Why? The old woman. Who was she? The boy in the photo? The pond? The Malfoys? I don't remember any details. Or how? Or why? Harry whispered. Oh, well, Hermione never said, just that the trip to Godric's Hollow was personal. Fleur and the goblin healer said you had a knock to the head, something about a concussion? And Hermione told her that you already had one from a fight with the snake, so they decided you might have multiple ones. Ron answered, like someone repeating phrases they didn't understand. Great. Just great. It was, really. Going into a large battle with people thinking he already had head injuries. That was good for his plans. After the battle he could plant the dummy homunculus that Gringotts made him and let people think the duel was too much strain on his already injured body. Yes, that would work. His fingers drifted to the inside of his left elbow, to the slightly raised surface of the goblin's work. Gernrub and one of his apprentices had created a decoy. The homunculus, a body that would never live, it mirrored Harry right down to the, now non-existent, scar and was even dressed in the same clothes as his basilisk hid battle armor was glamored to look like. They'd shrunk the homunculus even further, making it flat and sliding it under his skin. All he had to do was cut the skin, pull it out and resize it. As the thing was under his skin and tied to him and his magic, it mirrored his injuries. But once it was removed from contact with his skin, it would die. And given that it was made with goblin magic, no witches or wizards should ever be able to tell it wasn't Harry's real body. Sleep pulled at him and Harry surrendered to its grasp, contingencies and alternatives still running through his mind. It was 3 days before Harry was about to look around without experiencing a weird double vision or becoming off balance. Fleur checking him over each day, him and the others. But now they needed to move, to act. Bill, I need to speak to the goblin, Harry stated, alone. Hermione and Ron objected, but eventually it was Fleur that told them the goblin wasn't well enough for more than one person. Harry entered the room and crossed to the window. How are you? He asked. Alive. The goblin answered, as though the rest was unimportant. And given what he'd been through, it probably was. You probably don't remember that you showed you to your vault, the first time you came to Gringotts, even amongst goblins, you're famous, Harry Potter. And the plans you've made with the director. Yes, I know who you are. Good. I need you to go to Gringotts and tell Ragnarok, we're going to Hogwarts, tonight. Tonight? And he will know what to do with this information? Yes, he will. Then I will wish you well, Harry Potter. May the raven take flight. Griphook bowed from his seat. Thank you, Griphook. Harry left the room and gathered on the landing with Ron and Hermione. What did you say? Will he help us? Ron asked. Does he know where the other Horcruxes are? It had taken some thought, but in the end, Harry and Hermione had told Ron that Gringotts had given them the cup and helped them destroy it and the locket. But they'd not told him about Harry being a Horcrux or the location of the diadem. Yes. The diary was at Malfoy Manor, that was part of why he was there, Harry said, and while it wasn't really a lie, it certainly wasn't the complete truth. Gringotts knows that the diadem is at Hogwarts, and while they have no idea where she is, they know that the snake will be with Voldy. If we go to Hogwarts, we can draw him out. If I can get Snape to send the Firsties and the Slytherins away, then we'll... Snape? Why would he do that? That'd be helping us, Ron asked. Snape's ours. Always has been. But he's on his own until Voldy dies, then the memory charm will break in. Memory charm? What memory charm? Ron screwed up his face in confusion. A while back he decided that the safest thing for him and the students was for him to have his memories blocked. They're still there, just shut away. No one can access them, not until Voldy is dead. I wish I'd known about the charm before Draco was obliviated, at least he would have known who he was fighting for. Draco? Malfoy? He tried to kill us. Not really. Didn't you see him hesitate? Hermione asked. Somewhere inside, something remembers. He had iritum memorias used on him, and I don't know if it can be reversed, Harry whispered. Remembers what? Ron. Draco gave me information, told me plans, He never wanted to be a Death Eater. That took hours of negotiations before he agreed. Not hours, agreed. You planned this? He worked for you? Malfoy? Since when?
The first time he gave me information was, 3rd year. After the train, but before we reached Hogwarts. He fed me little bits all year. And he just hadn't been aware of it. He hadn't known that Harry was listening when he told Snape.
But, Malfoy, Ron spluttered. Oh, Ron. Hermione sighed. Get over it. We've more important things to sorry about. Like getting into Hogwarts. The door beside them opened and Fleur emerged. Harry wondered how much she'd heard, but he knew the best way to start a rumor was to not do it yourself. Fleur would be the one to tell the Order about Snape and Draco's altered memories, not Harry. It was almost dark before they were ready. The 4 of them stood on the top of the dunes, dressed in dark clothes. Ron might have been shorter than Bill, but he only had to turn up the legs of his borrowed jeans once or twice, whereas Harry... Well, it was a good thing that Hermione still had her beaded bag, with the battle robes Gringotts had made him. The glamour on them made it look like he was wearing jeans and a zipped sweatshirt. Hermione had taken advantage of the last few days and washed all her clothes, so it was she and Luna that had the greatest selection. Poor Luna looked decidedly uncomfortable in black and gray, but she was determined that they would not stand alone. To Hogsmeade? Hermione asked. Yeah, Bill reckons Aberforth, at the Hog's Head, can get us into the castle. I dunno how, but Bill is certain. Well, they're still in the Order, right? Maybe they know something? The 7 secret passages were all closed when term started. Luna informed them. Aberforth's is the only way in or out. And Neville is the only one who can open it from inside the castle. To Hogsmeade. Harry, Hermione Ron stated. Hermione grasped Luna's hand. Harry closed his over theirs and Ron over his. A deep breath, a nod, and the hated pull. They spun out of nothing, surrounded by gray buildings, gray shadows and gray fog. A second later, a squalling sound, not unlike a cat's yowl, sounded, and kept sounding. People's voices were heard yelling and the sounds of snow crunching underfoot reached their ears. The alarm fell silent as the 4 dashed out of the street and hid among the tables of Madame Rosmerta's outdoor area. It took only seconds before they heard the feet of searchers, their attempts at stealth, failing abysmally. The searchers drew closer and closer and, the cat-like screech began again and the searchers abandoned the tables. The 4 waited for nearly a minute before they began to move, threading their way between buildings, heading for back alley path to the Hog's Head. Only to be stopped by a gate. Hermione rattling it, in her frustration. In here, Potter. A whispered voice came from behind them. Harry exchanged glances with his friends and headed for the voice. Regardless of who it was, they stood a better chance against one person than against the large group of searchers. As they entered the door, they were pointed in the direction a set of stairs that lead down into darkness. This quickly distracted them from the face of their benefactor. Once in the cellar, Ron spoke. Did you get a look at, I am? He said so fast, his tongue almost tripped over the words. For a second I thought it was. I know, Dumbledore, Hermione answered. The 4 looked around the cellar, looking for clues. The only thing to be seen was a large painting that of a young woman, wearing a pretty blue and white striped pinafore, trimmed in black. She was walking towards them, someone close on behind her. She waved, smiled and nodded. The painting opened like a door and the 4 saw who had been with her. Neville? Heya, Harry. Neville grinned, his face battered and cut. How y'all doing? Harry said in shock. Like hell, I reckon. This is nothing. Seamus is worse. He paused. Hey, flat, we've got a couple more coming through. He added as an older man descended the stairs. Neville led them through a long, narrow, winding tunnel. The sides roughly hewn from rock, catching their clothes as they went. Eventually the rocks gave way to neatly carved stone work. Let's have a little fun, shall we? Neville grinned. He opened the door, which was another picture, and brought them to the attention of the gathered students. Time pasted, a confrontation was had and now Harry stood alone. Ron and Hermione had the diadem and were under orders to destroy it after a set amount of time. Neville and Luna were hunting for the snake. But Harry was here for a fellow student, not a Horcrux. He watched the milling students run, waiting until he saw the blonde head of the young Malfoy. He quickly ran across the hall,
grabbing Malfoy as he went, dragging him into an abandoned room.
Potter. Malfoy gasped. What the hell? I wanted to say thanks, Malfoy. Harry began. What? Say, what? Potter, what are you doing here? Draco didn't quite know how to react. I'm here to give you an out. An out? What the hell is an out, and why would I want it? Harry handed Draco a copy of the same piece of parchment he'd given Snape. Read that. Draco lifted the parchment to eye height and with one eye watching Harry, he read the letter. His hands fell, his wand at his side. Is this true? Did I really? But, why? Because you know that Voldy is evil. You know that he has no loyalty. He demands it from his followers, but doesn't give it back. He cares for nothing. Nothing but staying alive. He will do anything, sacrifice anyone, as long as he is the one standing at the other end. Harry took a deep breath. This is our home, Draco. This castle. The children in it are our brothers and sisters, the professors, our aunts and uncles. Our family. And Voldy wants to destroy it. Our home. He wants to destroy our home. I plan to stop him. Hermione's with me. So is Ron and Neville and Luna and Seamus and Dean and... Harry's voice trailed off. Harry straightened his shoulders and tilted his head as he made eye contact with Draco. Will you help me? Help me protect our home? Our family? Or will you let that monster destroy everything we hold dear? Harry's eyes begged, pleaded, implored Draco. The blonde blinked and blinked again. My mother? If she's not marked, she's safe. Your father, on the other hand. With that letter, you and he should be able to get him off with house arrest, but he's not going to just walk away, Draco. I know. As long as mother is safe, that's all I care about. She's the one that tells you what's happening in his court. Yes. Then, when you're asked, say that. I'm sure someone with your talent for words can spin it, that she knew you were telling me. Just don't lie. Put a spin on your words, sure, but don't lie. Will you speak for her? Draco whispered. It was so hard to get the words out. If I'm asked, yes. I'd speak for you or for your mother, but not your father. Thank you, Harry, Draco said hesitantly, sliding the parchment into his trouser pocket. You've given me the means to defend my family. I'll help you defend our home. What do you want me to do? The Order of the Phoenix is coming. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Professor Lupin, Tonks, the Twin Terrors, the rest of the Weasleys and their parents, Fleur Delacour, Luna, Neville. Get to the twins' older brother, Bill. He's a redhead of course, tall, werewolf scars on his face. You can't miss him. Tell him I said, Dobby's free. He'll put you where he thinks you'll do the best good. Until you find him, help Filch or Pomfrey. And what about Professor Snape? I blocked his memory. Until Voldy's dead, I can't do anything for him. His orders. Voldy relies on him too much. He can't let Voldy know. And Voldy's got not hesitation using legilimency on him. Once this is over, and it will be today, one way or another. Once it's over, the memory charm will be lifted. Draco looked at him and nodded. Snape's meeting him at the boat shed. I hope you've got a plan, Potter. Yep. We will win, Draco. We will keep our home safe. The two sighed. Ready? Ready. Draco agreed. Then let's do this. The two young men emerged from the room, shook hands and went their separate ways. They had jobs to do. The blonde flicked his wand and threw a shield between a redhead and a Death Eater. Thanks. The redhead gasped. You Bill? Yeah. Pot Harry told me to tell you, Dobby's free, okay? You with us? Bill asked. This is my home, I will defend it, Draco stated calmly. Right, then. Let's make a statement, shall we? Bill said to the shorter man. Let's, Draco smirked. Draco automatically slid into position, fractionally behind Bill's right shoulder, and the two went into battle together. The Curse Breaker and the Death Eater's son, side by side. Harry, meanwhile, was making his way towards the boat shed. He had a bad feeling about this meeting and hoped like hell he was wrong. But just in case, he had Ragnuk's portkey ready to go. Listening to the monster and the headmaster talk and not acting was hard. A lot harder than Harry anticipated, but until the snake was dead, he couldn't kill Voldemort. Waiting and hearing Voldemort abandon Snape, Harry held his nerve by the skin of his teeth. Hearing Voldemort apparate away, Harry was up and moving, fast. He slid to his knees beside the potion's master, his hand reaching for the wounds on the man's neck before stopping, just short of contact. He carefully grasped the man's hand and activated the portkey. Medlov! He screamed. Goblins came running from all directions. Medlov! Here! The little healer slid to her knees beside them.
Nagini, the snake, she got him, she tore his neck. Help him, please, please, Harry begged.
Medlov snapped her fingers, potions and bandages began to appear beside her. I will do everything I can, young master. You should go, you have a duel to end. Potter, Snape whispered. Memories, take, pensive, his hands gesturing. Animus apertus. I know, Snape, I know what Dumbledore wanted, but it's not necessary, not anymore. Rest, heal, I got this. Harry chanted the counter to the mind charm he'd laid on Snape in Ragnarok's office. The headmaster's eyes widened as his memories returned. Look at me. Snape begged. Harry took a deep breath and raised his eyes to meet Snape's. You have your mother's eyes. Snape's eyes rolled back in his head and he went lax. What? Harry cried. Snape, he's all right, Raven, I just knocked him out. I can't have him moving while I work on him. Harry fell backwards with relief. A hand touched his shoulder. You have to go back, Harry, you have to stop him. I know, Ragnarok. Do you have another portkey, for later? I used the one you gave me, to bring Snape here. Harry touched the chain around his wrist. Ragnarok touched a finger to the chain and whispered. Portus tutum. Harry gave a smile. He stood and looked at the goblins as they worked on Snape.
Thanks. There was a crack and he was gone. In the forest, Harry's face was pressed into the sticks and leaves of the forest floor. A woman knelt beside him. He could smell her perfume, soft and sweet, like lilies, but not quite. Her fingers on his neck twitched in time with his pulse.
Is he alive? She whispered. Is Draco alive? He fights for Hogwarts. Harry whispered. He stands with Bill Weasley. The woman, Harry assumed it to be Draco's mother, stood slowly and turned before she spoke clearly. Dead. Was all she said. Harry heard a wail. It sounded like Hagrid, but the effects of the killing curse breaking on the basilisk-hide battle robes left his hearing distorted, slightly. Arms gently lifted him and sobs were heard. Yep, that was Hagrid. He stayed loose-limbed and draped in Hagrid's arms for what seemed like an age. Voldemort spoke, his voice dull and boring to Harry. All he was concentrating on right now was getting control of his body back. He'd have to have a word with Gernrib. He said basilisk hide was impervious to the killing curse, and while Harry was alive, had no control over his own body, he was completely vulnerable. Finally, he felt his fingers twitch, and without actually moving he worked his way through his body, testing his limbs and determining what worked and what didn't. Then a massive shudder run through the air and Voldemort was screaming for Nagini. Harry opened his eyes fractionally. He saw the broken stones of Hogwarts walls. Death Eaters cried out in shock as Voldemort screamed in rage and shock. While everyone's eyes were on Voldemort, even Hagrid's, Harry slipped from Hagrid's grasp and tumbled over some rubble. He knew he only had one chance at this. Harry! Hagrid yelled, but it got lost in the din of Voldemort's rage.
Harry pulled himself behind an arch. He ran the wand in his hand across the skin of his elbow, peeling it back to expose the homunculus.
A tap with the wand as he whispered the enlarging charm, and looking at the thing was like looking in a mirror. He slipped the invisibility cloak from his pocket and draped it over his shoulders. A yank and the homunculus was on its feet, or looked like it was. Harry slid one of its arms under the edge of the cloak and let his arm be exposed. He half dragged, half lifted the homunculus around the arch and stood where he, or rather the homunculus, could be seen, covered in blood from head to toe. Protega horribilis, he yelled, casting a shield between Voldemort's people and the defenders. For 1 second there was complete silence. Then Harry's voice rang out, still harsh and broken. Avada Kedavra! He screamed. Green light filled the courtyard and Voldemort's body was thrown through the air and crashed into a wall, falling ungracefully in a heap. A scream of shock and fear went up from both defenders and from Death Eaters, but nobody moved.
Letting go of the wand, Harry slipped free of the homunculus and, still under the cloak, stepped back. The homunculus held itself up for longer than Harry expected, but gravity won and it collapsed to the ground. When Harry glanced at it as he stepped behind the arch again, he saw that its fingers were less than an inch from the wand he'd dropped, the wand he'd used to kill Voldemort. A cry of, not pain or despair, but of almost the two together, and Draco was running. Scrambling over rocks, Hermione at his side. Draco fell to his knees beside the homunculus. No, 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 Harry. No, please, no. He cried repeatedly.
Harry, please. No, no, please. Hermione was no better. McGonagall was there pushing the two of them out of the way. Her fingers went to the neck of the fake. Her shoulders fell and she laid a hand on Hermione's shoulder. She pushed herself to her feet. Poppy? Will you check him? Poppy Pomfrey was already on her way. She waved her wand over the body and shook her head. There was silence. Everyone waited with bated breath to hear her report. He's gone. There's no heartbeat, no brain activity. He's dead. Her voice hitched. Harry's dead. A noise rose. The death of Harry Potter broke people and remade them. People chose sides and the fighting resumed. Within minutes, the Death Eaters were crushed. They lay bound and tied. There was no forgiveness from the defenders. When Narcissa Malfoy stood side by side with Molly Weasley and worked to take down her own sister, Bellatrix, people began to understand what Harry had given them. Draco walked into the Great Hall beside Bill Weasley, crossing with him to check on Ron and Hermione. He dropped onto a bench beside Ron, leaning shoulder to shoulder with the redhead, as they held watch over Harry's body. When Molly collapsed in shock at the sight of one of her boys laid out with the dead, Narcissa and Remus Lupin were the ones to catch her before she hit the floor. Percy had pushed Fred and George aside and taken a killing curse meant for his younger brothers, the twins told their mother, clinging to each other. Hermione looked at Ginny as she sobbed into her father's arms. He knew, she said. What? Who knew? Knew what? Arthur asked. Harry. He knew what Ginny planned. Ginny. What? She was heard, you know, talking with Molly. Ginny had frozen in shock. Talking about what, Hermione? Bill asked. He stood behind Ron and Draco, a hand on their shoulders. Ginny wanted to give Harry a love potion. She said she should be his wife and Molly agreed with her, told her that she'd make the potion, that it didn't matter if Harry was gay, with the potion he would love Ginny. There was silence. But, that's not how Amortentia works. Draco stated. It can't change gender preference, none of the love potions can. No, they cannot. Madame Pomfrey agreed. And children conceived with the aid of Amortentia lack the capability to feel love and affection. Ginny's face paled and horror replaced the embarrassment she'd been feeling. They what? Hermione asked, her voice cold and hard. Children conceived with a parent under the effects of Amortentia are physically incapable of love and affection. It is believed, but not proven, that this is because the act used to conceive them is the equivalent of rape. The ICW is trying to get the use of Amortentia to carry the same penalty as the Imperious Curse, as both force the victim to act under another's control. The Medi-Witch lectured. Hermione turned to Ginny. And you wanted to do that to Harry. She took a deep breath. I cut all ties with Ginevra Molly Weasley. I refute all declarations of friendship. I will not acknowledge her existence from this day forward. Gold light bathed Hermione and settled about her shoulders. Ginevra. Arthur gasped. You, Molly, I have never been more ashamed. We will discuss this later. How dare you? Arthur shook his head in disbelief. Harry is a good boy. How could you even think it? He said he was gay, Dad. He can't be. He's the boy who lived, our savior. Ginny whined. He can't be gay, it's unnatural. Molly added. No, it's not. Madame Pomfrey argued. Sexual preference is built into a child as it is created in the womb. Just as Ronald has red hair, Harry had black hair. Just as Fred has brown eyes, Harry had green eyes. Just as Bill is left-handed, Harry was right-handed. Just as George is heterosexual, Harry was homosexual. He was born that way. And if you think it's unnatural, what about your own sons, Charlie and Percy? What about them? Are they unnatural? Arthur's voice was harsh. Percy. What? Molly stammered. Both Charlie and Percy have stated that their affections lay with men, not women. Bill told his mother. Were you intending to drug them, too? And what about the children that would have called you grandmother? Would you sentence them to a life empty of love?
Molly paled even further as the possible damage she could have caused was made known to her. She swayed and sat heavily. He was like a son. I just wanted him to be a part of our family, officially. She whispered.
That was Harry's decision to make, not yours, Hermione said.
Bill sighed. What he was about to say was going to hurt and he just knew it. He was hurt. Before. I mean, what? How? Draco asked.
Dobby brought Harry, Hermione, Ron, Luna, Ollivander and a goblin to Shell Cottage. Harry was unconscious and Fleur was working on Dobby, so I flew-ed Gringotts and got a healer to come to the cottage. Metlov said Harry already had a severe concussion from before then, and with the blows he'd just received, he now had multiple concussions. He had trouble standing, his balance was off and his distance judgment was impaired. Metlov believed that his condition would improve, but recommended at least a week of bed rest. That was just 3 days ago. Madame Pomfrey nodded. That sounds like Harry, she said.
Draco gave a weak chuckle. How like him. He asked me to help defend our home and then dies. Anything to avoid the cleanup, E.H. Potter.
That is so, George started. Like our Harricans, Fred added.
Irritum memorias equals cancel memory. Portus tutum equals safe harbor. Draco and Hermione's cries were still ringing in Harry's ears when the grey stones of Hogwarts twisted into the pale cream marble of Gringotts, Healer's Wing. He was in the exact same spot as he had been when he brought Snape here. A sob caught in his throat, but he swallowed it back. Now was not the time to break down. Looking up, he saw Metlov still working feverishly on Snape. He stood and on silent feet crossed to stand at the foot of the bed holding the older man. Metlav's eyes met his and with a nod to the man and a raised eyebrow, Harry asked after him. Metlov smiled, nodded and waved Harry away. He ducked behind a screen, a bare second before Snape's voice was heard. Gob. Lin. Hea. Lur. Wah. It was raspy and cracked, but it was still Snape's voice. Headmaster Snape, you are in Gringotts. Young Master Potter brought you here. The damage to your neck from the snake is significant. You're on bed rest for another day and on limited physical activity for at least a week. I've done what I can, now it's up to you to be patient. Your magic will be focused on your recovery, so you may find a lessening of its strength for the next few days. Try not to speak too much, it will aggravate your throat. Metlov warned. Warts? He asked, seeming to ignore the goblin's last sentence. Nothing official yet, Metlov replied. Offie. Seal. The one-word question asked a lot. Unofficially, it's still standing. Voldemort is dead. More than that. Snape didn't speak this time, but he did close his eyes in the blink version of a bow. Rest now. We'll send word to Hogwarts that you're alive, and when the castle is deemed safe, or when tomorrow comes, you may leave. Metlov didn't wait for a response before she left him.
Harry, meanwhile, had staggered across the room and slumped himself down on a seat. He was so tired and his head hurt badly. Maybe his concussions weren't as insignificant as he'd made them out to be.
Metlov bustled over and tugged Harry to his feet. Gently, she bullied him out of the door, through her workroom and into the same room they'd used when Gernrib blocked the Horcrux in Harry's scar. An insistent push and Harry flopped down on the bed. Easy, young Raven, easy. She crossed to a table that hadn't been there the last time he'd been in this room. Do you want to sleep first, or will you do this now? She held up a silver file.
Now. Harry Potter is dead. Harry's voice was dull and quiet.
I know, Raven. I spoke with Ragnarok earlier. He asked for Famila Sanguine, but when he told me what you planned to do with it, I suggested that a different potion be used. Familia Sanguine is used predominantly for adopting children. It works, but it works best on a developing system. Not so good for adults, unfortunately. So I've made up the variant. Confugerit ad sanguine is best used on a mature body. It's stronger, than the ad younger sanguine potion you asked for Hermione. The changes will be more defined, and best of all, once the changes are complete, we have a few minutes before they set, to alter your appearance, if you don't like something. Harry nodded and held out a hand for Metlov to place the file in. It will take approximately 1 minute from the time you swallow it, to the time the potion begins to work. After that, the longest process we have on record is 34 minutes and 28 seconds, so it will be all over inside an hour. I have to warn you, Raven, that it's likely to be painful. Your growth has been stunted and the potion will force a height change through your bones. It may change your eyesight, I certainly hope so, if not, that is a change we can make before the potion sets the bloodline. Harry just nodded and with a salute gesture, tipped the phial and swallowed the potion. Good lad, now while you wait, strip down. Those robes won't stretch with you, she warned. Harry nodded tiredly and without a thought to privacy or dignity, began to pull the basilisk hide robes off, dropping them to the floor and falling face first onto the bed. A half-hearted shove and the pillow was pushed to the floor to join the bloodied robes. At first there was nothing. Then slowly, a flush of heat ran through his body, starting from his stomach and working its way out. The heat built and built until it was a fire. It burned, roared. His eyes felt they were boiling in their sockets and a headache raged behind them. Metlov watched as Harry's body twisted and writhed. His skin literally crawled as it stretched to accommodate his lengthening bones. Muscles stretched and contracted in time with his gasping breaths. Fingers opened and closed, over and over, again. Harry held on, as the fire burned itself out, eventually. He had no sense of time, but counted his heartbeats as they lead the race to reshape him from the inside out. As fire died to embers and the embers faded to ashes, Harry made a conscious decision to think of himself as Raven, now. He'd made the plans, laid their foundations, followed them to their fiery conclusion, and now he had to live with the consequences of his actions. The only consolation was the knowledge that the people he cared about were safe. Raven heaved a deep breath and winced. His ribs ached and his muscles around them pulled, tightly. Ouch, he whispered. He pulled another breath by reflex, his voice was almost the same, a fraction deeper maybe. Why that surprised him, he didn't know. Raven, Metlov leant over him. Let's get you up. We're still tight on time. You need to look yourself over and decide on any alterations to your appearance. Come on, now, up you get, my lad. The healer let Raven struggle upright, by himself. She knew that he wouldn't appreciate help just yet. Once on his feet, Raven staggered over to stand in front of the door, where, with a flick of her fingers, Metlov transfigured the surface from timber to a reflective silver mirror. Raven studied his face. He'd kept the green eyes, but they'd paled from deep emerald to a softer sage green with streaks of forest green, and the brows above them weren't so heavy. His cheekbones were more prominent and his jaw was sharper. His lips were fuller, and now he had a scar running from his left cheek down through both lips, towards a dimpled chin. Wonder where that came from, he thought. The similarities were there, but this face would never be mistaken for that of Harry Potter. Not even the hair was quite the same. Similar but not the unruly mess that Hermione despaired of. Now it was longer, softer, with gentle waves that let it curl around his shoulders and fall over his ears. His eyes lowered and roamed over his new body. Taller, broader in the shoulders, but still wiry and lean. Narrower in the hips with longer legs, but for some reason his feet were still the same. He could see the scar that Vernon caused, when he dropped a brick on Harry's foot. Gone were the knobbly knees. His legs were now toned and strong. His stomach and chest rippled with muscle, clearly defined and ropey. Raising his eyes again, Raven met his reflection's gaze, and it was only at the point that he realized that his glasses were still on the floor with the gory robes. He could see. Metlov, he called, turning around. I don't think I need to change much, really. Maybe a hint of red in my hair, something to remember Lily Potter by. Metlov hummed. Solid red or tints, just hints, here and there, not solid, something that only shows up in strong light. That I can do. Tell me when to stop, the healer advised. Raven turned back to the mirror door and focused on his reflection's hair. Watching as the color began to soften from the unrelieved black, hints of burgundy, auburn and cinnamon bled through and gave it the appearance of more body. That's fine, Metlov, any more and it'll be too much. I don't want to look more like her now than I did before. Indeed you don't, Raven. Metlov agreed. Ragnarok has ordered that you be provided with a room, and I want you to wash, eat and then sleep. When you wake, we'll have an update on Hogwarts. He's dead. You wouldn't have come back unless he was. We never doubted that, Raven. Raven slept for nearly 16 hours. When he did wake, it was to a raging thirst. He climbed from the bed and staggered into the adjoining bathroom, sitting on the edge of the tub. Because his legs were feeling like rubber, he filled and emptied a glass over and over. Finally his thirst was quenched and he debated the merits of a shower versus a bath. It was his legs that convinced him that a bath was the safer option. When he'd stood to use the toilet, his legs trembled and could barely hold him upright. Back on the edge of the tub, he turned the taps and watched in a daze as the massive tub filled. An hour later, much more put-together Raven emerged from the bathroom. A fluffy towel wrapped around his waist and a tiny, pinkish dragon with shimmering, almost metallic scales clung to his hair as it sat on a bare shoulder. The little creature had highlights and undertones of the flowers, both the white and the deep burgundy, it used as a camouflage. He was greeted by the smell of a mouth-watering breakfast. Eggs, bacon, sausages, tomatoes, mushrooms, muffins, jam, marmalade and a fruit salad. His stomach's rumbles were echoed by the faint sounds of the dragon's hunger. A knock at the suite's door had him moving again. Opening the door to Ragnarok had him smiling. Ragnarok, good morning, or is it afternoon? Good evening, Raven. Ragnarok grinned. Late evening at that. Oh, well, I have breakfast food. Care to join me? Raven spluttered. I would enjoy a midnight snack, yes. Seeing as midnight has just passed. Come in, then. Raven stepped back from the door, opening it wide for the goblin. Ragnarok studied the young man as he walked over to the table. Give me a minute to find a bathrobe, or something, Raven said as he headed back to the bathroom, relieved to see a toweling robe on the back of the door. Legs not yours, yet? The goblin asked, concern on his face, as Raven made his, slightly uncoordinated, way to the table. Not really. Better than when I woke up, though. That's for sure. Might be worth having Metlov examine you in the morning.
Yeah, I thought so, too. But right now? I'm starving. Can we eat?
This is your table, Raven. It's your customs. In that case, don't stand on ceremony. Family and friends should consider themselves at home in my home. Dig in. Raven didn't wait for a response, but started to load a plate. He did pause and hold a tiny grape up to his shoulder, so delicate little claws could remove it from his fingers. Ragnarok smiled and watched as Raven ate. At least the man had a decent appetite now. Metlov had raised concern that he may have suffered from some type of eating disorder, but given the way he was systematically working his way through the platters, Ragnarok thought it unlikely. Raven, Metlov was concerned about you being underweight, before the change. Not much to be done about, Ragnarok. My relatives pretty much starved me. The only time I ate normally was when I was at Hogwarts, and there's only so much that can be done when your guardians either don't care or are actively trying to inhibit you. They what? Ragnarok growled. It doesn't matter anymore. One guardian is dead and now so is Harry. Raven passed a piece of sausage up to his little dragon, who hummed and squeaked in pleasure, nibbling on the tasty morsel.
But it's over with, Ragnarok. I'm legally an adult now, in the wizarding world. At least, and Raven will be in both, his birthday being a week ago. No one can control me now. Well, no more than anyone can be controlled, anyway.
Very well. As you say, you are an adult, I'll let the matter ride. But, if you change your mind. If I do, Gringotts will be the first to know. You have my word, Ragnarok. Good enough. So, what is next for Rowan Ash? Houses, jobs, love. Ragnarok grinned at the look of resignation on Raven's face. What is it with people trying to meddle in my love life? The man groaned. You're a handsome man, by wizarding standards. Okay, that's enough. Raven grimaced. There's too much still to do before I even think about getting a love life. Please, let it go. Let me just be. For a while at least. Please. I apologize, Raven, it wasn't my intent to upset. I had just thought to lighten the mood. Apparently I need to study wizards a little more. No, Ragnarok, it's not that. It's just, people have been shoving themselves at me, ever since I got my Hogwarts letter. Ah, I didn't consider that. Again, my apologies. Nah, not a worry. So, what next? Raven poured a cup of tea and sipped at it. Well, I have to get used to new levels of magic and a new body. I can feel my core has changed. And it's kind of obvious that my body's changed, too. Raven grinned. Indeed, if it were not for Metlav's warning, I might have mistaken you completely. The goblin admitted. And once you are accustomed to your new body, well, that's where things get disorganized. Raven Rowan Ash needs to sit his owls and his newts, as well as get an apparition license. And I'm hoping someone here knows the theory of becoming an animagus, 'cause I want to do that, too. The little dragon hissed a question and Raven absently hissed a reply as he reached for a boiled quail egg, shelling it and passing it to the dragon, as requested. Oh, in that case, I'll hunt up one of the half-breeds. Some of them have a wizarding core and have attended Hogwarts or Beauxbaton's academy. I believe that one of the females may have succeeded in her animagus transfiguration. Ragnarok, too, sat back with a cup of tea. And what are your choice of subjects? I understand these to be important. They are. I've given that some thought. Harry Potter has his owls but Raven Rowan Ash doesn't. However, Raven can sit a variety of subjects that Hogwarts doesn't offer. At least initially, I shan't. I plan on taking my owls in the 5 core subjects: history of magic, transfiguration, charms, potions and dada. To this I'll add basic astronomy, herbology and care of magical creatures. And for your newts, for the newts, I'm breaking up a little. Basic charms, history, potions and runes. Advanced transfiguration, dada and care of magical creatures. And animagus, if I can master it. You will be busy, won't you? Ragnarok paused. But what of Miss Granger and Harry Potter's estate? Raven tilted his head and thought about that. He missed Hermione something fierce, but if he got in contact with her too early, it was possible that people would notice she wasn't as upset about Harry's death as she probably should be. I think, I'll wait a little longer. If Hermione isn't grieving like people think she should be. He left the reaction to Ragnarok's imagination. Ah, something else I didn't consider. No, I didn't either. The two males exchanged looks and sighed, resignedly. It took Raven 4 long, tiring weeks, before he was convinced he was ready for his exams. He'd applied to the Ministry of Magic's Magical Education and Examinations Department to sit both his owls and his newts. And wasn't that a monumental exercise? 3 days, it took. 3 days, just to get permission. Going from this department to that one, from that one to another one. All because the ministry had no record of his birth. Thankfully he and Ragnarok had anticipated this and had concocted a backstory, with sufficient truth and blood evidence, to ensure that it was accepted. It had taken a little rearranging of details to get what they needed, but eventually, everything was in place. Raven's father, Torbold Rowan Ash, was horrified when one of Raven's cousins, Cameron, became ill and it was discovered that the boy was a Parselmouth. Hogwarts and the public were told that Cameron didn't recover enough to go back to school to finish his first year and the boy vanished, only to be declared dead some years later. The initial discovery had happened when Raven was 2 months old and his birth had yet to be registered. Torbold held off on the registration, until he knew whether or not Raven was also a Parselmouth. He was tested by his father and when it was discovered that he was, Torbold and his wife, Magdalena, decided to withdraw Raven from society. They told family that they were homeschooling Raven, but this was not the case. Raven was left to his own devices for the majority of his time, with only house elves for company, but he was not allowed out of the house without parental accompaniment. When Torbold and Magdalena died, the estate was left to another of Torbold's nephews, who was shocked to find a battered, bruised and half-starved Raven living in the attic of the family home. Marcus Hornbeam took Raven under his wing, taught him, trained him and loved him, but the war with Voldemort encroached on their lives and Marcus was killed the night the Rowan Ash family home was destroyed. Raven fled at Marcus's instruction and traveled by Muggle transport to London, where he approached Gringotts with his inheritance issues. It was only because of the complexity of Gringotts testing and their reputation for not tolerating identity subterfuge, that Raven's records were created. Raven Rowan Ash was legally a member of Britain's wizarding world. Now, here he was, waiting for the last of his nude exams. Of course, it would be Dada, wouldn't it? He had a love-hate relationship with the subject and it depended on how the day was progressing, as to which it was. Today was a loved day. The stress of the last 2 weeks of exams was catching up with him and he fully intended to release all that stress in the practical exam. The examiner ambled in, his robes messy and unfastened, his mug of tea in hand. Raven looked at the man and shook his head. If looks were anything to go by, this man was a walking disaster. And over the next 3 hours, that's exactly what he turned out to be.
The man could barely achieve a Patronus and had no chance at a corporeal one. His shields were appalling, and in the dueling section of the exam he kept tripping over his own feet.
But he was absolutely delighted in everything that Raven could do. He listened and watched, and by the end of the session, Raven could see that man had actually picked up some of Raven's shield variations and was using them, instead of the standard shields. As Raven was leaving, the examiner suggested that Raven think about taking his mastery in Dada with teaching credentials, that he had a very strong aptitude for the subject. Raven thanked him politely and agreed it was something he had thought about. But while he'd thought about it, he wasn't ready to act on it, yet. He had other things he wanted to do, first. Including an appointment with the head keeper at the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary, but first he was going to use Ragnar's hidden observation room, to watch the reading of Harry Potter's will. In the 6 weeks since what was now called the Battle of Hogwarts, Ron and Hermione had spoken little. A rift had been created with the knowledge of Ginny and Molly's plans thankfully never acted upon, but just the knowledge that they had planned it. No, Hermione wasn't that forgiving, even if Ron was. Ron had spent his time helping his mother, father, Ginny and Bill as they sifted through the rubble of the Burrow. Hermione had spent her time in a back room at Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, bringing the twins' accounting up to date. And today they were going to Gringotts, for the reading of Harry's will. Letters had been sent summoning each person named in Harry's will. And while Hermione thought she knew what was in it, there were people here she wasn't expecting to see. The Dursleys, or at least, Dudley. Mr. Filch, Hogwarts caretaker. The Diggories. One by one they were taken into the inner chambers of the bank, led by the goblin that they'd helped Dobby rescue from Malfoy Manor. First they provided blood for identity tests, and then they were escorted to a large room. It was obvious the room was someone's office, someone high in the bank's hierarchy, as the fittings and fixtures of the highest quality. Only Hermione knew it was Ragnar's personal office. Fred and George exchanged speaking glances as they sat, one on each side of a frail-looking Hermione. She was staying with them, for now, and they spent inordinate amounts of time, trying to get her to eat properly. It was fairly hit and miss. Across the room, Draco wasn't much better, his skin paler than usual and his hair was neat, but he was not his normal coiffured self. Being told that Draco was Harry's spy and that he'd fought at Bill's side, had changed the way that Ron thought about Draco. They may not be the best of friends, but they were no longer enemies. Settling down, Remus swore that he could smell his cub's scent. Maybe it was the tired hooded sweatshirt that Hermione was wearing that carried the familiar smell, but his son wriggling on his lap distracted him and stopped him from immersing himself in regret. Ragnar strode into the room and sat behind the desk. "Thank you for attending. Today we are here to witness the reading of the will of Henry James Potter, also known as Harry Potter," he said. A few sniffles answered him. Mr. Potter has submitted a written will and has recorded it verbally as well. Doing this requires that he declare that he is of sound mind and under no compulsions, and Lady Magic must accept his vow, before the will can be official. While his written will is a formal document, Mr. Potter has created a more relaxed verbal reading. This in no way removes from how binding it is. In the event of a person listed predeceasing Mr. Potter, the written will contains the appropriate amendments. Also, I would like to note that while only a certain number of letters are mentioned in the written will and none are mentioned in the verbal will, Mr. Potter has provided many letters, so please see Rick Burt to be check if there is one for you. As everyone here has submitted to an identity test, there will be little delay in handling the bequests. Are there any questions? Ragnar didn't expect any. Yes, sir. Dudley raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Dursley? Harry? Has he been buried? Dudley stammered. No, Mr. Dursley. That is to happen this evening. Mr. Potter expressed the desire for a private funeral. Oh, okay, thank you. Dudley whispered, his shoulders slumping. Mr. Dursley, I understand that you are a non-magical being, is this correct? Yes, sir. Ah. Then that is why Mr. Potter has made alternative arrangements for your attendance, separately. If you would wait once the reading is complete, we will discuss them with you. He made arrangements, so I can go. Yes, Mr. Dursley. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Ragnar made eye contact with each person present. No. Good. We shall begin. The goblin pulled out a large scroll and a small crystal carved in the shape of Harry's lightning bolt scar. He laid both items on the desk and began to chant. The scroll flared the bright gold that the witches and wizards present knew, indicated a vow accepted by Lady Magic. Then the gold shifted from the scroll to surround the crystal and Harry's voice was heard.
I, Henry James Potter, known as Harry Potter, declare this to be my last will and testament. Any prior documents are to be considered null and void. Get rid of them.
Right. Let's start, shall we? As my parents and my godfather, Sirius, left me everything they owned, I'm dividing this up for ease of accounting.
Alphabetically, Black comes before Potter, which comes before, wherever necessary. Fred and George snickered at Harry's version of the alphabet. From the Black estates, I give as follows. Andromeda Tonks, née Black. I welcome you back to the Black family as a daughter of House Black. I return to you the trust vault that was removed by your uncle, Orion, who was the head of House Black, at that time of your removal. I give to you the dowry that was provided for you at birth and removed, again by Orion. To this I add the sum of 5,002 pieces of jewelry, of your choice, from the Black Jewelry Vault. Welcome home. Tonks smiled at her mother and slid an arm around the older woman's shoulders, as she felt Lady Magic gift her with the Black family's magic, again. Draco Malfoy. I welcome you to the Black family as a son of House Black and the new heir. As the new head of House Black is underage, I would like you to work with his parents in educating him in what is expected of him as Lord Black. I give you Black Manor in Scotland and a vault to maintain it with. The Wizengamot will receive a letter outlining your assistance to me during the war with Voldemort. A copy of this will be placed in the vault provided for you. Also a cloakpin. A dragon holding a broomstick. A dragon and a broom. They both apply to you and me, don't they? There's so much I'd like to say, but I just don't know where to start. So, I'll simply say this, thanks, Draco. Ron nodded. He knew that Malfoy, Sr. that is, was fighting his Death Eater charges and there was rumor that he had both disowned Draco and banished Narcissa from the Malfoy family estates. Narcissa Malfoy, née Black. I renew your welcome as a daughter of House Black and leave you the portraits of your parents Cygnus and Druella. I give you 5,000 in your choice of 2 pieces of jewelry from the Black family jewelry vault. You raised a strong son, be proud of him. Narcissa sighed in relief, it was more than she ever expected from the light's savior. Nymphadora Tonks. I can say your name and you can't do anything about it. Huh. I welcome you as a daughter of House Black. I give you the trust and dowry vaults that Orion Black withheld at your birth. I give you 5,002 pieces of jewelry of your choice from the Black family jewelry vault. Word of warning. Don't let Remus choose them, his taste sucks. Tonks gasped in shock when the full-strength magic of the Black family hit her for the first time and her metamorphagus magic flooded through her body, her hair turning brilliant lime green. Remus Lupin. I give you 12 Grimmauld Place, London, and a vault. And you can't stop me. Sirius might have been like a father to me, but you were the slightly more sensible uncle, if one that still ran off the rails occasionally. Snape snorted at the last comment, but when George glanced at him, there was an expression that could almost be called amusement on his face. What the hell? Theodore Lupin. Teddy. My godson. I would have liked the chance to get to know you better. I leave you the title of head of House Black and all the Black family vaults will be held in trust for you, until you reach 17 and claim the title. I also leave a trust vault for your education. McGonagall nodded, suddenly very grateful that she'd told Severus that she would be retiring in 6 years. The boy had the blood of the Blacks and the Lupins, he would be trouble and she was very glad she wouldn't be there to see it. To the Potter estate, now. These aren't done alphabetically, this time. More snickers, this time from Ron and Draco. Petunia and Vernon Dursley. I don't like you, I never have and never will, but, you still provided, no matter how grudging it was, a place for me. My estate will pay out the mortgage on Privet DRV and there's an account with Gringotts, Muggle branch for you. I hope you'll be happy in your narrow little world. A smile slid over Arthur's face. Harry had always been a good and caring boy, not even the treatment from his so-called family could change that. Dudley Dursley. You grew up. Dudders, good on ya. I've had Gringotts buy a unit for you in Edinburgh, an account was set up for you and tuition paid at Edinburgh College of Art. Dud, you're a brilliant artist, forget what Uncle Vernon says, you are really talented and you deserve a chance to find out just how good you can be. Stop letting people tell you what you can't do and start telling them what you can do. Dudley caught his breath.
Very glad that his parents weren't present. He knew that neither of them would have been able to stop their nasty words. Leaving his parents in Spain and coming back to England by himself wasn't easy, but Harry had stood by him when those dementee things had attacked. And now the cousin he'd tormented had just given him everything he'd ever wanted. Harry really was a good person, and Dudley hoped he could live up to that memory. Molly and Arthur Weasley, you opened your home and your hearts to me. I've considered you family since second year. You mortgage is to be paid and 50,000 to be added to your vault in the hope that you will rebuild the Burrow. And for Molly, a piece of jewelry from the Potter jewelry vaults. Arthur, ask Hermione to get you a CD player, you'll love it. Molly, you're a wicked cook, have you thought about opening a restaurant? Molly hummed. She thought about it, but with 7 children. It was never allowed to stay in her mind for long. Maybe now. Bill and Fleur Weasley, if you had to choose a woman, Bill, you chose a good one. A Tri-Wizard Tournament champion, not bad, mate. I know we didn't have a lot of contact, but you never treated me as anything but normal, and for me, that was rare. I'm paying out your mortgage, too. 5,000 and a piece of jewelry for Fleur from the Potter jewelry vault. Fleur blushed at the pride and love on Bill's face. He was a strong man and he needed a woman that was able to manage that. The fact that he never reacted to her Vila allure was a bonus, as far as she was concerned. Charlie Weasley, thanks for not turning me in for sneaking out to see the dragons after the tournament's first task. They were awesome and I loved spending time each night, talking to them. As you don't have a mortgage yet, I can't pay it out, so you're just going to have to accept 10,000. Bill was a little disappointed that Charlie couldn't make it, but he understood that dragons didn't work to a schedule. At least he'd made it for Percy's funeral. It was important to Mum that she had all her living children present for Percy's farewell. Percy Weasley, thanks for being a study partner, Percy, it paid off. Like Charlie, you haven't got a mortgage, so you get that 10,000, too. Don't put it all aside, buy something just for you. Arthur caught his breath at Percy's name. Hearing that he'd been Harry's study partner brought a sad smile to his lips. Percy had been a good boy, if a focused one. Fred and George Weasley, Gred and Forge, you two are amazing, truly amazing. The things you come up with. Bonkers. 5,000 each and the title to the shop's premises, between you. Plus all the Marauder-related stuff. Why do I have anything Marauder-related? Maybe you better ask Remus that. The twins frowned, looking over to Lupin, who looked like he was trying not to laugh. What did he know that they didn't? Glancing at each other, they resolved to corner the werewolf, soon. Ron Weasley. God, Ron, what do I say? You are a prat, but you're still my best mate. You get Potter Manor, mate. It's not that far from the Burrow, but it's still private, right on the beach, too. There's a vault, too, so you won't have any trouble maintaining it. And some shops in Diagon Alley. Ron's jaw fell, and it wasn't until Draco nudged him that he managed to pull him together. Potter Manor, wow. Ginny Weasley, you've been a great friend, Ginny. Without your support, I would never have worked up the courage to tell Sirius I'm gay. In memory of that, I leave you Rose Cottage and a vault. Oh, and 2 pieces of jewelry from the Potter jewelry vault. Ginny felt awful. She'd planned to do a horrible thing and Harry had known, but he'd still been the beautiful person he'd always been. She hoped she could live up to his trust. Okay, that's it for the Potters. From here on, things come from anywhere, no particular vault or order. Fred and George snickered, not so quietly this time. Neville Longbottom, you could have been a good mate, but I never really gave you a chance until 5th year, did I? I can't change that now, but I can say sorry. Sorry, Neville. I've scoured my parents' vaults and found a load of old photos. The goblins have copied them for you. Plus, not trying to be cruel, but your parents were tortured with the Cruciatus, right? Just an idea, but has anyone thought of giving them a reversing potion and hitting them with it again? Supposedly, if you've taken the reversal potion, any curse hitting you does the exact opposite. Anyway, food for thought, talk to Professors Snape and Flitwick and Madame Pomfrey. Who knows? Minerva looked over to Severus, speculation and possibilities filling his eyes, just like they were running through her mind. Turning from Severus to Phileas, she saw his eyes flicking as he thought about Harry's suggestion. It certainly was something to think about. Luna Lovegood. Luna. 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 I swear you are part seer, I swear it. The way you know things you shouldn't. I picked out 3 pieces of jewelry for you, 2 are just fun, but the other. When I saw it, I knew it was for you. Plus, a pair of journals, both private ones of Newt Scamander. Oh, and all the shares in the Daily Prophet, see if you can bring them into line, make them tell the truth, for a change. There were many smiles at Harry's first comment and even more at his last. Professor Minerva McGonagall. Professor, you tried, but Potter blood will tell out. I might not be as bad as my dad, or Sirius, but I think you can thank my mum and Hermione for that. As an apology, I found some books for you, handwritten Transfiguration books by Godric Gryffindor. A gasp left Minerva at Harry's generosity, he was as selfless as his mother. Professor Phileas Flitwick, I know I never really did my best in your class, that wasn't because of you, but because I found it so easy. For disrupting your classes, time after time, I found some of Rowena Ravenclaw's charms journals for you. Phileas was startled to hear that Harry had found his class boring and even more surprised to hear why. He made a mental note to assess his students a little more often, can't let a student struggle or an advanced student stagnate. Amos Diggory and family, I tried to give you Cedric's share of the prize money, but you wouldn't take it. Well, now you don't have a choice. I paid out your mortgage, just like the Weasleys. Cedric was a good person and I'd like to think we could have become friends. At the very least, we were friendly rivals on the Quidditch pitch. Amos Diggory just shook his head. Seed had commented that Potter was a phenomenal seeker and swore that the boys should go professional. Cedric and Oliver Wood had said he was better even than Crumb. Argus Filch, as a student of Hogwarts, I hated you, but as a caretaker, I have say, I doubt there's anyone that could do what you do, as well as you do it. There's a Kneasel breeder just outside Leeds. I bought credits for 2 kittens. When you get them, whether you get them together or one at a time, is up to you. Filch struggled to think clearly. Potter had been a quiet kid, he'd only had the one significant detention and even then, Filch had argued with Dumbledore, sending firsties into the Forbidden Forest was asking for trouble. That the kid would do that, for someone that he didn't like. Yeah, he was an amazing kid. Such a pity. Professor Severus Snape, I hated you, but then, you didn't give me a chance to do any else. But we got past that, eventually. You gave so much. It's time you got something back. A copy of the letter to the Wizengamot will be in your vault, too. When I found the books for Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, I also found some I thought you'd like. Books by Hector Dagworth Granger. Happy reading. Snape's breath shuddered through his body. The boy was far more his other son than his father's, unless it came to attracting trouble. There he far exceeded anything his father could possibly have imagined. Hermione Granger. This is different, but so easy. At this point Ragnarok is going to put a file on the desk. That's for you, Hermione. It's a blood adoption potion, it will make you my sister. Hermione Potter Granger. There's 2 big catches. 1. You have to take the potion before leaving the room, no second chances. 2. When you marry, your husband has to add Potter to his name. For you personally, there's Clayman's Keep in a vault. For you to hold in trust for your children, the head of House Potter title, all the Potter vaults and anything not already mentioned. I know there's going to be some arguments about this. Well, shut up. My will, my blood, my house, my choice. Hermione's parents are somewhere in Australia, and even if they can be found, reversing an obliviate spell can cause permanent damage to Muggles. So she's an orphan, like me, and since second year, I've thought of her as a sister. If you take the potion, Hermione, you willed me sister. There weren't any objections, maybe there would have been before the battle, but all those in the room had seen how upset Hermione had been. They'd heard her crying for her brother to come back, to not leave her alone. And of course, Harry was right, both about the 2 of them being orphans and about Muggles and the obliviate charm. The only other thing I've done is put together a scholarship for students that want to go on after Hogwarts, to university. The Lilyflower Scholarship for Advanced Study will provide accommodation and board for students studying at either Universidad de Lesaso in Spain, Facultatea de Darmaxa in Romania, Universitat Brest in Russia, Universidad de Cordillera Azul in Peru, or Nahana Academia in Canada. Snape and McGonagall both nodded. Harry had chosen well.
the top 5 universities in the world. Lily would approve. I know that wherever I am, I will miss you. Some of you, I'll miss pretty much all the time, others, everything now and then, but I will miss every one of you, at some point, I'm sure of it. You all have your lives in front of you, live them, don't hold back, but most of all, be happy. Harry, out. Silence fell when Harry's voice ended. No one was prepared to be the one to break that silence. Eventually Ragnuk stood, lifted the file and held it out to Hermione. Miss Granger? He asked. Hermione shook as she stood up and took the few steps that would bring her to the goblin's desk. Her hands trembled as she went to take the file, only to be stopped by Snape. Wait. Miss Granger? If you will allow me? He gestured for the file to be handed to him. While Gringotts provide excellent products, Mr. Potter was not the most proficient of potioneers. Perhaps we should inquire as to who the brewer was? Ragnuk laughed faintly. Professor Snape, that was almost word for word what Mr. Potter guessed you would say, and now I owe the Lilyflower Scholarship Fund 1,000. Healer Metlov, Mr. Potter and I witnessed our potion master Tinwit brew this the same day Mr. Potter read his will. If you will notice, it is still under a stasis charm that Mr. Potter placed. To lift the charm, there are one of two phrases. I was told only to provide the clue, and either yourself or Miss Granger would know what the passphrase is. For Miss Granger, the clue is the TARDIS title in full. For Professor Snape, it is what you told me under the astronomy tower. Either one of you can break the charm. Professor, would you, please? Hermione's voice wobbled. Snape nodded. I don't want to do this, but the headmaster insisted, and better me than a child. Snape said clearly, his eyes sad. The file was engulfed in a flash of purple light as the stasis charm broke and Snape handed the file to Hermione. She sighed and lifted the tiny bottle to her lips, quickly swallowing it. There were also a few gasps from those gathered, as they realized exactly when Harry had meant and what had happened immediately after this comment. Very good, Miss Granger. I suggest you be seated. Gentlemen? Ragnuk addressed Fred and George. It might be a good idea to hold on to Miss Granger. Depending on the severity of her reaction, she may lose her balance for a few minutes. Yes, sir. George answered for the two of them, as Fred was already guiding Hermione back to a seat between them. Good. Each witch or wizard should approach Rickbert to receive the details of their bequest. Mr. Dursley? If you would wait until the other recipients are assisted, Rickbert will inform you of the arrangements Mr. Potter requested for you and show you how to access them. Miss Potter Granger. Our healers would also like you to remain in Gringotts for an hour, just for observation. Thank you, Director. Hermione whispered. Can Fred and George stay with me, please? Certainly, they may. Fred sat quietly watching Hermione, worried about how pale she was. Blood adoptions were seriously nasty potions. They rearranged your entire being, physically and magically. Freddie, any idea why Harry would tell us to ask Remus about the Marauders? George asked. Behind them, McGonagall smothered a snicker. Professor? Fred looked over his shoulder. Anything you want to share? No, McGonagall pursed her lips to avoid outright laughter.
Oi, Lupin, McGonagall thinks it's funny that our Harrikins told us to ask you about the Marauders. George called across the room. Lupin looked at George for barely a second, before bursting into almost hysterical laughter. He held his ribs and leant against his wife, tears running down his face. Fred and George looked at each other in alarm. Where was the humor in that? Why would both McGonagall and Lupin laugh? Snape stopped beside them as he was departing the room.
When they were at Hogwarts, Lupin, Potter, Black and Pettigrew called themselves the Marauders, Mr. Weasley. Snape smirked. Both twins stared after him, their minds reeling. Lupin was a marauder. Up in Ragnuk's observation hidey-hole, Raven watched Hermione closely, rubbing his chin softly over the head of his Cerasus Florus dragon, Opal, as she rested on his shoulder. He briefly wondered what the keepers at the Romanian sanctuary were going to think of her and her clutch of eggs. As the room emptied, Hermione's face began to subtly change, the jaw lengthening, her nose losing some of the upturned tip and her eyes taking on some of Harry's brilliant green, leaving her with warm gold eyes flecked with emerald green. Her hair deepened in color, not becoming black like his, but a richer cinnamon brown, about halfway between what she had been and the Potter black mess, with a dash of lily, thrown in to provide the illusion of control. Sitting between the twins, it was hard to see what other changes she was getting, but Raven bet there were a few. Suddenly a thought hit him. Maybe she'd be a Parselmouth, now? Anything was possible. After all, Ron Weasley was sitting beside Draco Malfoy and there was no fighting. A quiet knocking at the door brought Raven out of his musing. He opened the door to see Gurnrub smirking at him. Now what? Raven whined. Director Ragnuk asked me to accompany you back to your suite, Raven. He will be there as soon as possible. He has your owl and newt results. Raven blinked. He hadn't expected to get them, yet. A week was the normal wait and it had only been 5 days. Already. Your circumstances caught the attention of Laura Bird, head of magical education, who brought it to the attention of new Minister for Magic. I'm sure you're familiar with Kingsley Shacklebolt. Merlin. Raven swore. Just what I need. Oh, it's not that bad. Minister Shacklebolt has accepted your history and given the inheritance test results that we provided. He's also decided that you are a lucky young man. When he inquired as to what you planned to do next and was told of your coming appointment at the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary, he commented that he hoped you were good on a broom, as the sanctuary is huge and the keepers use brooms to ride fence on the boundaries. Gurnrub did an apt imitation Kingsley. Well, that's something. All right, let's go. Raven stepped out of the observation room and began walking, Gurnrub at his side. A minute or two and the suite that Raven had been staying in was reached, the curse breaker opening the door for the wizard and both entered. Are you packed, Raven? Gurnrub asked. I've got everything laid out, ready, but not actually packed, yet. I keep thinking if I pack, then I'm going to forget something, but if I leave it on the bed until I'm ready, maybe I won't miss anything, maybe.
A knock at the door and Ragnuk entered. Raven, I see Gurnrib found you, then.
He did, Ragnuk. He also said you have my results? Oh, I do. Madam Bird had her personal owl bring them. Would you like to read them or shall I summarize? Summarize, please. Raven said. Very well, owls. Outstandings in charms, transfiguration, care of magical creature and a perfect score in Dada. That's never happened before, by the way. Exceed expectations in everything else. 8 owls granted. He paused to let Raven absorb the news. Go on. The wizard said a minute later. Newts. Outstandings in transfiguration, charms, care of magical creatures, runes and again, a perfect score in Dada. Exceeds expectations in potions and history. 7 newts granted. Your license for apparition, the registry excerpt for your animagus registration and the certificates for opal from regulation and control, were also in the bundle, along with your muggle ids and passport. As you now have your passport, you're free to travel whenever you like. Oh, wow. Finally. Raven sighed. To get to the sanctuary, you'll have to flow to the Ministry's travel lounge to catch an international portkey. I suggest Paris or Belgium. First, they leave every hour, so there's little wait. Then a second portkey to Bucharest. I suggest this, because the European portkeys are far superior to the British ones, much smoother. Once you reach the Bucharest Ministry, they should be able to provide either a portkey to the keeper's office or, more likely, they'll flow call the sanctuary and have someone come and apparate in with you. Right. Raven dragged the word out to something approaching 4 syllables. I've also take a few liberties, Raven. We have provided a vault-link money pouch, also a muggle credit card, attached to what you called your spending vault, and I had your basilisk hide battle robes replaced.
I'm sure you noticed, they weren't a perfect fit. As we knew that your body would likely be changing after the Ad Younger Sanguine potion, I made the decision to provide you with a more generic-sized set of robes. They were a loan only and I've since had the set that we agreed to, made to measure for you. They are on your bed, along with everything else you own. And Metlov and I spent a bit of time and worked out a heated nest for Opal's clutch, good for traveling or a mountain cabin. He pointed to a silver bowl made from twisted wire, lined with soft downy feathers, the little dragon's 6 tiny eggs already nestled in it. The charm is in the silver itself. It won't overheat them, but it also won't let them cool. Thank you, my friends. I have gifts for you, too. Raven headed into the bedroom and pulled out the satchel. He'd had to charm it with undetectable extension charms, from his newt exam. Reaching into it he pulled out 4 items and headed back to the sitting room. For you, Ragnok. He handed the goblin an axe. In the black vault, He'd spotted the board-bladed axe. It was clear from its size alone that it wasn't a wizard's weapon and the quality marked it as goblin-made.
Raven, this axe belonged to the founder of Gringotts. I am honored. Thank you. There were tears in the goblin's eyes. You are welcome, my friend. Gurnrub, this is for you. He handed the Cursebreaker a multifaceted crystal shard, completely clear. The stone was about 6 inches long and less than half an inch wide. It was delicate, but strong, perfect as a focus stone for the Cursebreaker. This is, Raven? Gurnrub didn't seem capable of speech. What did you do to him, Raven? Metlov scolded as she entered the room. Raven gestured to Gurnrub, who held up the crystal shard. Oh, well, fair enough. Your turn, Metlov. Raven held out his hand. On it was a tiny cloak pin, in the shape of the healer's caduceus. Again, it was clearly of goblin make. Oh my, she whispered, and this is for Rickbert. Raven placed a silver inkstand on the table.
I think, young Raven, that you have best pack and be gone, or you may find yourself adopted by Gringotts, and as you're only 17 that would make you a child by our standards, so we'd be keeping you all to ourselves. Which is not what you need, right now. But promise me, Raven, if you ever need to escape, anything, you'll head to a Gringotts and we will take you in. Promise me.
Raven smiled at the 3 goblins. I will, my friends. Thank you. You've 25 minutes to the next portkey to Paris. I get a move on, were I you. Gurnrub suggested. Raven nodded and headed for his room. He had packing to do and a clutch to move. Thank heavens, Opal wasn't an overbearingly protective mother. Stepping from one of the ministry's flow fireplaces, Raven flicked his fingers to dust off his traveling robes. He approached the information booth and waited for the wizard to finish directing the 3 young people, obviously students, due to their age, to office of the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad. The younger of the 2 girls thanked the wizard, and as she did, tiny roses fell from her mouth. Someone's been reading Muggle fairy tales. Wasn't that a variant of Diamonds and Toads by Monsieur Perrault? Raven thought to himself.
May I help you, sir? The information wizard asked, with a smile.
Yes, thank you. Could you direct me to Transportation's International Lounge? Raven asked in his quiet voice. The wizard blinked and his smile grew, his eyes firmly focused on Raven's shoulder. Certainly, sir. Back past the flow fireplaces and turn left at the end. It's the second door on the left. It's marked, Global Lounge, blue door. The bubbly wizard advised. Thank you. Raven nodded and left. It took him until he reached the appropriate door to realize that he knew the wizard. He'd been a 7th-year prefect in 91 when Harry was sorted. What was his name? Fleeton. Flinton. No, Flinton. That was it. Rob Flinton. Raven mused. Hufflepuff, I think. Bubbly even with NEWTs looming. Scary, how happy he was about exams. He entered the lounge and he was pleased that his timing was, as ever, perfect. 2 o'clock to Paris. Leaving in 5 minutes. Please provide identification and passports. A bored-looking witch stated as he entered the room. Raven stepped over to her and produced his papers. The witch waved her wand over his papers and a smaller image of said papers appeared on 2 pieces of parchment on the desk. Another, older wizard also stepped towards them, halting beside a bare pedestal. Anything to declare. Animals are food, she said as Raven retrieved his papers. Animals. Papers. Raven handed over the regulation and control permits for Opal and her eggs. Ooh, really? For the first time the witch looked up and her eyes immediately found Opal as she sat on Raven's shoulder. Oh, wow, she's beautiful. Yes, she is. Raven said fondly as Opal preened under his attention. A buzzer sounded. Right. Papers. The witch waved her wand again and handed them back to Raven. Will she be all right to travel? She asked, slightly concerned about the delicate beauty being hurt or lost in transit. I'll put her in my pocket, just in case, Raven replied. She'll be fine. If you're sure, sir. All right, then. First time international port keying? Raven nodded and the witch continued. Some basic instructions, then. This is what the British Department of Transportation use for international portkeys. She held up what looked like a belt made of leather with 8 straps attached. The strap is wrapped around the non-wand wrist,
at least twice and looped around itself, again twice and held in the hand. Unlike a domestic portkey, we do not recommend travelers release the portkey until transit is complete and the portkey is resting on the destination pedestal. Understand?
Raven nodded. Wand hand? Raven held up his right hand. Put your head and left arm through the strap of your bag, please. Good. Now, the portkey strap, please. The witch watched attentively as Raven held up a hand to Opal to encourage her into a pocket on his chest.
Approximately equals I don't want to. Approximately equals she grumbled. Approximately equals I want to watch. Approximately equals. Approximately equals next time my S sweet. We will be using a portkey from Paris to Bucharest, you can watch, then. Please. Approximately equals Raven responded in Parseltongue.
The witch stared at him. That was. The little dragon reluctantly slid down Raven's arm and into his hand. He lifted that hand and Opal crawled into a pocket inside his robes. Parseltongue? Yes, it was. Raven replied, absently. But, it's just another language, like French or Mayan, he sighed. Can just anyone learn? There was clear interest on the witch's face.
If you have an aptitude for languages, you can. Maybe.
Huh, a buzzer sounded twice. 1 minute to departure. You're lucky, there's just the two of you traveling, right now.
Processing will be quick. The witch placed one of the pieces of parchment, that had the copies of the traveler's documents, into a glass jar tied with one of the portkey's straps. Please wait until advised before leaving the traveler's lounge. Have a nice trip, she smiled, waving to Opal, who was peeking her head out of the edge of Raven's robes. You'd best stay in there, little miss, first time portkeying can be disconcerting.
Opal cheeped at the witch, disappearing back inside the robe.
She says, thank you, she will. Thanks for the advice.
You're welcome. The portkey activated before she finished. It spun and spun and spun, seeming to last ages, but Raven knew it was only a few seconds. Finally, the spinning slowed and Raven, reminded of the witch's advice, kept hold of the strap until the room settled and the portkey belt lay looped on a pedestal. One moment, gentlemen, I shall retrieve the travel documents and we'll get you processed. We? A wizard with a very mild French accent said. Both Raven and the other wizard nodded.
Thank you. First, we have Monsieur Alexander Fettelborn. He crossed back to a desk and sat.
The older wizard released the portkey's strap and approached the desk. He showed his papers and was quickly permitted to leave.
Monsieur Rowan Ash. Raven released the strap and made his way to the desk. You papers say you have a dragon. How is this possible? The wizard asked, confused. Opal stuck her head out and hissed to Raven. Approximately equals I didn't like that. Can I come out now? Approximately equals. Approximately equals certainly, dear one. Approximately equals. The wizard blinked as the tiny dragon emerged from her pocket.
Approximately equals my EGGSS. Are they SSAFE? Approximately equals let me check. Approximately equals. She is concerned for her eggs. May I check them before we continue? Raven asked.
The wizard just nodded, unable to take his eyes off the cherry blossom dragon. So Raven carefully reached into his satchel and lifted out the silver and feathered nest. Opal slid down Raven's arm until she reached the nest, where she sniffed and nuzzled the eggs, a happy croon emanating from her. Approximately equals they are well, guardian. I will stay with them. The nest ISS warm and portkeys are bad and cold. Approximately equals. Approximately equals as you wish, Opal. Approximately equals. Are they unharmed? The wizard asked, curiously. They're fine, Raven assured him. Good. That's good. I am going to assume you have papers for her, for the eggs. Of course. British Regulation and Control's Dragon Bureau inspected both Opal and her eggs yesterday. They provided documentation and certificates of health. Given the fact that she and I have bonded, as my familiar she can travel with me and is covered by my papers, the eggs also come under that, at least until they hatch. And yes, the familiar's certificate from the DMLE is there, too.
Ah, very good. You have done this before? No, sir, first trip together. Well, you are prepared, this is good. Are you staying in Paris, France? Or does your journey continue? I'm heading to the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania, actually. Really? Because of the little ones? The wizard nodded to Opal, who was curled around her eggs, crooning and whistling to them.
No, that's just a happy coincidence. I've always been interested in them, and as I speak Parseltongue, it was suggested by friends that I could work with them. It was one of my friends that gave me Opal. Approximately equals you mean, you were given to me. Approximately equals Opal corrected, causing Raven to laugh. The wizard raised an eyebrow, in inquiry. She says, that I was given to her, not her to me.
The wizard smiled at the affection in Raven's voice. Well, you've perfect timing, then. The portkey to Bucharest only leaves once a day, and luckily for you, it's due to leave in less than 5 minutes. Let me check your papers and copy them for Bucharest, and we'll get you on your way. Thank you, monsieur, that would be much appreciated. As the wizard scanned and copied Raven's papers, he continued asking questions. Will you be getting a license for future breeding with cherry blossoms, or is this a one-time event?
Well, it was an unexpected bonus that Opal was gravid. I had not anticipated it. But there seems to be some interest, so, maybe. In that case, may I give you my details? My granddaughter was severely injured in an accident, and while the healers have done a marvelous job, she will never recover completely. She is also a Parseltongue, and prior to the accident, had a position as reptile handler at Paris's largest animal retailer. Now, she rarely leaves the house. The wizard's sadness was all over his face. I would dearly like to give her something that would help her regain her enthusiasm for life.
Certainly, I'll take your details, but Opal will want to meet her before deciding if she is suitable to have one of her hatchlings. Oh, of course, of course. The wizard hurriedly wrote his name, Mathis and Elise Durand, address and flow address on a scrap of paper. Thank you for at least considering it. Mathis sighed.
A soft gong sounded. 1 minute to departure, Monsieur Rowan Ash. Mathis warned.
Approximately equals Opal, would you like to look after this? It ISS the contact details for a young woman who might make a good guardian for one of your hatchlings. Approximately equals. Approximately equals dos SSHES speak, guardian. Approximately equals SSHE dos. Approximately equals, then I will keep it SSAFE for you, my Raven. Approximately equals. Raven held the paper over the nest, and Opal took it in her delicate claws. Then the wizard carefully returned the nest, with Opal in it, to his satchel, stepped over to stand beside a young couple and their 2 children. He slid the satchel strap back over his head and took hold of the strap of the portkey Mathis held, winding it around his wrist. Opal will keep it safe, monsieur. When the eggs hatch, we will contact you to arrange a meeting.
Thank you. I hope the sanctuary all that you want it to be. Mathis let go of the portkey and stepped back. I hope so, too. Raven smiled. Then the familiar spinning came, but longer this time. It went on and on. It kind of made sense. Raven mused. Paris to Bucharest was over 5 times as far as from London to Paris. The spin finally let up, and Raven got his first look at Bucharest, the massive wall of windows showing a stunning view of the wizarding section of the city. Travelers from Paris, please remain with the portkey, your attendant will be with momentarily. A woman's voice sounded from the wall beside them. Monsieur, was that a dragon? Is it real? One of the children, a boy of about 10, asked.
Raven crouched down. It was. Would you like to see her? He glanced up at the parents for permission. At their eager nod, he opened his satchel. You cannot touch, our Romanian paperwork is not done, but you can look, all right? The 2 children nodded, their faces alight with curiosity. Approximately equals Opal. There are 2 man's hatchlinges here who like to SSAY hello. Will you come out? Approximately equals? Approximately equals, are we done traveling? I don't like portkeys. Approximately equals no, we are not done, dearest. But from here, we will either use a flow or apparate. You don't mind Thossi, remember? Approximately equals?
Approximately equals flow ISS better than apparating. Approximately equals, the dragon hissed as it emerged from the satchel and climbed to Raven's shoulder. Approximately equals, I agree. Approximately equals. Wa Che Tang. The other child, a girl, asked, her thumb firmly planted in her mouth.
She asked if we were done traveling. She doesn't like portkeys. Oh, the poor dear. The children's mother cooed. I agree, portkeys are not very nice, but it is the price we must pay for traveling long distances, she sighed. Do you have far to go? Now? The father asked. Just to the dragon sanctuary. I have an appointment with the headkeeper. Raven informed them.
Are you taking her to play with the other dragons? The little girl asked, removing her thumb. She looked to be about 5 or 6 years of age, to Raven's eyes, but he admitted to himself, he was no judge of children's ages. Her parents laughed, gently. No, she's too small to play with the dragons at the sanctuary. Some of them are as big as this room. No, Opal here will stay with me, she's my familiar. Raven answered.
Ooh, the children cooed. Travelers from Paris? A wizard asked, walking over to them. Oui. The young mother replied. La famille Perrin. Leon, Adeline, Adrian and Sophia. Very good. He collected the scroll from the portkey. Do you have your papers? Monsieur Perrin handed them over while the children studied Opal, watching her every move. Neither were too happy when their parents gathered them up and wished Raven and Opal farewell. Mr. Rowan Ash? Your papers, please? The wizard asked. Raven handed them over and they were scrutinized and finally approved.
Did I hear that you are going to the sanctuary, sir? I am. I have an appointment there, the day after tomorrow. I was hoping to contact them and request an early arrival. I will have someone come and take you to our Fiara Magica office. Ah, magical animals, that is. They may be able to help you. The wizard touched one of 100-odd buttons on the wall. Someone will be along, shortly. Please excuse me, there's a portkey from Rome due in 2 minutes. If you'll be seated over against the wall. Raven nodded and headed over to sit down. Approximately equals will we be here long, do you think? Approximately equals Opal asked. Approximately equals I'm hungry. Approximately equals.
Approximately equals I doubt it, dear one. I will ask the S staff in the Magic Animals office for S something for you. Approximately equals. Approximately equals I will wait, then. Approximately equals Raven leant his head back against the wall. Waiting was never the easiest thing for him. An hour later, Raven wasn't quite so calm. The headkeeper at the sanctuary was sending someone to collect him and it had just occurred to him that it might be Charlie. Oh Merlin, how do I get myself into these situations? He thought to himself. I can't even blame Hermione for this. The first thing to pop into my head, when she asked about locations, was here with Charlie. Damn it.
Raven didn't know whether it was good or not, but the person sent to collect him wasn't Charlie. Mr. Rowan Ash, Dominic Petrin, you ready? We go. Sergei Popov is overseer. He expect you. We go. Yes. The wizard was even shorter than Harry had been and only came to Raven's chin and spoke clear but broken English.
Yes, please, Mr. Petrin. Is good, you come. Need help. Horntails clutching unsnitch no talk parcel goot. I will do what I can, Mr. Petrin. A minute, what you? He cut himself off in mid-sentence. He just seen Opal.
Is dat cherry flower? Day real. His eyes almost popped out. Oh, yes, this is Opal, she's also my familiar. Dragon familiar. Dumnizul, you stay with us. You tell Sergei, I say, you stay with us. Minnick demanded. Ah, okay. Raven wasn't certain what caused that but he was prepared to assume that it was a good thing. Minnick lead Raven to a loading area that was full of boxes.
You apparate aside? Aside? Yes, I've been side along before. Goot. Minnick collected ropes into his big fists. You come. You hold my arm. I take boxes. I take you. We go, on tree. 1, 2, tree. As he finished talking there was that horrible yank and with a crack, they were somewhere else, somewhere beside a huge shed. Stickler. Minnick yelled. A young woman came running from the shed. You're back. You're late. She shook her head. Stickler. You take Raven to Sergei. You tell Sergei. I say Raven stay. Minnick dropped the ropes and began pulling individual boxes around, ignoring the gaping mouth of the young woman. Raven? What? Minnick. Minnick pointed at Raven. El or un dragon de floare de ceres pentru un cunuscat. He rattled off, presumably in Romanian. The woman turned her gape from Minnick to Raven, one eyebrow raised. Go, Sergei, now, Minnick growled. The woman snapped her mouth shut. Sorry, Raven, right? She asked. Yes, okay.
Let's go before Minnick blows his stack. Oh, people call me Stickler, on account of me being a stickler fair being on time. She grinned. She lead him around the shed into a path that ran down the hillside. The path split, but Stickler kept going downhill, eventually reaching a large cabin and heading inside. Raven made sure to stay at her heels. This is the main office. All of us share smaller cabins. If you do stay, there's a couple of blokes you could share with. I'll let Sergei explain all that. Here we are. She knocked on a door with a glass panel in it.
Raven could see Charlie in the office with two other men. Both much taller than either Raven or Charlie. One exuded calm, while the other seemed to be a bundle of energy. Come. The calm man waved Raven and Stickler in. Boss, this is Raven. Minnick said to tell you, he says Raven stays.
The three men blinked. Did he say why? He rattled off something in Romanian, but Stickler held her hands out to her side.
You don't speak Romanian, the energetic man sighed.
Nope. Right. Well, off you go. I'll speak Minnick later and see if I can get him to tell me. The man Stickler had called. Boss, sighed. All right, catch ya later, Raven. And Stickler was gone, running off down another hallway. Welcome, Raven. I'm Sergei Popov and this is my partner Alexei Yenko. Good to meet you and good to see you again, too, Charlie. Raven couldn't help himself from grinning at the redhead.
Again, do you know Charlie? Sergei asked. Indeed, we meet during the Tri-Wizard tournament at Hogwarts, Raven started. Wait, Raven? Charlie's voice reached glass-shattering levels, making both Sergei and Alexei wince, before he switched to Parseltongue. Harry? You is dead. I think you was as dead. What that hell was as you playing for? Charlie growled in broken Parseltongue. Approximately equals Harry Potter is dead, Charlie, and he has to stay that way. Get me through this and is where, I'll tell you everything. There is a reason, Charlie. I didn't do this alone, I had help. Approximately equals Raven replied calmly. Charlie looked at him steadily for a few seconds. What the hell happened to you, Raven? You were such a tiny thing and now look at you. Charlie shook his head. I take it you know Raven, now, Charlie. You said earlier you didn't. And I didn't, boss. I never knew he was Rowan Ash. The little bugger didn't tell me his name. He just fronted up at the dragon pens in the Forbidden Forest and began charming the dragons out of their foul tempers. That's him? He's the little scamp? But, I thought you were writing to him? Sergei asked. I was. But he only signed his letters with an R. No first name, no last name, nothing to trace back. I tried. Yeah, about that, Raven started. What? Charlie growled. Approximately equals YSSO loud, Raven. I was as sleeping. Approximately equals a piping little voice hissed. All three men froze, staring at Raven's satchel in shock. It sounded like a horntail hatchling. What was that? Sergei asked, very carefully. Approximately equals I am sorry, dear one. We're here. Would you come out and say hello? Charlie can speak, a little, anyway. Approximately equals Raven replied to Opal's grumbles. Approximately equals speak like a man's or speak like you. Approximately equals he can speak like me. He is still learning. SSOS sometimes he gets the words wrong. Approximately equals Raven warned. Approximately equals oi. IISS not this bad. Approximately equals Cheryl protested. Approximately equals no ISS not bad. Not perfect, but not bad, Raven. Approximately equals Opal agreed. Approximately equals no, he ISS sent, but I like to tease him. Approximately equals Raven replied. Brat, Charlie sighed. Approximately equals are you coming out? I would like to check the EGGSS, too. Approximately equals. Approximately equals oh, all right, as long as they SS stop yelling. Approximately equals. Approximately equals I'll tell them, my sweet. Approximately equals. Opal will come out as long as there's no more yelling, Charlie, Raven warned. Charlie nodded. He really wanted to see what Harry had in his bag. His breath caught in his throat when Raven's hand emerged holding a delicate little dragon. She was tiny. He estimated that she was less than the length of his hand span.
A pale pink body that deepened to burgundy along her spine and on the edges of her wing bones and legs, with a white underbelly and throat. She was a creature out of legend. At least as far as the keepers of Romanian Dragon Sanctuary were concerned.
Is that, Sergei started. It's Alexei began. Charlie's eyes widened. Opal is a cherry blossom dragon, she. Hang on. Charlie cut in. You said eggs, I'm sure you said eggs. Did you say eggs? I did. Opal was a gift from a friend. She used a variant of Serpensortia to summon Opal for me as a gift. Imagine my surprise to find that Opal was gravid. As he spoke, Raven reached back into his satchel and pulled out the silver nest. It was a nightmare to get all the paperwork through the ministry. Regulation and control really wanted to confiscate her, but by then we'd bonded and I had registered her as my familiar. They tried. A parseltongue with a dragon familiar. That's why Minnick said he has to stay. Alexei cut in. Oh, sorry. Keep going. He winced. They tried to confiscate the eggs, but they had no idea how to care for them, and I'd told them about my appointment here. In the end they signed the papers. She's mine and so are her eggs.
Cherry blossom dragon and eggs. Bloody Nora. Raven, only you would end up with a dragon that's supposed to be extinct, as a familiar. Charlie began to laugh, leaning against the wall, trying to stay on his feet. Sergei leant forward. Raven, you're hired, you'll bunk in with Charlie, seeing as how he finds you so funny. And, any chance of your friend giving you the exact wording for the charm? We could set up an area especially for cherries, something specific for them. Raven just blinked for a few seconds, trying to get his head around what had just happened. He wasn't expecting things to move so fast. Charlie kept laughing. He'd slid down the wall, now, and was sitting on the floor, holding his ribs. His chest heaved and tears ran down his face. It was a combination of hilarity, shock and relief. Approximately equals ISS something wrong with him. He ISS strange color. Approximately equals Opal commented, which just set Charlie off again.
Approximately equals he ISS fine. He ISS just stupid idiot. Approximately equals Raven replied. Did you even think about how this would look? I mean really, Raven? Charlie groaned. Charlie, shut up. Sorry about him, Raven, Sergei said.
Nah, he's just Charlie, you kind of expect it. That we do. Seriously, though, any chance, any at all. Cherry blossoms are supposed to be extinct, Raven, and have been for decades. Sergei started. I remember my grandfather reading to me and my sister when we were small. He'd read us the Draco Veritate Libri. Even then he'd tell us what dragons were extinct or were endangered. There were quite a few, even then. So if we could get enough for a breeding program, that would be amazing.
Wouldn't it just, Alexei said. We have to tell Dadushka. Can you imagine the look on his face? Alexei grinned, bouncing on his seat. I can only ask. If I can, I'm happy to work with you. To bring them back. But we can start with Opal's babies. Approximately equals what about the young woman speaker, the one you told me about? The one who could be a guardian for a hatchling? What about her? Approximately equals Opal said. Approximately equals we will still see her. We said we would and we will keep our word, but if SSHEISS not right for one of your EGGSS, this could mean that there are more hatchlings, one of them might chose her. Approximately equals. She can understand us. Charlie gasped. She what? Sergei asked, his jaw dropping. She's a familiar, Charlie. My familiar. That means she can understand anything that I can. Oh, right, I forgot. Charlie winced. Sergei sighed and shook his head. Okay. You send a letter to your friend. We have a vanishing postal cabinet that goes to the Fiara Magica. They have links to most other European magical animal or creature departments. They can forward it for you, if you want.
For now, sign this, it covers you, and us, in case of accidents, as I'm sure Charlie wants to show you his charges. We will let you settle in, for today. Tomorrow we will see to the rest of your paperwork, as today is Felicia, our administrator's, day off. Sergei waved. Get out of here, both of you, and if you see Minnick, tell him I want to see him.
Alexei just grinned and dropped an arm about his partner's shoulders. When we know what your friend says, we will assign duties. Until then, work with Charlie. Yes, Alexei added.
Charlie dragged Raven back up the hill, but veered around the hill instead of heading for the big shed. Down a long path and up a few rock steps, Charlie kept dragging Raven. More paths, more steps, and then there was a clearing and a cabin. A simple A-frame style with a large deck out in front and a roof that extended out over it.
Home, sweet home, Charlie said as he manhandled Raven inside and shut the door behind them. Approximately equals is this our new home? Approximately equals Opal asked, her little voice filling the sudden silence. Approximately equals for as long as you want, little miss. Approximately equals Charlie answered. Approximately equals my Raven? Does he speak true? Can we stay here? Approximately equals Opal asked again. I think so. Certainly until after your eggs hatch, my sweet, Raven answered. Charlie spun and flicked his wand around the main room of the cabin, before facing Raven. Care to explain how a dead man is standing in my cabin, Harry Bloody Potter? Charlie demanded. That. Yes, that. Charlie snarled. Well, I don't know how much you know about what happened after Bill and Fleur's wedding. Not much. Best to consider I know nothing, Charlie frowned. Right, so, when Kingsley sent his Patronus to warn us that the Ministry had fallen, we had only a few seconds before the first Death Eaters showed up. Hermione apparated Ron and I out. We ended up in London, some avenue. Hermione told us, but I wasn't really listening. We decided that we were on our own, so we went to Grimmauld Place. We knew we needed a plan and we couldn't talk about that in public. I knew that Dumbledore had been hunting Voldemort's Horcruxes. We figured we keep going. By then we knew that some of them were already destroyed. There was the diary that I destroyed in the Chamber of Secrets, the ring that cursed Dumbledore's hand. We thought there were 5 in total. So that meant that we only had to find another 3, Raven began. Only? Charlie screeched. Well, yeah. Someone had to do it and I was the only one that Dumbledore trusted. So the 3 of set out. Raven spent the next 2 hours telling Charlie what had happened and what had caused it. It took Raven a good 10 minutes to calm Charlie down and stop him from going after Ginny and his mother. The redhead ranted about them for another 15 minutes before he flopped down onto a sofa beside Raven. All right, got that out of the system. Now what? Charlie wanted to know. Harry Potter is dead and I've no intention of him ever being brought back to life. His will has been read and everything passed out. Now, I'm Rowan Ash. I have Ministry records and Gringotts tests to prove it. He sighed. All I want is a chance to have a life, Charlie. No one trying to kill me. No one trying to drug me. No one trying to use me. No one trying to abuse me. I just want a normal life. Charlie snorted. Look, Raven. No matter who you are, there's nothing normal about you. Take today. You turn up here with a dragon that is thought to be extinct and then you tell us she's your familiar. With eggs, for the aforementioned extinct dragon. And you're still a parcel mouth. Raven blinked. He hadn't thought about it like that, but still. Maybe, but now, no one is expecting me to save the entire world by myself. And there's no psychotic maniac out to kill me. True. But that still doesn't make you normal. Mind you, normal is a bit boring. Charlie grinned. Isn't it? Just, Raven replied. So, like I asked? What now? Well, I need to write a letter to Hermione. That's not going to go down well. Raven grimaced. Why not? She helped you plan all this. Yeah, but she doesn't know. Doesn't know, what? She doesn't know I'm alive, Raven whispered. What? Why not? Charlie demanded. After Ron rejoined us, I thought about it. Our plan. What I was going to do. And something kept jumping out at me. For our plans to work, we needed people to not question it. Okay. How? It started with bringing Ron back. Like I told Hermione, if Ron wasn't there, someone would ask why? Maybe an investigation. At the very least, people would ask questions. The more questions, the more they're likely to find gaps in our background layout.
Right, I can see that. But Hermione, same reason. If she wasn't giving the impression of grief, then that's going to prompt people to either say she's a gold digger or they'll begin asking why I left Hermione a blood adoption potion. And now, it's been 6 weeks, but she took the potion this morning. If I tell her today, she can pay it off as a side effect of the potion. That might work, if she's got backup. Gringotts will back her, especially if I alert Ragnarok, too. Ragnarok, the director of Gringotts in London. That Ragnarok.
Yeah. Charlie shook his head and began to mutter. He's dead, killed himself off, adopted a sister, rediscovered an extinct dragon, made her his familiar, changed his name, changed his body and is on first-name basis with the head of Gringotts. And he wants a normal life. Bloody hell.
In comparison to Harry Potter, Rowan Ash's life is considerably calmer. Yes, there are expectations, but they're not to save the world. Just a dragon species. Well, they are a little smaller. Raven grinned. Charlie laughed. Just a little. So, a letter for Hermione.
Yeah, Raven sighed. I don't suppose you still have the Postal Service vanishing cabinet? Yeah, but if Hermione thinks you're dead, how can you be sure that she hasn't put it away or given it to Mum? How can we be sure that she'll check it? Does she even know where it is? Raven hummed. Can you cast a Patronus? Not one that can carry a message. You? Yeah, but she won't expect one from me, so I don't think she'll take much notice of it. Well, we'll just have to make the message stick, unless you alert Gringotts and they let her know. I don't suppose you're that friendly with Gringotts, are you? Raven grinned. Ragnarok threatened to adopt me, so probably.
Charlie sighed. Bloody hell. Right, let's write the letter and we can apparate to Gringotts in Bucharest and get them to forward it to London. Should get it to Hermione by morning. Charlie headed for a small desk in the corner of the room. Rooting through a drawer he pulled out parchment and a quill. Dropping them on the desk he kept hunting for ink. Damn it, Lonnie, he found the ink bottle, but it was empty, a knot shoved into it. Sorry Snitch, you never use it and I didn't think you'd mind. Lon. We'll have to go back to the office and get some ink. I've got some, Charlie. Raven dug into his satchel and pulled out the silver nest. Placing it on the table, he dug back into the bag and this time pulled out a pair of shrunken trunks. He tapped one with his wand and watched as it swelled to full size. Popping the lid he rummaged around in the sliding compartment in the top of the trunk and wrapping his fingers around a bottle of black ink. Here we are. He handed it to Charlie and Charlie handed him the quill. Oh, no, has to be you, just in case someone else is with her when she reads it. Damn it, give it here, then. Charlie snatched the quill and laid the parchment out, then he paused. What do I say? Hermione, there's a letter from Gringotts for you. Fred knocked on the doorframe of the office. He handed the letter to her and sat on the opposite side of the desk. Hermione's hand shook slightly as she took the letter. She opened it and quickly scanned the contents. She blinked a few times and erupted into motion. Darting out of the office, through the store up and the stairs, heading for the bedroom that Fred and George had insisted she take, Fred hot on her heels. Freddie, George questioned as Hermione tore past him.
No idea, Georgie. He kept going and George joined the chase, without a thought. Hermione reached out and grabbed the doorframe of the bedroom using it to swing herself into the room. She dived across the bed on her stomach, just as Fred and George reached the door. They exchanged glances and paused, not sure if she was going to burst into tears or not. Hermione dug her arm into the box that held everything from before the battle. She grunted and rolled over. Seeing Fred and George, she squealed in surprise.
What the hell, my own? Fred gasped for breath. Oh, hell, what was she supposed to the twins? Gringotts. They notified me that they transferred Harry's Postal Service vanishing cabinet into my name.
And that warranted a mad dash through the store? No, but yes. It wasn't the notice that made me run, but it reminded me that Harry was writing to Charlie. Hermione stumbled over Harry's name. Charlie? Fred asked. Our Charlie? George asked.
Well, yes, since when? George asked, confused. How had they not known that?
Since the Tri-Wizard tournament. After the first task Harry would sneak out each night. He was fascinated with the dragons. He wanted to see they could understand him. If he could understand them. The twins looked at each other. There was something Hermione wasn't telling them, but at least she was talking. Next on the list was eating. After listening to the goblins give a list of what changes she could possibly expect over the next few weeks, both Fred and George hoped that the adoption would break through her grief. And Fred held his breath. Yes. Both. He would say every morning that Charlie had threatened to turn him in, to tell Dumbledore. But it never happened. The dragons were always happy to see Harry, to talk to him, so when he was leaving, Charlie got Harry the forms for a postal service vanishing cabinet. He even went and picked it up, because Harry couldn't leave Hogwarts to get it. She opened her hands and in them was a beaded drawstring bag. It was one of the only things that Harry kept on him at all times, at least until we were leaving Bill's. He asked me to keep it safe. Her breath hiccuped. And that raided the dash? Hermione gave them a slightly mad grin. Yes. She sat up and pulled the bag open, thrusting her hand into it, vanishing up to the shoulder. The twins could hear things bumping and knocking. Eventually Hermione growled and stood. She grasped the bag by the tassel on its base and turned the thing upside down.
Both men were more than slightly alarmed at the sheer quantity of stuff that fell from the small bag. Book after book, after book. 1, 2, 3, 4 Muggle first aid kits. 1, 2 healer's bags. So many bottles that neither of them tried to count. Blankets, towels, a chair, some glass jars, 2 wands, a Muggle radio, a tin of biscuits, boxes of chocolate, quills, parchment, 3 bottles of ink, 2 belts, and a whole wardrobe's worth of clothes and shoes, for Harry and for Hermione. And one strange little box. It looked a bit like a potato storage box crossed with a bread bin, about the same size as Traveler's writing desk. It had Owl Post Service inside a red cartouche stamped in it, with a number, 4127 carved below that. On each side of the Post Service emblem there were 2 arrows, one pointed up and the other pointed down. The second arrow was lit with a blue glow.
Hermione tapped the arrow with her wand and opened the box. There was a single folded sheet of paper. Her hand was remarkably steady as she retrieved and opened it. George took a hasty step back at the seriously pissed-off expression on Hermione's face as she read the note. Fred's eyebrows rose sharply when Hermione began to swear. 3 days after Raven's arrival at the sanctuary, Sergei and Alexei were watching Raven and Charlie. The two were sitting with the 2 clutching horntails. That in itself was enough to make Sergei look twice. But Raven seemed totally fearless and was sitting on the ground resting back against the neck of the alpha horntail. Charlie, at least, was sitting on a log a few feet away from the jaws of the alpha. They were chattering away in Parseltongue with the horntails, a Ukrainian ironbelly, 2 Romanian longhorns, a Norwegian ridgeback and all 3 of the sanctuary's opal eyes. And they were gossiping like a bunch of old ladies. My pardon, ladies. Raven? There is a letter for you. Sergei gave a shallow bow as he spoke. It is marked, urgent, so I thought it best to bring it to your attention, immediately. Raven had been encouraging the handlers to use more formal manners when dealing with the dragons, at least until the dragons gave permission for a somewhat more relaxed behavior, and for the most part it was working. Even the unpredictable horntails had responded positively, if Raven or Charlie were involved. Something to do with Parseltongue, it was assumed. The Ironbelly raised her head and while she hissed, she did bow her head, fractionally. Charlie rose to his feet and left the circle of dragons. He joined Sergei and Alexei as they stood at the edge of the clearing. Hey, boss. Charlie grinned. Charlie. Sergei handed Charlie the letter. Anything I should know about? Well, Sissel, the Ridgeback says that she will mate this coming winter, to clutch in summer. Asana, the Ironbelly has said she will wait, that none of the males here are worth her time, they're too young. Raven knows where there is an older Ironbelly and he's sent a letter to see if he can start negotiations for its release. There's a captive Ironbelly. Where? He won't say, but those that have it, state that it came into their possession through unusual circumstances as an egg, that they contacted the appropriate ministerial departments and were brushed aside. They have done the best they can for it, but their knowledge is limited. They have said that they are prepared to talk with Raven, but negotiations are slow, boss. Raven thinks we can visit them in person towards the end of autumn. God. Sergei groaned. Raven won't stop, boss, not until it's freed, but like I said, it's a slow process. Anything else? Alexei asked. The opal eyes are requesting one of the males be transferred away. He's aggressive and has no respect for boundaries. If a female is in heat, he'll try and breed her, with or without her consent. That would be Oscar. Yes, boss, I thought so. You can tell the ladies that a team from the New Zealand Rehabilitation Center will be here to collect Oscar on Monday. Good. Say Arna will be pleased. She ready to mate next month, to clutch late winter. She wants to know will there be a heated area for her eggs. If you and Raven can get some details on what she needs, we'll do the best we can. Sergei assured Charlie.
Great, there's a stack more, but if we can meet with you both tomorrow or the next day, Raven will have a report for us. Some of what they say is just beyond me, boss. I can catch the basics, but, when they get going, I've no hope of keeping up.
Well, anything is better than nothing, snitch. You better give that to Raven. I've a funny feeling it might be a howler. Sergei warned. A howler? He held the letter at arm's length. Oh, bollocks. Yeah. Off you go. Now, Sergei grinned and retreated, quickly.
Charlie approached and bowed to the dragons. Raven, you might want to warn the ladies. Sergei thinks this is a howler. Howler. That'll be from my own, then. Raven turned to the Horntail and a hissed discussion was hastily held.
Right. Stay there. Raven got to his feet and gave the Horntail a scratch above an eye ridge. He gracefully crossed the clearing and joined Charlie. He took the letter and watched it begin to smoke. Yep. It's from her. He opened the letter and let magic do its thing. The letter floated in front of him. Raven Rowan Ash. You ass. You complete and utter bullocking, great pillock. Hermione's voice changed from English to Parseltongue.
Approximately equals how bloody dare you. I helped you. I lied for you. Do you have any idea how many times I've lied? In my whole life. 3. And they were all because of you, you idiot. We planned this from the very beginning and you cut me out. I should come out there and string you up by your toes. You idiot. Her voice began to calm.
Approximately equals yes. I know this ISS in Parseltongue. Oh, and thanks for the warning that I might be able to speak it. Now, IS scared the blazes out of Fred and George.
I sent the memory of summoning the cherry dragon, as well as the written the charm, by vanishing box. I spoke to Professor Flitwick and said that a friend wanted to know how to modify that type of charm, but he had no idea. I suggest that you sit down and look at what I asked, what happened and what you need to happen and write your own charm. Well, what are you waiting for? Get to it, stupid brat. Approximately equals the howler began to fade.
Charlie had started to laugh as Hermione called Raven a pillock and didn't stop, not even when the howler ended. There were also the draconic version of laughter, too. A Horntail and the 2 Longhorns were shaking with it. Raven just sighed. That is so Hermione. Giving me a clue, but making me do it myself. I had hoped that now she wasn't at school, she would give it up. Obviously not. Did you really expect her to? Charlie grinned. No, not really, I suppose. Oh, well, at least she sent the memory. And how is that going to help? The sanctuary doesn't have a pensieve. But I do. Raven smirked. So, let me guess, we have homework?
Yep. Raven turned to the dragons. Approximately equals ladies please excuse USS, it SSEAMSS that Snitch and I have much research to do. I are hoping to recover the last of the cherry blossom dragons before they die out. Opal tells me there were only a few thousand to them left. Approximately equals Raven explained. Approximately equals a worthy task, young SS speaker. You will tell USS if might be of assistance. Approximately equals Asana replied. Approximately equals we SS Hall, my ladies. Thank you. Approximately equals Raven said. Approximately equals yes, thank you, I hope it will not take long. I long to SC-Matus. Approximately equals Opal added. The 2 wizards bowed to the dragons and made their way back to Charlie's cabin. Opal flitted across the room to check her eggs. There was still some days before they would hatch, but she wasn't comfortable leaving them, now was she comfortable being apart from Raven. So, compromises had to happen. During the day, they would return to the nest every hour for a 10-minute visit and a long lunch. Charlie opened the post cabinet and withdrew a small file and a letter. He handed both to Raven, who disappeared into his room, while Charlie set about making their evening meal. Raven may be the better cook, but Charlie was no slouch when it came to tasty food. Tonight they were having lamb hotpot, courtesy of Sayarna's last hunting trip. 3 hours later Raven emerged from his room. I think I've got it. Charlie, will you check this? Raven handed Charlie a piece of parchment and dished himself a bowl of stew.
Charlie read through the scribbled notes, his eyes getting bigger and bigger the further he went. Bloody Nora, Raven. I can't see anything, but have Alexei check this. Are you interested in? This could get you a charms mastery. Maybe. Not too worried about a mastery at this point, mate. More concerned in getting the cherries safe.
Yeah, but keep in mind, if it does work, it's one of only 2 works needed to claim a mastery. Tell Alexei, please, before you try it, you should think about signing on as apprentice with him. That way, you're halfway to a mastery. Please. Raven studied Charlie. It made sense and he had thought about working towards a mastery. He'd just assumed that it would be Dada. Okay, I'll head down and see him in a bit. After I've eaten. Opal, how are the eggs? All right.
Approximately equals yes, my Raven, they're good. S safe and S strong. Approximately equals. That is good. Every book I could find about cherries says, about a 3-week pregnancy and 6 weeks for incubation. So, going from when you laid them, we have up to 2 weeks before hatching. Okay. So, if you're going to go ahead and summon the other cherries, about then, we have a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it in. Charlie hummed. Yep, that sounds about right. Why do we go see Alexei? We might be able to have a couple of work days, where we get the families involved.
Brilliant, mate, let's go. Raven extended an arm and Opal fluttered across from her perch near the fire. The 3 headed down to the keeper's office, hoping to find Alexei and Sergei there.
Alexei? Sergei? Anyone around? Raven called. Here, Alexei's voice came from the staff common room, the big room that nearly everyone used as a gathering area, come evening. Raven entered, strode over to where Alexei was cuddled up to an oblivious Sergei and thrust the parchment at him. Read this. Raven demanded. Okay. Alexei blinked. He began to read. Suddenly he sat upright, his jaw fell and he gripped the parchment hard. Sergei, realizing that his husband was no longer leaning on him, looked around. When he saw the expression on Alexei's face, his eyebrows rose and worry lit his eyes. Alexei? He asked. Shush, Alexei said absently. Sergei blinked. Alexei never shushed him, never. It took Alexei 3 reads of Raven's notes before he commented. This could get a master's, by itself, if it works. And I can't see any reason why it shouldn't. Everything seems to add up. That's what Charlie said. Raven added, when do you want to try this? I'm thinking, if we can get the cherry enclosure done by the time Opal's eggs hatch, I'd like try it about then. Okay. What are we talking about? Sergei cut in. Raven seems to have written a multiple summoning charm, one that we can, possibly, use to summon the last of the cherries. Sergei just looked from Alexei to Raven with a look something similar to being offered a dream become reality. Really? Well, we've got a lot of work to do then. I'll call all the staff in the morning and Raven can lay out what needs to be done and where. Asana did ask if they could help, maybe the dragons may be of help with clearing land? Raven added. I'll leave the entire cherry situation in your hands, Raven. I'll keep the sanctuary ticking over while you get the cherry enclosure up and going. Sergei stated. 2 weeks of back-breaking physical labor, along with core-draining magic, the cherry blossom enclosure was finished. On a south-facing slope, the enclosure was a suntrap that the larger dragons had taken great pleasure in creating, pulling out trees and digging holes for new ones, for cherry trees, as well as persimmon, plum and peach. The wizards had to help, supervise, direct and at times, restrain the dragons, as well as setting up the magical boundaries, a charm that was created by dragon handlers, specifically to keep dragons in a certain space. In the case of the cherries, they had to create the boundary and a weather-sheltered area, for even though parts Romania and parts of Japan shared the same latitude, Romania's winters were considerably harsher. And the enclosure was huge, given the size of the dragons, that is. They would have a space of roughly 200 acres, there were large forested areas with fruit trees, there were rocky areas for nesting and to top it off there were even a couple of deep streams that ran through it. A few large pools for swimming and a small cliff area for mating displays. And not a minute too soon, as Opal's eggs were showing signs of hatching. With not quite steady hands Raven carried the silver nest into the enclosure. The little dragon was crooning anxiously at her eggs as they trembled in their nest. Raven placed the nest up against the massive rock with its holes gouged out, exactly the right size for a cherry dragon to hide her hatchlings in, for the 3 weeks they needed before their scales firmed.
Once the scale hardened, the hatchlings emerged and were able to fly and feed for themselves. The parent dragon still nurtured her youngling, but that was more a teaching role than a dependency issue.
The next thing to do would be to summon the rest of the cherry blossom dragons, and for this Alexei had invited a pair of charms masters, his masters in fact. Both men thought they had been invited to see the practical uses for charms in a large animal environment. The subject would be raised and they would witness the attempt. If it worked, they would submit pensive memories to the ICW on Raven's behalf. If it didn't work, well, Raven's other idea was to summon a cherry, one morning, one noon and another each night. Between he, Charlie, Alexei, Sergei and Minik, 15 cherries each day? It might take a while, but they'd keep going until there were no new ones responding to the summoning, especially as Raven had worked out a way to put a proximity barrier on the charm, meaning a cherry blossom dragon that had already been summoned couldn't be summoned again. The only real concern with doing things using the second option would be eggs. They would have to wait until the breeding season was completely over before they could start, or they risked having a clutch left abandoned if they summoned a nesting female.
But right now he was more concerned with Opal's babies. Approximately equals go away. Approximately equals she growled. Approximately equals there's nothing you can do. Here and there's big beasties to inform. Come back at dark. Then you can see my hatchlingses. Approximately equals she hissed. Raven and Charlie were back minutes before full dark, Raven holding a Lumos ball in a stasis jar, to light their path. Approximately equals Opal. Opal, my sweet. Approximately equals Raven called softly. Approximately equals I brought some mealworms for your hatchlingses. Approximately equals. He could hear her chirping and whistling reassuringly to her babies, and then there they were. Oh, they were darling. Tiny. Not one of them was as long as his thumb. Fully formed, just really, really tiny. Raven put his hand down slowly, the palm filled with the wriggling worms, suddenly glad he'd opted for the mini mealworms and not the larger ones. Opal took hold of his thumb and held his hand still, and then there were dragon hatchlings crawling over his hands, their minuscule claws prickling like pins, but not breaking the skin. They were too soft yet. Their color ranged from almost ivory through a carnation pink to a blush pink to a soft rose to a cotton candy pink to something that was almost the same color as Tonk's hair, a bright bubblegum, purpley pink. Approximately equals oh, they are stunning, Opal. So beautiful. Will you give all them names? Approximately equals Raven whispered in awe. Approximately equals no, Raven. Each has a S sound that will be just for it, but no names. It ISS not unless we become familiars that we gain names. Approximately equals. Approximately equals oh, I didn't know that. Approximately equals why would you? I have not told you of this, before. It was not necessary for you to know, now it ISS. Approximately equals. Approximately equals thank you dearest. Will you stay with them tonight? Approximately equals he asked, already missing the warmth of her presence. Approximately equals I will stay with them tonight, only, if you will cast a warming charm on the rock that would be Nyx. Approximately equals she nuzzled his thumb. Approximately equals and do you have some more of thos wormus? My hatchlingses will have to eat many times during the night. Approximately equals. Approximately equals I do. I brought a container. If I leave it where the nest was can you manage, or would you like Charlie and I to stay with you? Approximately equals. Approximately equals no you go home, sleep, the next few days will be tiring for you, my Raven. Charlie. Approximately equals Opal called. Approximately equals yes, Opal. Approximately equals. Approximately equals to stay with him. Do not let him sleep alone, he will have bad dreams if he ISS alone. Approximately equals. Approximately equals I'll keep him company, Opal. Approximately equals Charlie assured her. Approximately equals good, with the bouncy one's friends coming you will be bussy. Come back tomorrow night. The hatchlings do not leave the nest during the day, and if it weren't SSAFE here, they wouldn't leave it at all, until they're SSCA less or hard. Approximately equals. Approximately equals alright, dear one. This is a buzzer, if you need me during the night, just push the buzzer, please. Approximately equals. Approximately equals I will. Now go home. Approximately equals. Charlie was forced to toss Raven over his shoulder and carry him home, as the younger wizard kept finding excuses to stay with his familiar and her young. Anton and Luciano spent 2 glorious days, surrounded by gently rolling hills. They talked to the handlers and, with Raven and Charlie to translate, to a pair of Antipodean opal eyes. The wizards visited all the different areas of the sanctuary, all but the cherry enclosure. Sergei and Alexei were keeping that for last. After visiting it, they would have another 2 days to relax and just be visitors instead of official guests. This way, Anton. No, Lou, I will not tell you why. Shut up and hurry up, Alexei snarled.
The 2 men followed Alexei and Sergei. They wound their way along a path that neither man had noticed before, ending up in a beautiful grove of fruit trees. Plum, peach, cherry, persimmon and citrus. The air was redolent in the scent of flowers. On the far side of a clearing were 2 young men, one standing, looking at them, the other sat on a rock, with his back to them. Here, Anton, Lou. Read this. Alexei handed Anton a piece of parchment and leant against a tree. Anton raised his brows at the brusque demands, but took the paper and began to read. His jaw fell slack and his eyes widened comically, but he forced himself to continue. Finishing, he handed the parchment to Lou, whose curiosity was quickly sated. Oh my lord. Lou sighed. I can't see any reason that won't work. Anton? Can you? Lou? You? Alexei asked. When both wizards shook their heads, Alexei looked across the clearing to young men, one of them looking at him. Alexei nodded and the red-headed man grinned. He leaned down and spoke to the dark-haired man. A short conversation and the redhead left him and headed their way. Hi, I'm Charlie. Alexei, Raven says we should put an exclusion bubble around us, if we're staying. If we're not, we need to apparate out now. He's going to start in 30 seconds. We're staying, Charlie. Alexei stated. I'll do the exclusion. Alexei pulled out his wand and with a few swift swishes there was a greenish shimmer in the air around the 4 men. Raven? We're staying and the exclusion is up, Charlie called. Across the clearing the other man just waved. Going to start what? Lou asked. Charlie nodded towards the parchment. That, he replied. But that's going to take a whole team of casters. The amount of power needed to cast that large a charm. It's mind-boggling. Nah, Charlie corrected. It's difficult, but Raven's plenty strong enough, between him and his familiar. They got the power. It's just that Raven has to do this in 3 steps, 1 for the adult dragons, a 2nd for the immature hatchlings and sub-adults and a 3rd for eggs and nest-bound hatchlings. Eggs? Lou asked. Hatchlings? Anton asked. Well, yeah, breeding season is over and clutching is in full swing. Or it should be. So the first step should bring every adult, every fully mature dragon. The second should bring all the immature hatchlings and sub-adult dragons. And the third step should bring all the nest rocks and their contents. Nest rocks? Alexei asked. Long story, but Opal says all the nests are hollowed into rocks to protect the eggs and hatchlings. How the hell can a dragon hollow out a rock? Anton wondered. A buzz of magic pulled their attention from the conversation to Raven. His hands moved, one with a wand and one with a focus crystal, while in front of him hovered an animal from legend, a tiny dragon. It moved in concert with the wizard, wings dipping and lifting its slender body. The press of magic rose, pushing in on them, but their eyes never left the wizard as he conducted his magic. Suddenly there were pops of light, dots, flashes, like tiny bursts of Lumos charms. When the lights faded there were dragons, tiny dragons, dozens upon dozens of dragons, hundreds maybe thousands of them, their wings flaring and flapping in shock. The wizard hissed and kept hissing. The longer he hissed, the less frantic the little dragons became. Then the pressure rose again. The wizard's hands began to move again and shortly there were more flashes of light. The wizard stopped and hissed some more and most of the dragons took to the air, settling in trees, making each tree look like it was breathing as they jostled and wriggled to keep their balance. The little dragons that didn't take to the wings settled down on a pockmarked rock, one dragon to one rock. And the pressure began again with the waving of the hands and each rock flashed brightly, much more brightly than earlier. As the flash died, each dragon on a rock thrust its head into a hole in the rock and began to croon. Charlie sucked in a breath as Raven seemed to fold up on himself and collapse to the ground. Whoops, 'scuse me, he said, even as he left the exclusion bubble.
he hissed, and while there were a few dragons that reacted to his presence, most ignored him. Well, that seemed to work, Alexei said. Anton and Lou looked at each other, their eyes wide. What did we just see? Anton whispered. You just witnessed the first mass summoning of a living creature. Raven submitted the summoning charm to me, and I, in turn, requested your presence to witness and verify the even. He said calmly, but his eyes betrayed how excited he really was. They glistened with moisture. He has just single-handedly saved an entire species of dragon that was already thought to be extinct. Gentlemen, this enclosure is solely for cherry blossom dragons. He grinned.
Oh good grief. Anton breathed. Do you think that would work on Kamchatkon water dragons? Lou mused. Raven's second winter at the sanctuary was turning out to be eventful, but not at the sanctuary. This year Charlie had no excuses to not go home, to the newly built Burrow, for Christmas. And of course, Hermione had demanded that he bring Raven with him, setting off an avalanche of questions. Who is Raven? How do you know him? How did you meet? Do you work with him at the sanctuary? Do you share the cabin with him? How long have you been together? Were you ever going to tell us? Why didn't you tell us about him? How serious are the two of you?
And so it went on and on. Charlie and Raven both had a good laugh over Molly Weasley assuming they were a couple, just because they lived and worked together. The two men had sat down and after a very long, very embarrassing discussion, had decided to let everyone assume that they were a couple. Neither of them wanted to have Molly focus her matchmaking abilities on them and were prepared to suffer together. They planned to tell Molly that they wouldn't be considering a wedding, not until Raven had his mastery in charms, and as he was only halfway there. But the downside was that there was no way to get out of attending. Not this year. So, with a bit of persuasion and a whole lot of fast talking, Raven and Charlie were going to Christmas with the Weasley family, but they would be staying at Reaper's Run in Scotland and apparating to the Burrow just in time for lunch. They'd discussed flowing to Clayman's Keep or Fred and George's, but they'd put off agreeing until the last minute and Raven forgot to get the flow connected. So here they were, standing on the far side of the orchard, looking at the place. It wasn't quite as bad, but you could still only call it interesting. The house was a punch in the gut for Raven. It looked very similar to his memories, maybe not a ramshackle, but it was once again a multi-level lopsided building. With the sounds of song and laughter echoing across the field, Raven was standing, just basking in the warmth it exuded. Come on, Rave, it's no good just standing here. It won't get any easier. Charlie smiled at the younger man, dropping an arm around his shoulders. Yeah, Raven sighed. Let's go. The two men crossed the orchard and went through the gap in the hedge. Into the yard, Raven followed Charlie, clinging to his friend. As they reached the door, Charlie lifted his arm from Raven's shoulders, but knowing how hard this trip promised to be for him, Charlie held out a hand which Raven grabbed. He offered a small smile and squeezed the redhead's hand. Mum, Charlie called, as he opened the door. We're here.
Oh Charlie, there you are, dear. This must be Raven. How lovely to meet you, Raven. Come on in. Time for a spot of tea? Molly bustled around the kitchen, putting the kettle on the wood range.
Mum, it's almost lunchtime. Give it a rest, will you, please? Charlie begged. Oh, very well. Go see to your brothers. Fred and George are out the front. Keep them out of my kitchen. I know they're hoping that you two brought brooms. They're almost desperate for a game. Go on, now. Charlie's mum gave each of them a hug and shooed them through the kitchen, past the living room with its comfortable-looking sofas and out the door on the far side of the house. Outside, Raven was pleased to the twins and Ron zipping around the field that the Burrow called a front yard. What they were playing was anyone's guess. Raven, a voice said from off to his left. Hermione. Raven took the few steps over and without a thought to how it would look, he scooped the woman off her feet, hugging her tightly. Hermione. He said again, his voice catching. Hermione looked over his shoulder and saw the not pleased look on Ron's face as he landed.
Oh, Raven. She hugged him, but threw a smile to Ron and beckoned him over. Raven, come on. I'm glad to see you, too. Come meet Charlie's brothers. Hermione threw a quick glance at Charlie. Charlie ambled over and gently disengaged Raven's arms from around the woman and enclosing the young man in his arms. Hey, my own. How y'all doing? When are you coming to visit us? Not while you're in that dinky little cabin, Charlie, that's for sure, she responded tartly. But, my own, Raven whined. No, Raven. I told you. I'm not sleeping on the couch. I want a proper bed, a decent bed, not a couch. Hermione scolded. Raven pouted, until someone cleared their throat. He turned to look and came face to face with Ron. A prosperous and tidy Ron Weasley. Raven blinked and stepped closer to Charlie, who tucked Raven further under his arm. Rave, this is my youngest brother, Ron. He went to Hogwarts with Hermione, Charlie started. We were in Gryffindor together. Ron added. Really? What was that like? I was home-schooled. My family didn't want to let me go. Raven paused in the appropriate places. Ron might not be the smartest bloke out there, but he was good at reading between the lines.
And Raven had given him all the clues needed for him to work out that Raven's family didn't want him to go, but not for positive reasons. Ron shared a look with Charlie, the older brother, using the signs they'd developed that said something was bad, not good, nasty, abusive or beaten. Ron nodded and replied with the sign that asked if a parent should be told, to which Charlie gave a subtle thumbs up.
It was good, but it had its downsides, too. Sharing a bathroom, too many people snoring. Glad Charlie brought ya, mate. He's been rattling on about you, for months. We'd begun to wonder whether he was making ya up. Welp. I better give Mum a hand. You, wanna take my broom and have a fly?
Raven glanced at Charlie, trying to work out what had just happened.
Nah, Ron, we'll wait until after lunch, Charlie replied. No worries. Ron leant his broom against the house and headed inside. Raven waited until the door closed, before he turned Charlie. All right, snitch, what just happened? Ron was all belligerent Gryffindor, and then suddenly he's compassionate Hufflepuff. What the hell? Raven grimaced.
When we were kids, Bill and I made up some signs. We taught the younger kids, and I might have used the signs that suggest your home life was not good and may have been abused or beaten. Charlie, Raven sighed. Do you really want Mum fussing over you? What Ron's telling her right now will give you a bit of breathing room. We've done this before, mate. As the twins had landed and were heading in their direction, Charlie began to use general phrases. There were a couple of boys in Gryffindor that we did this with, Lee, Cormac, Ollie and Harry. It just meant that Mum didn't go overboard with the motherly fussing.
Raven shook his head at the information. Thank Merlin for that. Boys. Lunch. Molly's voice rang out. Let's go eat, yeah? Charlie pulled Raven into his arms and gave him a gentle hug. It'll be all right, Rave. You'll see. The twins pushed each other and Charlie, laughing and joking. Raven pretended to not notice when Charlie, Ron and the twins exchanged hand signals for a few minutes, the atmosphere dulling, slightly. But it didn't last long. After the best meal Raven had had since Harry had sat at Molly's table last, the table was exchanged for the living room. He'd missed this, Christmas with the Weasleys, the fun, the laughter, the games, the gentle teasing. Even so, he was glad that whatever Ron had told Molly and probably Arthur, made them give him some distance. He had no trouble being around large groups of people. It was just people that wanted to get up close and personal that he had trouble with. One or two, fine, but when they just kept coming. That was when he tended to debunk and take off.
Here though, Charlie pulled him down onto a love seat and he felt quite comfortable snuggled up to the other dragon handler. So much so, that when it was time for gifts, while Raven felt that sense of the ridiculous spark, he couldn't be bothered to move. Fred was the one to hand Raven a bulky but soft gift. Raven waited until he was turning away to speak.
Thanks, Gred. He whispered, knowing that Fred would hear, but due to the noise levels in the house, he wouldn't be certain of exactly what was said. Opening the paper to find a hand-knitted jumper, Raven smiled and thanked Molly, sitting up to pull off the zippered sweater and pull on the lovely soft jumper in a beautiful deep forest green. Nice one, Mum. Charlie cheered, it matches his eyes. Ah, so sweet. The twins teased. Aw, get out of it, ya mugs, you're just jealous, Charlie growled. The pair just laughed as they left the house. Well, I think it's lovely that Charlie's found someone that can compete with his bloody dragons, Bill said. Charlie snickered. When the laughter quietened down, Charlie and Raven exchanged glances. "I need a bit of fresh air, Snitch," Raven said, giving the impression that he was a little anxious. "Yeah, I know. You said you wanted to as the twins something? Why don't you go see them?" "Knowing them. They're in the shed in the corner of the orchard. I'll come find you in a bit." Charlie raised a hand and rested it against Raven's neck. His fingers spread and his thumb gently stroked around Raven's jaw. Raven smiled, his hand holding Charlie's against his face. A light squeeze and Raven stood, winding his way through the house. The conversation inside turned serious the second he was outside. "All right, Charlie. Explain why Ron came in and said Raven was like Lee and Cormac," Molly asked immediately. "He's a Rowan Ash, Mum, and he's a Parseltongue." There was silence. "Yeah, that kinda says it all." "Detail, Charlie, I want details. Now. I can only give you so much." "Raven's a very private person, Mum. They kept him home, his birth was never registered, he lived like a house elf. All because he was different. Cameron Rowan Ash, do you remember anything about him?" When there were only head shakes, Charlie explained. "Cameron went to Hogwarts in '81, but he got sick over the Christmas break. As far as Hogwarts and the Ministry know, Cameron never recovered enough to go back to school, but the family history that Raven uncovered after his parents died suggests that Cameron was killed because he was a Parselmouth. Raven wasn't killed, but that was only because his mother begged for his life. He lived with the house elves. He never left the house, never went outside without a parent." "Oh God," Ginny whispered. "When his father died, everything was left to one of Raven's cousins, who was dumbfounded to find him, living in the attic. Marcus took him out of the attic and gave him a room of his own, raised him, loved him, trained him. But the Death Eaters came, the house was destroyed and Marcus told Raven to go to Gringotts. Marcus was hurt badly and knew he was dying, but he still ordered Raven out. It took Raven 3 days to get to Diagon Alley and Gringotts and another 4 days before the goblins were satisfied with their evidence. After that he got his owls and newts and listening to one of the few humans friends he had, a muggle-born witch, he applied to the sanctuary." Charlie continued. "Good heavens. The poor lad," Arthur commented. "Yeah. Because of the issues with his health, his lack of identification and the fact that he was the only living Rowan Ash and that made him the head of house? It was discussed with the head of Gringotts' London branch and he was offered a suite within Gringotts until all the issues were resolved. He stayed with them until the second half of June. By then the head of house stuff was sorted and he had his owls and newts, with a recommendation for mastery with teaching credentials. While he was at Gringotts, his witch friend was told he was there. She came to visit him. They'd met one summer, after Raven's parents died. He looked at Hermione and raised an eyebrow. She frowned and nodded. She tried to summon him a snake and got him a cherry blossom dragon instead. He paused. "Didn't you, Hermione?" Everyone froze and slowly they turned to look at her. It was after Harry selected for the Tri-Wizard tournament. He would sneak into the forest to see the dragons. "Like Harry," Ron said. "Yeah. But Harry preferred to talk to the dragons, whereas Raven was just as happy to talk to the handlers, too," Charlie answered. "So, Hermione made a mistake and summoned an extinct dragon?" Bill asked. "Yep, but they're not classified as extinct anymore. The sanctuary has over 8,000 now, and in the next few months, we're going to start 2 new sanctuaries. One in Japan and another in Canada, definitely. Plus, there's an application for a 3rd in southern New Zealand, too," Charlie added. "Wow. Talk about the right kind of mistake, Hermione," Ginny grinned. "Yeah, Raven took what I did and ran with it. He created a new summoning charm. He saved nearly 7,000 dragons and he did it in, how long, Charlie?" "It took him 3 hours to write the charm, 2 weeks to get a space ready and 5 minutes to cast the summons." Outside Raven had found the shed, but he was stalking back and forth muttering to himself, half the orchard away, when there was a crash from inside the shed and a startled cry. His head lifted sharply, but there was nothing to see. He was still undecided on whether he should tell the twins but began the trek through the trees, anyway, the cry putting his Dada and dragon handling senses on max power. Which turned out to be a good thing as a ball of something, with wings attached, darted towards Raven. "Catch it," a voice cried. Raven's hands flew out and his fingers found a purchase. When he brought his hand down, he looked at the thing in his hands. At first he thought it was a snitch,
but when he moved his fingers, he realized it was actually a doll. A fairy doll, but obviously something had gone wrong.
"Thanks, mate," Fred said, grabbing the toy and darting back into the depths of the shed. Then the most diabolical thought occurred to him, and the son of a marauder gave in to his training by a second pair of marauders. He followed Fred into the shed, stopping a few feet inside the door. There was a huge table. It was strewn with papers and parchments. A familiar sight met his eyes. The Marauder's map. "Approximately equals, I think it's time they knew," he hissed to himself in Parseltongue.
The twins turned around, fast, their eyes a little wild.
"Was that Parseltongue?" "Yes," Raven stated absently, picking up a, seemingly, blank piece of parchment. He pretended not to see the twins' eyes flick from him to the parchment in his hand. It wasn't the standard map, and he was curious. "What's this, then?" Nothing much, just something we're working on." George was a study in indifference, and he was failing. "Really? What's it do?" "Nothing, yet." Fred leapt in. Raven pulled out a wand and tapped the page. Nothing happened. Mate?" George started. Raven tapped it again. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Raven smirked as he spoke. Both twins froze. They looked at him and neither moved or spoke.
"Nothing to say?" Raven asked. Silence. "Doesn't your silent investor rate even a hello, guys?"
The twins crept forward like they were approaching a prank about to go off.
"Boo." Raven slapped his hands together and both twins jumped and screamed, just slightly.
"Harry," George whispered. The pair wrapped him in their arms and hung on for grim death, their breaths sobbing in their chests. Eventually Fred drew back. "Harry Bloody Potter," he whispered again. "Raven Raphael Rowan Ash," Raven corrected.
"Wha?" George asked. "Raven Raphael Rowan Ash," Raven said again.
"I don't understand." Fred frowned. "Harry Potter is dead, Fred. I am Raven Rowan Ash." "Yeah, but..." "No, George, no buts. That's the way it is, and that's the way it's going to stay." Raven's voice was quiet, but so very hard. "Why?" Fred asked. "You heard what Ginny had planned."
"Yeah, but, how many others were planning a similar thing? How many plans were there for other things? What about the ministry? What about the prophet? Would any of them leave me alone? What about friends? Other than the DA, Hermione and you Weasleys, how could I ever be certain that my friends were my friends and not friends of the boy who lived? How many people only saw me as that? Even Ginny and your mum got blinded by it."
Fred and George sighed. There was no positive answer. "Yeah, so Hermione and I made plans of our own. We planned for Harry Potter to die. That meant a trip to Gringotts, where we met with..."
For the next hour Raven brought the twins up to date with Harry and Hermione's plans, with the changes that Harry made to ensure that no one would doubt their plans, that no one would think to look too deep.
Of how Raven was born, of his public history. He explained about Opal and how Hermione's mistake had given Raven the basis to create a multi-creature summons and saved an entire species. Not once, but twice, as Raven had used the charm to save the last 122 of the Kamchatkon water dragons. And how Alexei and his friends had used a time distortion charm to summon dying water dragons from the past, healing them and adding them to their water dragon breeding program. Then it was the turn of the twins to catch Raven up on their friends and associates. "Shall we do it in the same order as Harry's will, brother mine?" Fred asked with a smirk.
"No, in order of importance, Gred," George replied. "Andromeda as well. She's been the primary carer for little Teddy for the last 6 months. Tonks, she died, Raven. Her second pregnancy went wrong, it wasn't picked up until too late. Her little girl was in St. Mungo's for weeks. Remus isn't taking it well. He's lost his pack. Yes, he's still got Teddy and Titania, but they can't help during the full moon and it's getting worse. Raven, I don't think he's going to see next Christmas."
Raven just looked at George, as tears ran down his face. "Draco is good. He, Ron, Neville, Bill, Ginny joined us in creating a trust to help those left orphaned or homeless after the battle. Heroes Unsung, we called it. Draco came up with it, we all put in money and he and Ron run it. We bought up all the empty shops in Diagon and the empty homes in Hogsmeade."
"The shops we rented out," But the homes, we let families stay in them during school holidays. Some kids didn't have parents anymore and some families lost their children. We've been pairing them up during holidays.
Some of the older students went back to Hogwarts for an 8th year of them. Some have gone to further study. That scholarship Harry set up, it's got some use. 5 people so far. And some of others have ventured out and started their own businesses. They're the ones that we rent out the shops to, for only a little more than the maintenance and costs. Fred told him. That's brilliant, guys, absolutely brilliant, Raven breathed. Yeah, Ron's one of the managers. He's in charge of Diagon side and Draco's in charge of the residential side. Between them, they're the face of Heroes Unsung and it's doing great, George added.
Even turning a profit. Inside the first year, Unsung had repaid our initial investment and we all decided that even though we are the owners, the shareholders, we weren't going to take the profits.
It all goes back into Unsung. It employs 10 people full-time, Draco and Ron as managers, of course. We also have a maintenance crew, led by Greg Goyle, of all people. Both Ron and Draco spoke for him during the trial. He was sentenced to 2 years community service, but at Ron's suggestion, he asked to be assigned to Unsung. Then there's Lee, Roger Davies and Ken Toller. We also have Alicia, Penny Clearwater, Patty Stimpson and Cho. The ladies are our family assistance crew. They help with shopping, schoolwork and all the emotional related crap that we blokes can't deal with. Fred grinned. Wow. Nev's engaged to Hannah Abbott. These days he's apprenticing with Professor Sprout. So he's back at Hogwarts. As is Hermione. She training under McGonagall. Ginny's got a junior spot with the Hollyheads and Lunas. God knows where she got to. She took off last summer and while Nev and Hannah get owls from her every few months, they never know where she'll be, to reply. George added.
Most of the DA are good. The only one we lost was Lavender. Greyback got her, before Remus took him out. Fred commented.
That made him pack Alpha. He's not doing anything about it, but Snape is. For the first time since Remus, Hogwarts has werewolf students. Bill and Fleur are the den parents. There's a new tower. It's behind the Dada Tower and non-werewolf students can only access it by invitation. And in the ministry? Raven asked. Kingsley is minister. Angelina and Katie are there, too. Katie's in the DMLE and Angelina is training to be an Auror. The ministry is in good hands, don't worry, George assured him. Raven blinked. Things were doing well politically and all bar Remus were on the right track. He'd have to talk to Charlie about Remus. Maybe they could do something. Sitting on the flagstone patio, watching the sunset, Raven told Charlie what the twins had told him. Oh, geez mate. That's really, they really think he'll be dead by next Christmas? Charlie stammered. That's what they said and Hermione just nodded when I asked her. Raven stood, crossing to rest his hands lightly on the stone balustrade surrounding the patio. What are we going to do? We can't just let him die. No, I was thinking maybe telling him, letting him know. Know that at least some of his pack are still alive. What do you think? Raven asked.
Charlie got to his feet and joined him, resting his hands on Raven's shoulders, his fingers cupping the curve of the shoulder. I think, Rave, that it would be a good thing. But you have to make that decision, not me. He looked down at the anxiety in the younger man's green eyes and made a decision of his own. He could no longer deny that this man meant everything to him. He sighed and dipped his head. His lips touched Raven's, the barest of feather-light touches. Lifting his head, Charlie studied Raven, his shoulders relaxing when he saw the pleasure in the smaller man's eyes. His head dipped again, lips firmer this time. A slight tilt of the head and his lips parted, his tongue sneaking out to taste Raven's lips. A sigh and Raven's lips parted, the taste of him, driving Charlie to slide his arms from Raven's shoulders and encircle them about his waist, pulling him closer. The two men stayed like this for a few more minutes, before Charlie eased back, breaking contact with the most enticing mouth he had ever kissed. He rested Raven's head against his shoulder. Whatever you decide, I'll support you. There was a lot more being said than just those 6 words. Charlie? Raven asked and he, too, said a lot more than just the one word. You're mine, Raven, just as I'm yours. We're in this together, Charlie replied. Raven smiled, lifting a hand to touch Charlie's cheek. Together. I like that. Any idea where Remus is staying? Charlie grinned. Indeed I do, mate. Want me to go fetch? Please. I'll make dinner, something light. If he's not eating properly, anything rich or heavy is out. I'll think about that, maybe a lemon upside down pudding for dessert. Egg pie, you know, the one I like. That baseless quiche thing, a seafood one, haven't had decent seafood for months. Please, Charlie begged.
All right. I'll make egg pie and lemon pudding. You fetch the werewolf. Raven grinned. Damn, I'm glad the full moon was a few days ago.
Flowing to Fred and George's, Charlie explained what he was doing and the twins agreed to help. They gave him the Flow address and password for Grimmauld Place and held out the Flow powder for him.
Black seat. Packless. The password was very telling of Remus' state of mind, and Charlie shuddered as he stepped through. He was met with a dark, dirty room, an ancient elf dusting the shelving. Who is this? Master Wolfie is not being expecting visitors. Who is he? Are you Creature? Charlie asked. Visitor knows Creature? How is he knowing Creature? I work with a friend of Harry Potter. He told me about you. I'm here to collect Remus. He's coming to stay with us for a few days. Master Harry is dead and Creature is belonged to Master Wolfie, now. And Visitor is lying. Master Wolfie is never leaving the house.
Creature, I give you my word, I am not lying. Take me to him and let him decide. Please. The elf studied the man, carefully, his eyes hard and calculating. Visitor will leave if Master Wolfie says. I will, but if he comes with me, will you clean this place like Harry would want it cleaned? If Visitor can get Master Wolfie to leave the house, Creature will be being cleaning. The elf assured.
Right, take me to Remus, then, Charlie directed. The elf lead the way from the room and up the stairs. Past the first landing and on to the second, the elf laid his hand on the door and sighed.
Master Wolfie has said Creature is not allowed in the room, but nothing was being said about visitors. The elf turned away, his ears drooping. Charlie didn't bother knocking. If the twins were right, then Remus would only refuse anyway. Pushing the door open, he was assaulted by smell. Dark and dank, the room reeked of unwashed bodies and clothes. He stumbled his way to the window and with a hefty yank, he pulled the curtains from the window.
Ugh! A groan met his ears. He wandered back to the door. Creature, he called. The elf appeared at the end of the landing. May I have a bucket of water? The colder the better. Charlie grinned viciously.
A snap of the elf's fingers and a bucket of water sat at Charlie's feet. Thanks. Charlie bent and grasped the handle and retreated back into the room. A shape on the bed was moving and an arm became visible, slapping around, obviously looking for a wand. Charlie stepped up beside the bed and with his free hand pulled the covers towards the end of the bed. In the same motion his hand braced the base of the bucket and tilted it.
Erg! With a scream the shape on the bed erupted into motion, becoming a man.
Remus Lupin shot to his feet, tripping and tangling himself in the bedclothes, falling to the floor, only to moan in distress. Charlie didn't say anything, he just dropped the shirt Raven had worn that day on Remus' face. It took a few seconds for Remus to react. A long-fingered hand emerged from under the shirt, slowly. Almost like it was afraid.
On feed Remus, he's expecting you for dinner, and there ain't no way in hell he'll let you in the house smelling that. Charlie swore. Get up, get showered. Move. He addressed the werewolf like he would a recalcitrant hatchling, demanding respect. Unsurprisingly, it worked. With a confused and distracted look on his face, Remus climbed to his feet and without further orders, headed in the direction of the attached bathroom. But he did not let go of the shirt. Charlie kicked clothes laying on the floor aside to reach the wardrobe, but once there he found a nice selection of things. Picking the other man's clothes is not something that Charlie thought he would ever have to do, but a part of his mind acted without thought. Selecting socks, underwear, trousers, shirt, and as it was the middle of winter, a coat. Tossing them on the bed, he retreated to the landing. Visitor had no better luck than Creature. Visitor be being leaving, now, the old stated.
No, not just yet. He's in the shower and I refuse to watch him get dressed. Charlie corrected.
Master Wolfie is washing? Creature's eyes widened. Certainly sounds like it. 10 minutes later a much cleaner Remus Lupin emerged from the room. Who are you? He asked, his voice cracked and harsh. His partner. Was the only answer Charlie gave. You said he's expecting me? Where? Charlie grinned. Reaper's Run. Scotland. He lead the way back down to the living room and the flow fireplace. The password is Padfoot, by the way. He held out the flow powder. Reaper's Run. Padfoot. Remus flung the flow powder down. He stepped out into a bright and light room, huge windows with only filmy gauze curtains, blowing gently in the evening breeze. "Oh!" A voice yelled from a room off to the right. "Get out of it, you greedy little whores, that's for Remus, not you." A clattering of metal and glass was the only response. Remus, still in that mental abyss that he'd been dropped in when a shirt saturated in his hairy cub's scent was dropped on his face, wandered in the direction of the noise. He stopped at the doorway, wondering if he'd finally gone crazy. He saw a man, average height, with longish dark hair, but he also was a dozen or so tiny flying lizards. One larger lizard hissed and the man turned. Remus looked at him. The face was different, but the scent wasn't. This was his hairy cub. He stumbled into the room, only to be met by the other man, grabbed and hugged tight. "Mooney." The voice was almost the same, but it didn't matter. He was in his hairy cub's arms. He snapped and began to sob. The end. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.